Hi, welcome to the channel. I'm Jake, and this is our 2 cents. We talk everything boxing, and everybody's entitled to their own opinion. In today's live, we will be discussing Devin Duck Boots, Tank making a comeback in the IBF versus Zuffa. But before we do that, make sure you punch that like and subscribe button. And make sure you let me know and drop it below your 2 cents as we go throughout the live today. Be sure to help support the channel by hitting a $ 2 cents box in the Cash App, or let me know and dropping it below your 2 cents in the super chat. But shout out to everybody that's joining me in the building today. Just put a what's up in the chat. Let me know you here. If you haven't already, punch that like button. Subscribe to the channel. We got Mr. Shelton in the building. 2 cents. Why do you keep doing pop-up lives? I always do be doing pop-up lives, Mr. Shelton. Or did Boots duck Devin? Let's see. We're gonna discuss this ducking thing, right? I feel like the word duck, it's getting thrown around way too much. It's just getting thrown around way too much. It's like you can't even, you can't even just discuss a fight. Now all of a sudden you duck them. Like you just mentioned, oh, I think me and such would be a good fight. If such and such don't make the fight, all of a sudden they ducking. Like you just said you thought it'd be a good fight. Like how is any of this a duck? The word just being thrown around way too much. But let's see if I can find this video. I guess we could start off talking about that because it's a lot to talk about. It's a lot to be going on in boxing. I fell asleep last night. Didn't get to come on and do ladies' night. I thought I was just gonna lay down and take a little nap real quick. End up falling asleep. Not waking up till this morning. So my apologies, but I'm here today to make up for the show. Let me see if I can find these videos. Let's see. What y'all think about this whole IBF Zuffa situation? What's y'all 2 cents about that? It's okay to go ahead and quit yelling. Hold on, y'all. They might pop up, Mr. Shelton. The ladies might pop up today. And we'll chit chat. But I want to find. Okay, have y'all seen this video? Let's talk about this for a second. How do y'all feel about Mike Coppinger? What do y'all think? I know a lot of people like to call him Mike Cappinger. I'm not really a fan of Mike Coppinger. I feel like y'all know how I feel about Mike Coppinger. I always say he comes off like an android. Like he looks uncomfortable all the time. He doesn't look natural. You know what I'm saying? So this is Luke Thompson or Thomas, I think his name is. And Mike Coppinger posted something about him when he pointed out something dumb that the Ring magazine was doing, right? And I guess Luke was like, listen, I had it. This the last straw. And Luke is an MMA guy, but I watched some of his videos because he also speaks about Turkey Al Sheikh and the Ali Act and the start and all and their role in combat sports and stuff. He likes to speak on those topics. So when he would have videos on those topics, I was watching his videos. So I'm kind of familiar with him. So I'm going down Twitter and I see this video and I'm like, man, what is Miss Luke and Mike beefing about? So let's see what he got to say.
Mike. Mike, I haven't got a chance to weigh in yet, fucker. Bitch, I'm about to dunk on you in ways that you're fucking great. Half of the things you report are wrong.
I can't play that.
And they have to get corrected.
They're gonna copyright my shit. I gotta find one without the ether song in the back. But that is funny. Yeah, they're gonna copyright me. I gotta find one without the ether song in the back. So let's talk about the Zuffa situation. And I want to wait till a couple more people pull up in here so I ain't have to double back to it, right? He says the IBF put his foot down. Either you fight for our belt or theirs. I don't think it's the IBF that put their foot down. I think Zuffa put their foot down. I think Zuffa put their foot down. Right? I think they said too much too fast. And this is the issue, right? And this is what I think is happening. Or maybe if I was coming from the standpoint of the IBF, and you got to remember, we're at a war right now, right? They're trying to delegitimize sanctioning bodies and trying to make it seem like, oh, their belt is free, so it's better. And let's see. Listen, matter of fact, Tim Bradley has said something to say about this earlier. I want you to let's listen to what Tim Bradley had to say, because I thought it was pretty interesting, and I got my 2 cents about it. But let's talk about it, because I'm starting to see support for this change, this Ali Act, Revival Act. I'm starting to see people pull back support for it. So I don't know if the check's not clearing. I don't know if they not dropping that bread like that. I don't know what's going on. It's a lot of people coming out saying, hey, I didn't put my signature on certain things about this, and I didn't approve, and things wasn't done in the way it was supposed to be done for this to get approved like that. Is people coming out and starting to say that. That's what I've been seeing, because I've been following it closely. So it's not running as smooth as they thought, right? I don't know, maybe if they thought they was gonna have it passed by now, and they was gonna be able to, draw their line in the sand and become their UBO. But let's see what Tim Bradley has to say. I need to get my mouse.
Yo, Tim Desert Storm Bradley, you.
Oh, hold on, y'all. Tim Desert Storm Bradley. Can anybody tell me why they call him Desert Storm? Anybody know why that was his nickname? Why was he Tim Desert Storm Bradley? I'm just curious. All right, here we go.
This bullshit too. They just like all the rest of the damn sanctioned bodies. Ain't nothing different about these motherfuckers, man. Yo, Tim Desert Storm Bradley, you already know the damn rest. Man, the Ring Magazine is bullshit too. They just like all the rest of the damn sanctioned bodies. Ain't nothing different about these motherfuckers, man. For real, ain't nothing different about y'all ass, man. Y'all controlling everything. Y'all controlling the narrative too. Just like all these other damn organizations, man. Talking about, man, I'm sick of y'all motherfucking fighters. Well, I just want to fight for the ring belt. I just want to fight for the ring belt. All this bullshit. You know the Ring Magazine belt collect dust too?
Is Tim Bradley cooking or no? Is Tim Bradley cooking or no? And my thing is, everybody is crying about this ring belt, ring belt, ring belt. The ring belt is not even like a sanctioning belt or nothing. It's just a trophy from a magazine. The ring belt is just a trophy from the magazine. They put some diamonds and put some gold on it and spend more money on it, and now they trying to build it up and to make it something other than what it is. when it's a trophy from a magazine. And let's listen to more what Tim Bradley got to say.
Yeah, that motherfucker collect dust too. It sit right there on the shelf, just like every other fucking belt. It collects dust too. Oh, it's just because the belts just sit there and collects dust. I heard your dumb ass yesterday, man. Jai Opatayev, I heard your ass yesterday too. You sounded stupid as hell. Yeah, that Zuffa belt, that shit gonna collect dust too. It's gonna sit on, it's gonna collect, but it's free, Tim. It's free. This shit still gonna collect dust. That's what it's gonna do. Collect dust. Yeah, and what the fuck? What does it mean right now? It don't mean shit. You lost your title. That meant something. The IBF title, man. That meant something. Yeah, it's been around for a long ass time. Yep, you lost your title. Cause you're going after this Zuffa bullshit, man. I don't understand it, man. I really don't understand it. But look, hey, Ring Magazine.
So what is y'all 2 cents about this, right? So here's the story. I want to get more people to pull up in here before we got into it, but let's get into it, right? From my understanding, y'all correct me if I'm wrong. From my understanding, Jai Opatayev, IBF champion, and his dream, his goal was to become the undisputed champion. I want to find a clip of him saying this so I can play it. If you got the clip, let me know, drop it below, put it in the chat. I'll pull it up of him talking about it, right? That was his dream. He got a little frustrated because he couldn't get the fights that he wanted in order to pursue his dream of becoming undisputed right now. So I believe he felt that he was told he can go sign with Zuffa and he'll be able to keep his belt and they gonna recognize it and all of these other things, right? Now, I'm not sure what happened. It's a lot of talk about he didn't display the belt the right way and they feelings or whatever the whole, it's a little mix up, whatever's going on, right? But now the IBF is stripping him and not sanctioning the fight for him, the fight that he's having at Zuffa. So he gave up his dream of becoming undisputed to go fight with Zuffa, which that's a decision he made. That's cool. I'm not saying whether it's right or wrong. I'm just telling y'all what the situation is, in case y'all ain't understand what Tim was talking about. What else, Tim?
Y'all talk about y'all have rules and y'all gonna be following the rules. Y'all gonna be following y'all gonna follow the rules. Shit. You already know who's the number one guy to be facing Usyk. Why the hell is Usyk fighting a kickboxer?
Now that's another complaint, right? That's another complaint that I hear from the quote unquote hardcore fans is how they don't follow the rules and they show favoritism, and you know what I'm saying? Put a 1 in the chat if y'all have heard the hardcore fans complaining about the sanctioning bodies and how they show favoritism and how they don't follow the rules and how this person getting a title shot after a loss. Let me know if I'm tripping. Because according to the ring belt, the rule is the ring belt is only supposed to be put up when it's the number 1 and the number 2 fighter fighting in the division. I'm a casual fan, so if that's not the right rule, y'all let me know. Is that the rule or no? Because I'm a casual. I don't know all these rules and stuff like the hardcores. Right? So let's keep it going. Mr. Shelton say the most money he ever made with the IBF strap was $900,000. Tomorrow's fight, Opatayev is making $1.7 million. What would you do? Hey, that's what I said. He made whatever decision is best for him. That's exactly what I just said. But all I'm acknowledging is that he gave up his dream of being undisputed for $1.7 million. That's it.
Why is he fighting a kickboxer? Shit, he should be facing the number 1 guy. That's who he should be fucking facing. Wardley, on y'all, according to y'all rankings, Wardley, that's who he should be fucking facing. But he ain't facing Wardley. He facing a kickboxer. You know? And now, if y'all have the number 1 versus the number 2, Caballero versus Wardley, and the winner faces the champion, who is Usyk, then I feel it. I love it. I love it to damn death, but y'all ain't got it like that. No, y'all doing what the hell y'all want to do. So I got a problem with y'all too. Yeah, y'all got a problem with all the other sanctioned bodies. Y'all doing the same damn shit they doing. The same damn shit.
The same thing, word for word, bar for bar. Isn't it crazy how? And I'm watching all of this stuff happen in boxing, right? And I'm sitting back and I'm watching it, and it's like all they have to do is say they're doing something, and it doesn't matter what they're actually doing. People don't pay attention. Like all Turkey had to do was say no more pay-per-views, and he not gonna be charging pay-per-views. It didn't matter that he continued to charge you pay-per-views. Like it didn't matter. Like you know what I'm saying? It's like people continue to repeat that, like when he's literally still making pay-per-views. Like it didn't matter what they people were actually doing, it just mattered what they say they're doing, right? So they're they're not even saying they're different than the sanctioning bodies. They're just keeping your attention over there to what the sanctioning bodies is doing, pointing out their flaws and how they don't follow rules, all while doing the same exact thing. And I've been saying this, but now that Tim is saying it, maybe y'all will hear it in a different way. Maybe he's saying it in a way that y'all could relate better.
Number one ain't facing number two. Nope. Hey, and I saw what you said, Shakur. I get it. You want the Ring Magazine belt, but yeah, you know who's the guy that's underneath you? His name is Dalton Smith at 140. You got that belt? I got it. Okay, you got that belt? Okay, but you should be facing Dalton Smith. That's who you should be facing. And who else? At 140. But at 135, you know who's underneath you, the number one guy underneath you? Yeah, it's Murataya. Go ahead and make that fight happen. Come on, Ring Magazine. Murataya, according to y'all ratings, Murataya is that guy. Yeah. He should be fighting Shakur at 135 because you got his ass ranked in 2 spots. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Number one, Shakur. Number two is Murataya, and the Ring Magazine belt is vacant at 135. Oh, yeah. So, anyways, man, miss me with this shit. Y'all, hey, y'all just like all these other motherfucking segments, man, ain't nothing different about y'all ass, for real. Ain't nothing different about you. And Jay, who the hell he had the Zuffa belt? You getting the first for it? Ain't nobody else retained it. This shit don't mean shit. It don't mean a fucking thing. Yeah, oh, I'm getting the Zuffa belt. It's just like the WBC creating another fucking belt for the sanction of fight. Yeah, we got the WBC Diamond belt. Well, we got the Zuffa belt. Yeah, creating a fucking belt. Yeah, that's ain't nothing different about y'all ass, man, for real. So I don't know why y'all be pushing all this bullshit, all this propaganda bullshit, talking about the ring belt is the only belt that matters, and now that y'all bringing in this fucking Zuffa belt. I'm telling y'all, man, for real, man. You don't listen to all this fugazi. All this shit is stupid, man. For real. Well, everything they preaching is y'all trying to beat this shit over the head of them. It's crazy to me, man. It's like, why y'all gotta try to sell this shit? You don't have to. Let it be what it's gonna be. But damn, y'all beating us over the head with this bullshit, and y'all getting the fighters all fucked up in the head. Talking about, I don't want no IBF title. I don't want no WBC title because I don't want to pay. The shit gonna collect dust anyway. Any title you get gonna collect dust. Anyway, man, I'm Tim Desert Storm Bradley. You already know the damn rest, man, and I'm out.
I mean, did Tim lie? Did Tim lie? He's saying that the ring magazine, the ring belt, all this stuff, they know different than none of this, the other sanctioning bodies. The only thing that what they different is because they free. It's because they free. Like you thought they was just gonna do everything dot by the rules. Whole time they never been doing nothing dot by the rules. They've been doing the same thing just as any other sanctioning body. They're not doing anything different. And they just keep trying to push this ring magazine thing down your throat. You know what I'm saying? When it's just a trophy from a magazine. How is the ring belt all that matters all of a sudden? How? Because you say it? Is the ring belt all that matters because you say that? Like, what makes it all that matters? And so let's talk about this whole thing with the fighters signing with Zuffa if they champions and they getting stripped, right? We're at a war right now in boxing. Zuffa trying to do whatever they trying to do, but it seems like they did exactly what they told you had a problem with in boxing. People said it was too many sides of the streets. Oh, Turkey gonna end the side of the street stuff. It's too many sides of the street. Zuffa, a brand new side of the street. Oh, it's too many belts in boxing. It's too many. They got the 4 sanctioning bodies. It's just the Zuffa belt, a brand new belt that they done made in boxing. So exactly what, like, you've been duped. Can you put a 1 in the chat if you can finally admit that you've been duped? Because all they did was create a new belt and another side of the street. That's all they did. They came and did exactly what y'all hate. They came into boxing, promised you all of this stuff, and said they wasn't going to do what y'all wanted. Yeah, they was going to make it this and do that. Only to give you exactly what you said you didn't want, which was another belt and another side of the street. And now they're trying to push the Ring magazine belt on you, all while not going by their rankings, not making the fights they should make, sanctioning fights with kickboxers, all while you telling them that that's the problem you're having with the current sanctioning bodies doing that. And that's what you don't want. And I don't understand why. Am I the only person that sees this or have been watching this go on since this whole thing started and been trying to tell people that they're only doing what you say you don't want them to do right in front of your face? They literally said no more pay-per-views, all while continuously to charge pay-per-views. And not only did they continue to charge pay-per-views, now they're charging you a subscription fee. Now the boxing is behind the paywall. They've made it more expensive to watch. And so for Zuffa to believe that they're going to sign, in my opinion, right? For Zuffa to believe that they're going to sign current champions, right? We're going to sign current champions to Zuffa and then use these champions with these belts already from these sanctioning bodies to legitimize the Zuffa belt. I don't think any other sanctioning body should let that happen. If you are a champion currently holding a belt from a sanctioning body and you sign to Zuffa, you should automatically be stripped. You should automatically be stripped. Because what happens when the Ali Revival Act passes and you got champions from current sanctioning bodies that's over there? I mean, like, what happens? They drop the bell. Like, what's gonna go on with that? And you would think, okay, well, if I'm a sanctioning body, shoot, I should just be cool. Like, he paying them all this money. I should just be cool sanctioning the fight, so then they could just pay me my sanctioning fee, because this is a business at the end of the day. But then I kind of feel you, like, I can't let you can't use me as a sanctioning body to legitimize your brand new belt because you the IBF and the Zuffa belt holder type. You know what I'm saying? Maybe I'm overthinking it, but that's what I would be thinking. So yeah, if you sign a Zuffa, no, we're not sanctioning that. Give me my belt. You can't hold my belt over there on that side of the street. Go with your Zuffa belt. Now I don't know if they could be sued. Like I don't know what the whole full rules are, right? I'm just thinking out loud. But if he's being stripped, it's obviously not against the rules, or am I tripping? Right? If he being stripped, it's obviously not against the rules. Y'all punch that like button if you haven't already. So I think, me personally, I agree. Because it's not the sanctioning bodies that's tripping. It's the fact that they already came out, said what they had to say about the sanctioning bodies, told people what their intents were, how they gonna crush them, already put the campaign out against the WBC with Bud and Shakur talking about the fees and this free and all that other stuff. So, hey. So let's switch gears here and move on to this topic, right? Devin Haney said Boots Ennis is a nobody and exposed him for ducking the fight at 147. Let's see what Devin has to say.
They asked us. They said, are you guys open to doing a Boots fight? I said 100%. At 147, Boots' team came back with, they want to do it at 152. I want to do 152. I never even fought at 147 yet. I said, no, if you come down to 147, we can do the fight.
Okay. So you were willing to fight Boots, but at 147?
Yeah. No, you could ask Mike Coppinger, you could ask Turki Al-Sheikh, you could ask Ish, you could ask.
What happened? Hold on, y'all. Put a one in the chat if Jerron Boots Ennis and Devin the Dream Haney is a realistic fight for you. Put a 2 in the chat if you don't see this as a fight that's ever gonna happen. 1 in the chat if it's a realistic fight. 2 in the chat if you like, nah, that ain't even a realistic fight. That don't even sound like it's gonna happen unless it's on a video game or something. Try to find the video. Hold on, y'all. Okay, I got some 2s in the chat. We got B-Dog in the building. What's up, B-Dog? Marshawn West, Randall 700. Who is this? Cameron Detail. Here we go. The IBF official statement. Let's take a look at this, y'all. And it reads, IBF withdraws sanction of Opataya versus Glanton bout. The International Boxing Federation has withdrawn sanction of the optional defense of the IBF cruiserweight title between champion Jai Opataya and number 15 ranked contender Brandon Glanton, scheduled for March 8th, 2026. The initial sanction followed discussions that began on February 11th when IBF President Daryl Peoples, after learning about the consent on social media, reminded Opataya's representatives of IBF Rule 5, governing champions and unification bouts. After continued dialogue. Hold on. Okay, I guess they don't have the rest of it. But that's their official statement. The belt will go vacant. The belt will go vacant. So I think that sent a message probably to all the other champions that if you think you're finna go over there to Zuffa, I mean, that's cool if you want to toss away. You don't want to be undisputed no more because they paying you 1.7 million. So I mean, if that's good, do what's best for you and your family. It is what it is. I'm not saying that nobody is right or wrong. I'm not saying nobody is right or wrong. Jairo Patai is still doing the face-off with his belt. You know what he thinking? That boy still doing the face-off with his belt on. He say, fuck what y'all talking about. What's up, Thrill Hill? What up, We Game All Night? Well, put that belt down. You done got stripped. I'm trying to find a Devin video so we can hop on that topic real quick. Devin. Now, everybody knew that Jaron Boots Ennis was going up. He had already decided to go up to the 54 division. He said he only wanted to either get undisputed at the division or he was moving up. None of the other champions wanted to fight him. People was crying for him to fight T.O. and all this other stupid stuff. People wanted him to stay at 47. After they cried, about him being a weight bully and needing to go up to 54. So that really didn't make any sense. So then here comes Devin Haney, me and my team. And see, this is why this not going to work, right? This right here trying to act like you offer Boots a fight and he didn't want to fight you. This is why this is not going to work. Because everybody knows that Boots fighting you would be like a cherry pick. Like nobody would be like, oh, this fight gonna be so competitive. It's gonna be so exciting. Like, no, everybody gonna be like, Devin Haney about to get destroyed by Jaron Boots Ennis. So there will be no reason for Boots to ever try to duck you. And like you said, you offer him to fight at 47 and he said he'll take the fight at 52 and you turned down the fight. So technically, Devin, you're the one that turned down the fight, not Boots. Boots didn't turn down the fight. You turned down the fight. You said 47. He counted you with 52. You said no. So you turned down the fight. I'm not saying you ducked it. I'm not saying any. I'm just saying you're the one that turned down the fight. So I don't know why people is feeling like what Devin said make it seem like Boots ducked him or didn't want to fight him in some type of way. He clearly wanted to fight him. He said, yeah, I'll fight you at 152 because you're at a catch weight. You already knew he wasn't about to make 47 no more. He wanted to go up to 54, but he was willing to make you fight you at 52 at the catch weight. So what's the problem with that? So technically, let me clear it up for everybody. Devin said he offered Boots a fight at 47. Boots countered and said, yeah, we can fight, but let's do it at 52. Because you already know I'm not going back to 147 pounds. You already know you seen Eddie Hearn you had already seen Eddie Hearn sit on that interview and tell everybody that the doctor told me I need to move up and I'm doing this and doing that, cutting the weight and blah, 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 and all this other stuff. And I'm this amount of strength. You seen Eddie Hearn do that interview on this internet and say that. And then you're going to come out and be like, yeah, Turkey offer him a fight at 47. Why is Turkey offering him a fight at 47? Why is Turkey offering him a fight at 47? And then he say, no, I'll fight you at 52. Everybody and their mama know I'm done with 47. And you say, nah, I ain't even fought at 147 yet. Okay. So you turned down the fight. You said no. Boots didn't say no to the fight. You did, Devin. You said no to the fight. That's the only thing I'm trying to get clear. Like I don't understand how people see this stuff and they be like, oh, you see that? Boots ducked him. No, Boots said yes, I will fight you. Devin is the one that said no, I won't fight you. Now I'm not even saying anybody ducked. I'm just saying that Devin is the one that turned down the fight. Let me find this video again so I can play it. We got some new people in here. Punch the like button. Trying to find it, y'all. What's up, Savage Bo? Big fights for the military? What's that mean? And we're gonna watch some of these clips from Shakur Stevenson on the Joe Rogan show. Let me see. Let's see what he's talking about. They keep saying Shakur was getting cooked on Joe Rogan. Who's seen the Shakur Joe Rogan interview? Yeah, he haven't even fought at 154 pounds yet, but now he'll go fight Xander. You know, it's just they just say a lot of stuff and people act like just overlook the inconsistencies and the hypocrisy and the things that they be saying. They just continuously overlook them and just treat everything that they're saying as one isolated event and not putting everything they're saying together. I don't understand why they're doing that. I'm trying to find a video, y'all. Hold on. When they really clowning Jao Pataya on X though. I'm gonna find it, y'all. Give me a second. Let me find the video. I'm so glad people stopped talking about Conor Benn. That Conor Benn Regis fight is gonna be terrible. And I'm a fan of Regis. Just Regis and Conor Benn, and you going up to 150. That's an egregious amount of money. Excessive amount of money. So let's see what he had to say. Oh man, why can't I find this video, y'all? Where is the dang old video? Y'all not be feeling like an old person on X. Y'all go follow me on X if you haven't at 2 since 20. I'm almost at 100 followers. I need y'all to go follow me. I be posting on X. So y'all go follow me on X. I don't know how to put the I mean, they said Jao Pataya was the best in the division. And he went over to Zuffa, and they said they only got one other cruiserweight. We got Jupe in the building. Let me drop the link. Jupe Boy RD. We got Jupe Boy RD in the building, ladies and gentlemen. For those of you that don't know, we got Aircraft Carrier in the building, Cash, Crypto, Ramon, Seafood. Then we got 40 people just popped in the building. Y'all punch the like button if you haven't already. I'm glad y'all here. We about to cook and get into it. See, I was trying to keep it smooth. What's up, Jupe, Chef Juke Boy RD in the building.
Hey, 2 Cent, what's up?
What's going on, Juke? Let me get the hand clap. I
Girl,
know it's been a minute.
huh?
I say I know it's been a minute.
I know what happened. I thought you were gonna be on last night. I didn't see.
I mean, let me tell you what happened, right? So I was like, all right, I got 30 minutes before I gotta be on. I'm just gonna lay down real quick, take a quick little nap. Man, I ain't wake up till this morning. I was
Listen,
like,
that's danger. When you get a certain age, you can't be taking no naps. You're gonna be sleeping 10, 12 hours.
I was like, what the hell, man? Yeah. I was like, I gotta get on live today. I gotta go live today.
Well, hey, at least you well rested. You probably deserved the rest. You probably needed it.
Yeah, definitely. What's up, Teach?
Yo.
We got Teach in the building. All right, I was trying to find this video I was going over before my X started tripping. I don't know. You're not supposed to be able to look at X on your computer because it always be freezing up when I try to use my computer to use X. But I'm trying to find a video of Devin Haney saying, he offered Boots to fight at 147 pounds. And I was explaining, like, everybody already knew that Boots was moving up. And Boots didn't turn down the fight. Devin turned down the fight. It wasn't Boots that turned down the fight. It was Devin that turned down the fight. What's up, Mr. Greg? Devin said, hey, I want to fight at 47. Boots said, yeah, we can fight, but it got to be at 52. And Devin said, no, I'm good. So before we run around and we get the narrative started that Boots, that's not what happened. And I'm not saying anybody ducked anybody. I'm just pointing out the fact that Devin was the one that turned down the fight. We got Mr. Greg in the building. What up, Mr. Greg?
Hey, T-Set. I'll see you in a while. I'm glad you're back.
What up, Mr. Greg? How you been?
I'm good. Can you hear me?
Mr. Greg.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay. Hey, Juke. I get a chance to speak to you directly, but well, how's everyone doing?
Doing good.
That's good.
First, the first thing I discussed, though, we can discuss it too if y'all want to, was this IBF Zuffa situation. What do y'all want to talk about that?
Yeah, I mean, salute to Juke, 2 Cents, Mr. Greg. Salute to Cash. Yeah, like when I first saw the news, I'm like, okay, Jai and his team going into this should know that there was a conflict of interest, right? Because we all knew what Zuffa wanted to do.
Hold on, Teach. Let me get these super chats real quick. Shout out to Randall 700 with the $1.99 in the super chat, just showing support to the channel. Thank you for your support, Randall. Next, we got Marshawn West with the orange. She got the $20 in the super chat. And I don't know if y'all know, but orange is my favorite color. So I love when I see orange in the super chat. And she says, for your hard work. Shout out Marshawn West. With a 20-piece. Next, we got Aircraft Carrier in the building. He says, salute 2 Cents with the $1.99 in the super chat. Shout out Aircraft Carrier. We got Cash Crypto in the building. What up, Cash?
What up, everybody?
Hey, Cash.
All right, so what you say? Go ahead, Teach.
I just wanted to say, Jai and his team should have known that there was a conflict of interest going into this thing, signing up with Zuffa, because everybody knew what Zuffa was going to do with the UBO. They didn't care about the other sanctioning body, and they should have gone in there with that mindset. I don't know if they went in there thinking that they could get one over on the sanctioning body, because becoming undisputed with Zuffa, that's definitely not a possibility. So I'm wondering what was going through his head, like when they signed up with Zuffa and him wanting to become undisputed. It just doesn't make any sense to me. But the IBF did what they had to do. I agree. I agree with the move that they made for sure, because I mean, if you're not going to recognize my belt, like why fight on Zuffa? So that's the way I feel about it.
Well, I think we got to understand, like, the way I see it, I feel like if you a champion and you go to Zuffa, you should just drop your belt. Because if I was a sanctioning bodies, I'm not gonna let you go to Zuffa with my belt and then you get a Zuffa belt and you're using my belt to legitimize the Zuffa belt. You feel what I'm saying? Like, I'm not about to let you do that, because
I feel you.
Y'all were the ones that waged the war on the sanctioning bodies, for one, and for two, y'all are the ones that are doing exactly what you told the fans you wouldn't do, which is create a whole nother belt in another side of the street. Like, I don't understand how people is cool with Zuffa when they're doing exactly what you don't want. So to just throw everything away to fight for this quote unquote Zuffa belt win, in all honesty, we don't even know if this shit really gonna be around in 5 years. You know what I'm saying? And so when 5 years pass, like, this is a political game. If Zuffa fails or Zuffa not around, are y'all just gonna hop back into the regular sanctioning bodies? Like, you had Shakur Stevenson and Keyshawn and saying all this stuff about the belts. Now the Saudis going to war. They pulling out of all the investments they made in the U.S. We don't really know how that's going to affect boxing and how that's going to be moving forward to all these people that were being funded by the Saudis. Are they going to be able to hop back into contention in these sanctioning bodies and be champions? Or is it not going to matter no more? Are you not going to need the belt? Like, what direction are we going to go in with all of this when up until this point, everybody's been priding themselves and crying about who ain't unified and the belts. So I just think everybody's in like a weird spot, especially these quote unquote hard fans that's put so much stock into these belts when shit, it ain't even worth it. I just dropped this belt and go fight for a Zuffa belt that ain't even been around a full year yet. So I don't know. What y'all think?
I agree.
Obviously, yeah.
I get the idea of the feeling that when you're talking about jumping around, there's going to be a lot of that going on. When you mention what's going on outside of boxing with the world, that's going to have some effect as well, because everything is political. Everything, particularly when you got international athletes competing with each other. Some countries are not going to allow their athletes to come to other countries just because you're beefing with their government. So that's going to play a role. What Zuffa did, in my opinion, they were kind of amounts to throwing everything they could against the wall and see what sticks. And what's going to really happen, in my opinion, is that fighters are going to look for opportunities. And if they have to give up what little belt they have, particularly if they're not making as much money as they want with the belt, they're going to jump over here. IBF was correct. You're not going to use us as a tool to get more money for someone who's already disrespected us and what we're doing. But this is what happens when you got, as they used to say, everybody wants to be the chief, nobody wants to be the Indian. So everybody wants to form their own organization, make grand promises, and then you find out all you're doing is creating more chaos and disarray in the world of boxing. These organizations and managers and promoters and so forth never really take the time out to say, let's make a unified sport. You've seen it happen in baseball. It took a while, but it happened. You saw it happen in basketball. You saw it happen in football. There were a number of organizations that had their own fiefdom as well. Boxing has never tended to do that and still hasn't done that. And now they're making it even more chaotic. So this has to be played out in a way that we can benefit at least. Maybe we'll see a lot of fights that we haven't seen because of all the splitting up. I don't know if that's going to happen. But right now, we're going to have to deal with some chaos for sure. And so I hope the fighters themselves, if they can't get unifications, if they can't get certain things happening for them, at the least that they are able to get some kind of livable income from all of these organizations, as long as they don't get trapped into these long-term contracts. You can't go over there and take it there. But I kind of feel that's what's going to happen. And initially, there's going to be jumping around. Zuffa has no more money and falls apart. What happens to those fighters over there? Will they be able to come back? Because you just asked that question. Will they be let back in to what organizations are left? So this is the kind of chaos that happens when people don't plan out. This is like a kid lashing out because he can't have his toy or he can't play where he wants to go and then break stuff up. But then everybody else has toys that are working, but now he wants to play with theirs and can't. That's how I'm seeing this, as just lashing out. So I'll land there on that.
All right.
I was just gonna say I agree with everything y'all saying. And I feel like we warned about this. We said that it would create another side of the street. It's the UFC model, And just like UFC and Bellator didn't fight and UFC didn't fight PFL, it was going to be the same thing. They could say, "I was making it better. It's going to make it better." Of course, it's not. And Jao Patai should have known better. And it can't be mad at IBF or any other sanctioned body at this point because you're right. Zuffa, Ring, Turkey, that whole conglomerate have waged war on traditional boxing and their belt, and we saw how they did Suleiman with the WBC belt. They didn't want the belt. They're going to try to downplay it and use their belt to like you said, legitimize the Zuffa belt. And so my thing is, if you're doing these things to like create your own boxing, your own rankings, your own everything, then do that. You shouldn't do it off of my back. And that's reasonable. So you gotta make a decision. So I agree. If you're gonna go fight for Zuffa, just drop your traditional belts. Of course, everybody hate the belts. You don't like them. That's fine. And they have legitimate criticisms to not like some of the traditional belts. Then I think people just got to make a decision. And I think Jai kind of wants to straddle the fence a little bit. Because it's like you're making you're taking a risk here with this new boxing this new boxing organization, and they haven't really shown. All we have example to go by is UFC, and as UFC, even the UFC model is seeing better days, and their fighters are notorious for like having legal issues and all that. So I don't really see a problem. I think this is gonna be a split and a rift that we said. So I said that man gonna come in. We're gonna eventually get less fights, and these little fights we're getting right now, you gotta ask yourself: is it worth this splitting and getting less fights in the future in the long term? And people didn't believe it. They don't think fat means greasy, but I think they know now.
All right, shout out to Terrell Cameron in the Cash App with the $5. He says, gloves off. Shout out to everybody that support the channel today. Anybody else want to chime in on that before I play this video from Tim Bradley?
Nah, I agree with everything y'all said.
Yeah, man. I mean,
and your debate hit the nail on the head. I mean, if we would have known about Zuffa, you would have dissected that too. So shit, man.
I mean, everything. Listen, it's crazy work, man. I don't see how people didn't see this coming. Like, I really don't see. How did I see this coming, but y'all didn't? I don't understand.
Storm Bradley, you already know the damn rest. Man, the Ring Magazine is bullshit too. They just like all the rest of the damn sanctioned bodies. Ain't nothing different about these motherfuckers, man. For real, ain't nothing different about y'all ass, man. Y'all controlling everything. Y'all controlling the narrative too. Just like all these other damn organizations, man. Talking about, man, I'm sick of y'all motherfucking fighters. Well, I just want to fight for the ring belt. I just want to fight for the ring belt. All this bullshit. You know the Ring Magazine belt collect dust too? Yeah, that motherfucker collect dust too. It sit right there on the shelf, just like every other fucking belt. It collects dust too. Oh, it's just because the belts just sit there and collects dust. I heard your dumb ass yesterday, man. Jai Opatayev, I heard your ass yesterday too. You sounded stupid as hell. Yeah, that Zuffa belt, that shit gonna collect dust too. It's gonna sit on it's gonna collect, but it's free, Tim. It's free. The shit still gonna collect dust. That's what it's gonna do. Collect dust. Yeah, and what the fuck? What does it mean right now? It don't mean shit. You lost your title. That meant something. The IBF title, man. That meant something. Yeah, it's been around for a long ass time. Yep, you lost your title. Because you're going after this Zuffa bullshit, man. I don't understand it, man. I really don't understand it. But look, hey, Ring Magazine, y'all talking about y'all have rules and y'all gonna be following the rules. Y'all gonna be following y'all gonna follow the rules. Shit. You already know who's the number one guy to be facing Usyk. Why the hell is Usyk fighting a kickboxer? Why is he fighting a kickboxer? Shit, he should be facing the number one guy. That's who he should be fucking facing. Wardley, on y'all, according to y'all rankings, Wardley, that's who he should be fucking facing. But he ain't facing Wardley. He facing a kickboxer. You know? And now, if y'all have the number one versus the number two, Caballero versus Wardley, and the winner faces the champion, who is Usyk, then I feel it. I love it. I love it to damn death, but y'all ain't got it like that. No. Y'all doing what the hell y'all want to do. So I got a problem with y'all too. Yeah, y'all got a problem with all the other sanctioned bodies. Y'all doing the same damn shit they doing. The same damn shit. Number one ain't facing number two. Nope. Hey, and I saw what you said, Shakur. I get it. You want the Ring Magazine belt, but yeah, you know who's the guy that's underneath you? His name is Dalton Smith at 140. You got that belt? I got it. Okay, you got that belt? Okay, but you should be facing Dalton Smith. That's who you should be facing. And who else? At 140. But at 135, you know who's underneath you, the number one guy underneath you? Yeah, it's Murataya. Go ahead and make that fight happen. Come on, Ring Magazine. Murataya, according to y'all ratings, Murataya is that guy. Yeah. He should be fighting Shakur at 135 because you got his ass ranked in 2 spots. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Number 1, Shakur. Number 2 is Murataya, and the Ring Magazine belt is vacant at 135. Oh, yeah. So, anyways, man, miss me with this shit. Y'all, hey, y'all the same. Y'all just like all these other motherfucking things, man. Ain't nothing different about y'all ass, for real. Ain't nothing different about you. And John Pataya, who the hell had the Zuffa belt? You getting the first one, dog. The first one. You ain't fought nobody else for it. You ain't fought nobody else for it. Ain't nobody else retained it. This shit don't mean shit. It don't mean a fucking thing. Yeah, oh, I'm getting the Zuffa belt. It's just like the WBC creating another fucking belt for the sanction of fight. Yeah, we got the WBC Diamond belt. Well, we got the Zuffa belt. Yeah, creating a fucking belt. Yeah, ain't nothing different about y'all ass, man, for real. So I don't know why y'all be pushing all this bullshit, all this propaganda bullshit, talking about the ring belt is the only belt that matters, and now that y'all bringing in this fucking Zuffa belt. I'm telling y'all, man, for real, man. You don't listen to all this fugazi. All this shit is stupid, man. For real. Everything they preaching is y'all trying to beat this shit over the head of them. It's crazy to me, man. It's like, why y'all gotta try to sell this shit? You don't have to. Let it be what it's gonna be. But damn, y'all beating us over the head with this bullshit, and y'all getting the fighters all fucked up in the head. Talking about, I don't want no IBF title. I don't want no WBC title because I don't want to pay. The shit gonna collect dust anyway. Any title you get gonna collect dust. Anyway, man, I'm Tim Desert Storm Bradley. You already know the damn rest, man, and I'm out.
Woo! What's y'all 2 cents about that?
Well, I tend to like what Tim said. Nobody has created a boxing league that's any different than what we already have. We just have we have watered down versions from those of us who used to watch boxing, I say from late 60s, 70s and so forth. So certainly boxing has been watered down, but the nonsense with the the sanctioning bodies, with anything that has to do with the business of boxing has made the sport more and more convoluted and more frustrating to the fans, if anything. And what Tim is saying, yeah, they're doing the exact same thing because it's always about having control of things. And when you exert control, you then got to lay down law. Here's what we allow. Here's what we won't. You want to come over here. Here's what we want you to do. And we need you to sign this, that, and the other. So if you're with someone and you're leaving them, and you can't take what they gave you or what you want and bring it over to somebody else. So naturally, if you leave in established boxing platforms or what have you to go over to Zuffa, you got to leave your belt. You really leaving your status, because if I would have to come over, now I'm have to fight whoever they put in front of me to get what's called the Zuffa belt, and listen to people ask, well, what the hell is a Zuffa belt? You know what I mean? It's bad enough that most people, and particularly those from my age, don't even know what's happening in boxing anymore and really don't care at this point. So what Tim is sort of saying to me is, we don't really care because you're doing the same thing that's already happening. You're just creating more, as I just said, you're just creating more chaos. That's what I think he's saying. And now if I'm wrong, somebody will certainly correct me on it, but that's how I see what he says.
Yeah. Anybody else?
I think, I mean, Tim Bradley's funny because sometimes, I feel like what happens is that people are with the establishment and all different stuff. It depends on if it's, if it works with them at the time. And I think Tim Bradley has the liberty to speak out more, maybe tell his real opinion more because he's not tied to ESPN. But propaganda is real. And Zuffa's not the first people to do it because ESPN had it for a while. I remember ESPN, top ranked ESPN, their propaganda was, PBC's ducking us, everybody. Because I remember they used to spend a lot of time in between bouts with their propaganda. I don't think it was as strong as Zuffa's, but it is, right? And Ring, right? But he's right. And I think because he's not connected and he's like a free agent, he can say what he want to say. And so, but he didn't say anything wrong here. And they did make it more complicated. And there does seem like there's this really stealth propaganda about Ring Magazine and or Zuffa, right? Which is connected now. And I'm noticing it because, like, I did see that. Not only did I see what Jai said, but I saw that Shakur recently was talking about, the ring belt. And I remember right before then, Bud was doing the same, right? And they're trying to really stress the importance of the ring belt. Like, I really want this ring belt, and that's what I care about. And they're trying to get away from. And at the same time, it's on the heels of you saying, "Oh my God, the WBC is wrong for they're wrong for this particular thing, right? They're wrong because, they took my belt. I didn't pay the sanction fee. I shouldn't have had to, despite the fact that, Canelo and others have done it. They didn't do anything outside of their rules. They didn't, because that's because you could have sued them, right? They didn't have to implement the rules. Sometimes they do when they do what they want to, they don't when they don't want to, but that's all the belts, right? But to Tim's credit, Ring is doing the same thing. They rank people, but you don't see those people fighting, right? It is what it is. And then, like I was starting to say on Dean's channel, the Ring is just is actually more corrupt than any other time because the difference is that you have the reason why Ring was like their pound for pound and all that kind of made sense is because they didn't have boxers. They didn't have boxers signed to them. They didn't have a promotional outfit connected to them, right? Like they were supposed to be impartial, right? But they're not now. So of course, the people who ranking and all that, and who gets to fight and who don't, is dependent upon their allegiance to them. So that's why. So when people talk about legacy and belts and all that, they're wondering that they're no better than anyone else. But it is a huge propaganda, this push to make Ring the thing because they want to pretty much make their belt the belt that everyone looks at as the belt, right? And they want to kind of delegitimize WBC, WBA, and that's what's crazy about that. It's going to be hard to do because everyone talks about legacy, but the belts they're trying to discredit are the ones with the legacy. They're the oldest belts. Ring is old. I think WBA is older. And Ring never had bout sanction. They will come in and say, "I'll present my belt here and there," but they're not.
It's a trophy from a magazine.
Yeah, they're not as attached. They're not attached to as many fights, right? They're not. Versus WBA and WBC are. So if you're going to Zuffa, you can't connect yourself to the greats. You can't there's no connection between those bouts of old and the Sugar Ray Robinsons and all. You can't connect yourself to that. So you can't talk about legacy. That's literally legacy is a connection. You're literally severing the connection in doing this. So
for money.
Yeah, for money. And that's what it is. And so what Mr. Greg said was an excellent point. The reason why a lot of young people, and they're trying to having a hard time keeping people interested in boxing is because it's so convoluted and confusing to understand. Like my dad stepped away for a while. And I was trying to explain the belt situation. He was like, "Oh my God, I don't get time to follow this." It's annoying, but then people are mad like, "No, the belts are everything." But it's hard to bring in new fans when it's so willy-nilly like this. And it's hard to know who's fighting it. Wait, this is that. It's changing every 5 seconds. So yeah, I agree. It's a mess. And Zuffa didn't make it any better. I told people this, but they didn't believe me.
But the new fans that come into boxing, they don't. That's what I'm saying. They don't care about that belt stuff. That's why people saying, "Oh well, it'll be a unified fight. It'll be." Well, your average fan don't care. They not like, "Oh, it's a unified fight. I'm gonna watch it now." That's not what people are thinking when they.
Absolutely, you see how when Mike Tyson fought Paul. I remember my friends and my auntie's mom, Mike Tyson fighting. They didn't care about no belt. They never watched for a belt. And I mean, then they tracked it more. So yeah, championship fight, great, but that's not necessarily everything. That's not the end all be all, right? And it's again this Ring situation. They are the least legitimate because, and it's not just with Turkey. It was with Oscar too. Once the people who own the rankings has a stable, you're no longer credible. That's a conflict of interest. That's a direct conflict. You're no longer legitimate. So people saying, "Oh, pound for pound, this it doesn't matter." It's a rethink about it. Remember how we seen PBC for a long time, and remember they had their own little show on Fox. But you remember they never had their own pound for pound rankings. You notice that they're the only boxing outfit that didn't have their own pound for pound rankings because it would look. I mean, you can have your opinions, but it's gonna be clearly gonna be biased. Same thing with ESPN. It's clearly gonna be biased to your fighters on your ranking. It behooves you to say your fighters are the pound for pound greatest in the world.
You got shout out.
You know
Shout
what's
out
funny?
manager. Hold on. Shout out
let me-
manager Marty in the building. What up, manager Marty?
So let me say this.
building?
You said,
Go ahead.
let me say this before you play the video. So I mean I agree with Tim Bradley when he said, hey, they're making another side of the street. But you know, all that is being done by design. And it first started with the Ring magazine, by Turkey taking over Ring magazine. Now when Oscar had it, you know, Ring magazine, it wasn't as powerful as it was today. Now Turkey took it and he turned it into like one of these powerful media entities. Like I remember I used to go to Boxing Scene and all this stuff from boxing news, but now mostly I'm going to the Ring magazine. So he made that into what it is today. And then he started with Zuffa now, right? Now with the whole thing with Jairo Bataya, it's like loss of credibility, like by stripping the actual best fighter in the division, which people think Opataya is the best fighter in the division. The IBF belt, you know, becomes like this paper trophy. That's what they're trying to do, right? Because everybody knows that Opataya is like the real champ, but he has a physical belt.
How does the IBF become a paper trophy because they strip Opataya? I don't understand that.
So that's their angle. That's what Zuffa wants to do. He wants to make the sanctioning body irrelevant, and it starts with this move, right? It starts with them stripping Opataya.
You got like a weird clicking coming from your mic. So go ahead.
And yeah, and then you know, when other fighters see this, it's like fighters like they're leverage, right? Like fighters are now realizing that hey, we don't need these sanctioning bodies anymore. IBF, WBC, WBA, WBO. As much as they needed them before, they don't need them now because they have like a platform like Zuffa. Now, my question to you guys is, since Turkey made the Ring magazine as powerful as it is now, what makes you think Zuffa is not going to become powerful?
What makes you think Ring magazine is powerful?
Because it's like mainstream media today for boxers right now. Like everybody's going to the Ring magazine for their news.
No, they're not.
I disagree. So that's the
Ring
thing.
magazine has no credibility. Nobody takes
Yeah, I think
the Ring magazine seriously.
your question assumes something that I don't think is agreed upon, right? So you're saying Turkey made Ring powerful, but you're not able to explain that because you're saying, oh, everyone goes to Zuffa for a Ring for their news. That's not true because that's the case. You know, a boxing scene wouldn't get as much traction. Still, they do. Fight Hype wouldn't get as much traction. Still, they do. You still got other platforms that get a lot of traction. And for example, when and I don't know if this is just recency bias because you just don't know about like the history of Ring. Ring was its most powerful when it was when they had paper subscriptions. Everybody went on the website. I mean, they had the casual fans. Like we used to keep the magazines, put them as make them posters in your bedroom. Like we used to use. Like I remember, like I went to my buddy's house and they have like the old Ring magazine covers in the basement. All that. Like that's when Ring was powerful. Just because you're people who are online a lot. Just because you're online and you're following this niche group, you think that makes them powerful. It's just as niche as boxing scene. Ring magazine is not even more powerful, to be honest. I don't think they're more powerful. The difference is that they have a boxing stable now, and what actually it's not that they're powerful. They have a lot of money, have more money behind them. I will give you that. They have more money, and money can translate into power. However, if anything, they're less credible. Ring used to be credible. And so, and also, if they were so powerful, you wouldn't have to have this whole propaganda arm. You wouldn't have to have fighters saying, "Oh my God, the Ring is the best. You need to get the Ring." It's all that. Like you have literal commercials out through fighters. It would be an organic process. For example, The WBC became a more popular belt organically over time because of the matchups they were putting on that was associated with it, right? If I have to put a lot of money in it, then that's not saying I'm powerful. It says I'm trying to get power via the money that I have at my disposal. So I don't think that they're more powerful. They just have a boxing stable now, and they have money coming from overseas, right? That may be in for the long term, may not. We don't know, right? Well, that remains to be seen. But I don't think they're more powerful. I don't think it's what everybody goes to. I mean, people go to Ring magazine events. People are still going to the Golden Boy events. People still going to the PBC events. I don't see any more powerful unless I don't know what definition you mean. If you just mean money, maybe, but I don't see it. They're less credible.
You mean propaganda, maybe?
Yeah, they're less credible. Like no one really holds it because you own the magazine. Like that's like me I have kids and I'm like, my kids are the best in the world. Then I'll have a magazine. Of course, I'm gonna rank my kids over everybody else's kids. Like it's duh. It's really think about it for a second.
Let me respond to this comment real quick, Jupiter, then I'm gonna hand it over to Manager Marty. Timmy T88 says Ring is legit. I noticed Tank fans tear it down. Let me address this real quick, right? Because first of all, I don't know if you was here when I played the video of Tim Bradley talking about the Ring magazine, which is why we're discussing it. And second of all, I don't get like this weird thing y'all do where y'all base y'all opinions about stuff and other fighters on how y'all feel about other men. Like I don't get that, because I don't base my opinions in boxing based off how I feel about Tank Davis. Like I don't is that what y'all do? Is that why y'all keep accusing me of that? Because what I'm saying about Ring magazine don't have one thing to do with Gervonta Tank Davis. Like I don't get y'all obsession with this little light-skinned man. Like it's
that is
crazy.
so weird because we have not talked about him at all.
It's crazy.
We didn't even brought him up. And guess
Manager
what?
Marty, what's up? What you got for the show?
No, let her cook. I want to hear what she have to say. I
Go
got
ahead,
you. She was cooking right now.
Hi, Mr. Marty. I was just gonna say I don't understand what Tank got to do with this, because guess what? I'm also a Shakur fan. I said that fight's 50-50. I can see Shakur beating. Like I'm also a Shakur fan.
Me too.
I'm also a Bud fan. I'm also a Boots fan. Like I love Beterbiev. Like I'm a fan of a lot of. I've been a fan probably longer than you've been born, probably, because I don't know. You guys start making anything about Tank. Tank is not. I don't know. I don't understand what he got to do with Ring. What he said is factual, and that Ring has a conflict of interest now because there used to be a standalone magazine and they judged everybody fairly, so they had no favoritism to a particular boxing stable. But now they are a boxing stable, so that automatically means there's a conflict of interest. And that's actually a bigger conflict of interest than any of the sanctioning bodies do, even though they have some too. But guess what? The WBC doesn't have a stable of fighters. The IBF don't have a stable of fighters. The WBO don't have, well, they kind of do with Top Rank. The WBA don't have a stable of fighters. They have less conflict of interest than the Ring. Like if this was a business, they would it's illegal. Like you can literally get them fined or shut down over it. If this was actual,
but this what they cheering for, the Juke. This what they want.
Do stuff like that. It's a conflict of interest.
And this is why this is the chaos that we were just talking about. This is more chaos, more chaos. And what I think I want to talk about that the management come in, is they want to use the perception of what Ring magazine once was as a sort of a launching pad. As this is where you should be watching. See, this is who you should be watching, the guys who are doing this. Same thing with pound for pound. People forget don't even know the history of pound for pound. It was created for one fighter, the great Sugar Ray Robinson. And the reason why it was done so, if fighters really want to claim that, is because his performances in the ring and the people that he fought separated him from all the other fighters that were out there at that time. When the guys talk about they pound for pound, you got to ask them, what have they done? Have they separated themselves? Have they fought the Jake LaMotta's? Have they fought, the Kid Gavilans and those kinds, using those kinds of examples to separate themselves from all the other guys? You just had claiming pound for pound, and everybody claims pound for pound in their little sanctioning body or their little organization, but that's what it meant. that you were just that good that they had to created something for you to show you to show the world, I should say, how good you really were. These guys are not fighting like that now today. They don't even understand that. They just know pound for pound has a certain prestige to it, a certain glamour to it, even though it's watered down. But
They're not
that's
even using the old rules. They
yeah,
making up new rules. It's not even
yeah.
based like technically. And the ring started doing that. Technically, heavyweight shouldn't be on the pound for pound. They started doing that to get some magazine subscriptions because Mike Tyson was so popular. It's not supposed to be heavyweights on there. Like they're not like, and it has nothing to do with accolades either. But y'all don't know that either. So
It's
What's
and,
up?
and that's the case. Oh, I'm sorry. I'll be quiet.
Oh, what's up, Manager Marty?
Hey, salute to everybody.
What's
Salute,
up,
two
Will?
cents. Thank you for having me on, Mr. Greg. Salute to you, man. I miss you, buddy. Jupe, and I hope I'm pronouncing your name correctly, Jupe. It's always good to hear from you. I was on here with the last 5 minutes, and you were just air frying Jupe. So salute to you as well. And I think there's somebody else on here, but salute to you, whoever
teach.
the other teach. Salute to you, teach. To salute to the chat. I don't know what the topic is, but when I got on, all I kept hearing people talk about is the ring belt, and it made me think about. Can you hear me, two cents?
Yeah, we hear you loud and clear.
Oh, all right. It made me think about this one fact about the ring. Um, if you go back and look at the history of the ring, even all the way up until today, the Ring magazine belt itself, you won't find too many boxers that tout that belt around or showcase that belt without that same particular boxer or fighter having other belts around their waist. In other words, is no one's walking around with the ring belt by itself. Have any of you ever seen that? You always seen the fighters have the ring belt around their shoulders while they're having other sanctioning belts on their shoulders. You see my point?
Mm-hmm.
So the Ring magazine belt is exactly what Jupe and Mr. Greg said. It is what it is, right? But let me also go a step further. In boxing negotiations, and I have never ever in my life been in any negotiation, and there is no negotiation tactic for any promoter or manager in the business that ever walked into a negotiating a room and brought up the fact that their fighter was a ring champion. It's never happened. The sponsorship money don't come in uh, for a fighter that's a ring champion. But for the WBC, WBA, WBO, IBF, IBO, sponsorship money come in when you have the prestige and the credibility of those sanctioning bodies representing the fighter and the fighter representing that sanctioning body as a world title holder, not the ring title. We respect what the magazine has done over the years. Oscar De La Hoya, he has been doing a good job in the past, like Juke brought up, as far as selling magazines, right? And, I used to buy those magazines back in the day, but it was one line on top of that. Because I used to like really go to, I don't know if y'all have any familiarity with the store Rite Aid. They all closed down in the country now, but there was it was a store called Rite Aid, and it was a pharmacy connected to it, and I would go there almost every month to purchase the Ring magazines. And one day I went in there to purchase a Ring magazine, and I noticed that on the top of the magazine, it in quotes it said the Bible of boxing. I don't know if you all remember any of that, the Bible of boxing, and I stopped buying it because of my Christian faith. Nothing else is the Bible except for the Bible. But I understood that was the credibility that they were advertising, right? And it meant something. But nowadays, like you point out, very good point. It's biased now when you start talking about a ranking system because Turkey Island Sheep bought it from De La Hoya. So, I mean, it's good for promotional purposes to build an event around it. But the ranking systems, no one gets paid based on the ranking system of the ring. No one gets paid extra money for walking around with their title, nor do people negotiate um, or use any leverage in negotiations with their fighter being a ring champion. And I think it's even worse for the Zuffa belt because I heard someone bring up Zuffa. And the thing about Zuffa is this, and I was just
Well,
explaining it.
not to cut you off. We were talking
Oh,
about the Jai Opataya situation to where now he's getting stripped of the IBF belt because he's chosen to fight for the Zuffa belt and go over there with Zuffa,
oh,
and they're not sanctioning that fight now.
yes. The only way they can sanction that bout is if he paid his sanctioning fees and if that title was going to be represented either for that fight or he was fighting for another world title, and he was still going to be walking around with the IBF title. So that's basically what happened. And of course, as we know, when a fighter doesn't adhere to the fees, they'll get stripped. And I know some people might say, and I'm not saying the panel here because I just got on here, but in general, most people would say that that's egregious. And they'll say, well, how can you strip a champion if this champion walked around with your title, represented the championship very well, and still paid the fees? There's an element in that whole entire process, and I wanted to educate the audience here. It's very simple. The fighter is not the only fighter that's representing that sanctioning body and that's obligated and required to pay sanctioning fees. The promoter of that fighter has to also pay sanctioning fees. I just wanted to make sure that's clear. So it's not just about the fighter not paying the sanctioning fee. What it is that the other participants, like the challenger, has to put up 2% of his or her purse when they're challenging for that same world title. And then the promoter has two separate fees. You have the promoter paying one specific fee to get the fighter ranked in that organization's ranking system in the first place. And then the second fee that the promoter has to pay are the fees associated with the four delegates or the four executives to be flown out to the event, tickets, hotel stay, and a daily per diem. All of that's on the expense of the promoter. So in that process, yes, the fighter has to pay the 3% as the champion, but other entities are paying into this system as well. And so it wouldn't be fair for everyone else to have to pay into the system, but the fighter don't. And I have to say this because I think this is equally as important. It's a business move because the sanctioning body is saying, look, if you fight representing our world title, we don't want you dissing us for the competition. Because with all due respect to the Zuffa belt, but that doesn't hold any weight. I mean, with all due respect. So that's basically the process of basically how it works. Ja has represented the championship belt uh, pretty well. And I hope that somehow, some way, they can work on moving forward with him, even if he don't represent the IBF, but he gets a world championship from the recognized sanctioning bodies opposed to Zuffa belt. And I'll explain more about that later on. I'll park my school bus here.
Marty Finney.
Aircraft carrier, nobody is dismissing the ring belt. We're just saying that people are like, fuck all the other belts. I just want to fight for the ring belt and this and that. And we're just pointing out the fact that the ring belt is just a trophy from a magazine.
Yeah, and it's
Right?
always
It
yeah, like
can't be taken to credence to where it's just so high priority when the people that make the rankings own the magazine. And then who's even taking the ring ranking serious? Like they got champions that's not even on their rankings. Like nobody is taking any of that ring ranking stuff serious. It's cool, it's there. We can look at it for reference and talk about it. It's good for talking points, and they got their nice little trophy belt that they like to hand out to people. But for people to be like, oh, we don't need the WBC, we don't need any other sanctioning bodies, we just need the ring belt. I mean, it's like really, what's the ring belt? But I think it's interesting what Teach said, and I want to know what y'all think about this. Where in his perception, it's like, okay, well, Zuffa is just going to recruit all the champions and make them drop their belts, and now those sanctioning bodies are going to be illegitimized because the people that are quote unquote the best are now over at Zuffa and they're not going to have that belt anymore. I don't personally believe that for the simple fact that one is 4 different sanctioning bodies. So they would have to get all the champions from all the sanctioning bodies to drop their belts and go sign for Zuffa for that plan to even be executed in that manner, in my opinion. What y'all think
What
about
would
that?
be the motivation for that? For everybody
Because
to the belt who fought hard, and some of them have fought hard for the belt and got to a certain status where they're making certain kinds of money. What's going to be the motivation from Zuffa for all of those guys to say, okay, you can have your belts back. I'm going over here. What's going to draw them over there? What does Zuffa really have to be able to do that? Because that's a tall order. As we know, there's 4 champions in almost every division.
right.
So if you try to grab at least the top 4 from every division, what are you
Or 2 or
offering?
3 divisions. It don't even
Yeah,
gotta be every division.
and that's just
Because Zuffa's not nothing stable enough to even hang your career on like that.
mhm.
Like that could be a very huge mistake that you're making.
Yeah, that's ambition, and that's what's going to cause. Like I said, that's what I believe is going to also add to the chaos that boxing already has. Because maybe one will leave from one division, 2 will leave from another division. Somebody will come over, get stuck in negotiations, then want to come back. There's going to be a whole bunch of that kind of stuff, and maybe they don't like the rules. Maybe there's not enough money that's actually going to draw them in. But I don't even know what's really going to draw them in the first place,
So,
unless you're just unhappy.
Mr. Greg,
Yeah.
imagine if Zuffa would have gotten Bam Rodriguez, right? The motivation for him is definitely money, because we heard that Eddie Hearn matched the deal to keep him. So right now the motivation is just money to get these guys for now.
I'll agree with you that that's what I said earlier. I hope at the very least that the money that's going to be given them, offered them, and I don't know how they all do it, but that has to be the number one motivation. But we're talking about trying to grab all of them. Is there enough money? Let's just say I'm a guy who's already getting 3 to 4 million per fight. What's the motivation for me to stop, get that over here, and come over here? Is Zuffa going to offer me 6 to 8 million or 5 to 6 million? And if so, for how long? And how is it going to be paid? Because you're already over here with the devil that you know. Now you got to go over here with the devil that you don't know. Is it worth it to do it? And if you do that, how much will I get sued? For instance, that's what I'm saying about. Is so much that has to go into that you try to use certain aspects of something to make it worthwhile over on your side of the table until you get there and realize, no, but now you're stuck. Some of the fighters are probably going to get stuck and wish they hadn't done it. I hope whatever takes place, I hope the fighter is the one who benefits regardless of how they go, because the business of boxing is already, in my opinion, hurt fighters more than it's helped the sport or the fighters itself. So if all of this new stuff that's taking place benefits the fighters, at least financially, then I'm going to be able to say, okay, I understand why you did it. I understand that there was money for you to get, and you did in fact get it. But I don't think it's going to work that way. I think it's just going to, because the guys that you want, for instance, if I'm fighting at welterweight, right? The guys usually that I want to fight or look forward to, to competing against may not be over at Zuffa. So yes, I want to make money, but if I'm an athlete, I also want to pit my skills against those who are supposed to be on the same level as me, but now they're not over here. I might be getting some money fighting okay guys, or maybe even lesser guys. But what I want as an athlete, as a fighter, my own ego is not going to get satisfied, because the real smoke, the real competition, it's not over here. So how do I reconcile that?
Yeah, you know what, too, I want to say about that. I think that's their goal, definitely, is to like take over boxing. He said it. He wants to get rid of all the traditional boxing, the legacy boxing. And that's what's so funny, because I wonder how people are reconciling those two ideas, right? It's like, oh, Zuffa can take over, and they were rooting for Zuffa to take over. But if Zuffa takes over, then these same people talk about legacy. Well, Zuffa has no attachment to the legacy of boxing.
Mm-hmm.
So you're literally severing that legacy while telling us we got to care about legacy. It's like, I just feel like everyone's arguments have been so contradictory on his face. It's like you're saying, oh, yeah, rooting for Zuffa, knowing that they wanted to destroy the legacy of boxing. And it was spearheaded by people who hated boxing. And yet these boxing diehards argue with us every day. argue with us every day for the people who wanted to destroy boxing. And now, yeah, they're trying to do that. And, you know, that he wasn't able to get BAM, right? It was a thing. He wasn't able to get BAM. And, you know, certain people are going over there, fine. Some people feel like they can go back. But I think people got to consider some people also, there are fighters who care about the legacy. So you can go to Zuffa. Are you connected? Do you have a lineage? Is your belt, when you get a belt at welterweight, is it going to be the same belt that I don't know, that Floyd had? No. Is it going? Are you going to have the same lineage of Hearn and all the other people? No. So that's a consideration too, that they do have money. But then we got to look at it from this way too. So I don't know if you guys heard recently what Big Baby Miller said. He said he had an offer from Zuffa since last year. And he said it just wasn't great, like the offer he got. And he has a ton of friends and people in UFC, and he see how they've been dealt with. And so you have fighters like even like Big Baby Miller, who's not a big star, who's saying he has concerns with Zuffa, and that what they offered him was way less, 30 to 40% lower than what he's gotten in previous times from Zuffa. Like there's an article about it. I can probably put a link if you guys want. Let me see. But yeah, and he talks about that, right? So you have people, if you're having a hard time getting Big Baby Miller, think about this for a second. Think about this for a second. If you're having a hard
Well,
time,
you think they lying about that money they getting?
I think
Of course,
a lot of this
absolutely. I'm
yeah,
sorry.
because it's never been. Think about it's never been substantiated. Only people who tell us about these big paydays are the people who are in that camp, right? And then I found another article. I remember that whole Usyk Fury thing. I found the article when they were talking about the whole turkey bag and all that. That was wildly exaggerated, right? And I'm finding that article too, but I was reading about it and I'm like, there's no way with all these expenses they could have gotten 100 million a piece. It's not possible. And it didn't sound possible, but people just kept, you know, oh yeah, they're getting 100 million. They got the bag and they got the bag. But then you have a hard time making Benavidez and Calvin Smith. Okay, whatever. So yes, I think that's their goal. But that's the thing. And then one other thing, aircraft carrier said something about he's concerned about the future of boxing, and he's surprised that I agree with. And I'm not tearing down ring. I'm stating a fact. The time to be concerned about the future of boxing is when I was warning y'all a few months ago, and you were dismissing me.
Let me ask Manager Marty a question. Manager Marty, what do you think about the Conor being $15 million debacle thing going on with that?
You know, y'all know me. I shoot from the hip. It's bull crap. It's cap. I mean, here's the thing.
But why are they lying? Like, what is
because
up with that?
because they want credibility, right? Here's the thing. Let's put this in perspective. Even if he signed a piece of paper that said $15 million on it, he wouldn't see not one penny until after he competes. Right? So it's not like they just went and paid him $15 million up front and said, sign here. That's not how boxing works, and we all know that. These fighters are independent contractors. They get paid after they render a service. No different than a hairdresser, a barber, a real estate agent, or a plumber. It's the same concept. So that was bullcrap. And I challenge Mike Coppinger and the rest of these guys that have been reporting on this $15 million to show the paperwork. See, how it works in boxing is this. You have people that are in the business of journalism and reporting, right? And all the promoters do is call the reporter or the journalist that they have a relationship with, and they just tell them something because they know they're going to repeat it without challenging them. Hey, my fight is we about to sign Conor Ben for 15 million. And then they start repeating it, and now it reverberates around the whole entire environment of media, including YouTube. No reporter or journalist ever see any paperwork. They just go off a hearsay. That's why I always challenge people. Okay, that's what he's getting. Show the paperwork. The bottom line is this. Zuffa Boxing is showing everybody in plain sight what their objective is. But if you don't understand the business of boxing, it's very difficult for you to see it. Let me give you a classic example of why we're talking about this belt. First and foremost, and we know this already, there's no credibility with the belt, right? That Zuffa belt doesn't hold any weight to no sponsor, right? Let's be clear on something. The Zuffa belt is nothing but a lanyard with the ID attached to it if you work in corporate America. If you have a 9 to 5, you understand what I mean. That's what Zuffa is trying to do. What I mean by that is this: when you look at Zuffa and you say, okay, there's a Zuffa belt, that's no different of a company giving a man a lapel pin saying, hey, wear this in your suit jacket when you're on company property. That's exactly what the Zuffa belt is. Now, why am I bringing that up? Because Zuffa's objective, and it's happening in plain sight, their objective is to monopolize on the interest of the boxer. Here's the example. So we got the Zuffa belt as one. The second example is the fact that all of these athletes, all professional boxers that compete on a Zuffa card, will have to wear Zuffa uniforms. Am I saying that correctly, 2 cents?
I think, see, it's a
If you
difference. I think it's some now that they're signing. I don't think they're on that contract per se, but that's the
oh they
contract
all
that I read that they
They're,
had
they're
to
from
wearing
put out to the
from
the,
public.
the pictures I saw. They all wearing uniforms.
they all the paperwork that I read privately, and on top of that, what we just saw in what's his name, Jabba, Edgar Jabba, he fought the guy Chris Martin. They both was wearing Zuffa boxing trunks, Zuffa shirts. Anytime these professional fighters have to compete under the Zuffa banner, they all have to compete with the Zuffa logo and Zuffa paraphernalia on. They even got a Zuffa website selling the same attire and the same clothes that these boxers would have to wear when they compete. Now, why am I bringing that up about the boxer's interest? It's very simple, in plain sight. Watch this. When a fighter, and I'm giving you business now of boxing. When when a fighter competes inside of the ring, the fighter is an independent contractor. That means any independent sponsor or organization can approach the boxer and say, hey, listen, for a nominal fee, we will allow you to use our logo for you to advertise our brand for let's say 12 rounds or 10 rounds or 8 rounds or 6 rounds or 4 rounds, right? Now watch this. In that organization or company will pay the nominal fee to the fighter. That's extra income for the fighter to make on top of their purse when they're walking around in the dressing room, when they're on the cameras, getting ready backstage in the locker room, when they're coming to the ring, when they're in the ring, when they're getting announced, and then when they're competing, right? With these logos on them. If the fighter is wearing Zuffa, what does that do? That eliminates the actual professional boxer from um, capitalizing off of their independence by saying, hey, I can go to Mr. Gregory Quarterbaum's company and see if I can get a small check to wear his logo on my trunks. Well, you can't do that when you're wearing Zuffa's paraphernalia. You see how that monopolized the interest of the fighter? That's the issue I have with the language in their contract. Everything is Zuffa. So it looks like they're paying these fighters all this money up front, but look at the back end and in the interim, these fighters will lose credibility and they will lose their independence. Why? Because anytime an independent contractor have to wear a uniform, that fighter is stripped of their independence. They are known as employees. And if I have anybody in the audience who understand the difference, and I think everybody on this panel does, understand the difference between a 1099, a self-employed individual in America, and a W-2 employee. The stark difference is, besides the fact that if someone's a W-2 employee, they must be trained, they must have orientation, the healthcare benefits will be paid by the company, and there's one other key element. They have to comply with the policies and procedures of that company, and the uniform policy is most of the time inside of the procedures of that policy, meaning that the employee, when they're on company property, they have to wear a uniform, right? So why is the independent contractor, the professional boxer who's an independent of any other organization, who represent themselves as self-employees and business owners, why do they have to wear a uniform if they're not W-2 employees? And that's because Zuffa's objective, in my opinion, is to capitalize and monopolize on the interests of the boxers and make them basically employees of Zuffa. The same way that Dana White has been doing with the UFC. I don't think is any different. Think about what they're trying to do.
I
They're
mean,
trying
yeah,
to
but it's like the
That's a good
UFC's
point
not
though
even
about the
doing
uniforms and
because
yeah.
they're trying to create a product. Then and it's like it's gonna take away all the things, in my opinion, that we love about the boxing and the individuality of the boxers. Right? They talking about taking
absolutely.
away the
Yeah.
talking about taking away the ring walkouts. They're
Yep.
not gonna be able to have their trunks and stuff like
Yep.
that no more.
The
And I mean,
sanctioning body belts, the ranking system, the Muhammad Ali Act, they want to modify. They're trying to do it in front of plain sight. I know exactly what they're trying to do, and it strips the fighter of their independence.
Does
I
it
agree.
and
also, Barney? Does it also take away the right to their image?
Yes.
Yes,
Because
yes,
yes,
And that's the
yes,
thing. That's why I hate
yes,
to try to compare it to
yes,
the NBA and stuff. That's a silly comparison because the difference is LeBron has multiple endorsements and outside deals. According to Zuffa contract part that I read, and Mr. Marty, maybe you can confirm or deny if I read this correctly. They don't. They won't be able to make money outside of Zuffa at all. At all the wealth that they will do, all their fights, everything will be tied directly with Zuffa, even to the tattoos they have, their likeness, everything.
yes,
They will not be
everything.
able to
And
go out and get endorsements on their own. They will have
no,
no
they
way
can't.
to make
They
money
can't.
off their talent outside of Zuffa.
No, and
NBA,
that's the
NFL can.
and you're absolutely correct, and that's the biggest problem I have with this whole Zuffa thing, because these fighters, when they get taxed, they're not going to get taxed as W-2 employees where they're paying a certain percentage, which is usually 7.3% in America, and then the employer pays the other 7.3. No, they're going to have to pay the entire 0.6% of Social Security and Medicare taxes because they are the employee and the employer as 1099 independent contractors. So my beef is if they have to get taxed this way, then they should be able to have the independence to be able to be individuals and have their own brand and be able to go to other companies and brands and make money just like all the other fighters do that put their logos on their trunk. But everything is tied into Zuffa. Everything. The belt will be the ranking system and the uniforms. And that's what I have a problem with because like Jupe said, everything's tied to the company. Everything they do is tied to the company. So that's why I say that Zuffa's main objective, in my opinion and observation, and knowing this business, is they're trying to monopolize on the interests of the fighter. And that's what I don't like at all.
and
let
we're
me
going to
respond
see.
to We Game All Night. He said if Al Heyman owned Zuffa, would everyone be this mad? Just curious. First of all, Al Heyman and Dana White, two completely different people. Dana White is not coming into boxing with the greatest reputation. He's literally being sued right now. Like literally under FBI investigation or was under FBI investigation for fixing fights right now. Like, can we stop acting like Dana White has the greatest reputation and nobody has a reason to kind of question and wonder how this gonna go and how this gonna be? Are we serious?
No,
If
that.
Al Heyman owns Zuffa, people wouldn't have the same feelings and thoughts and curiosity because Al Heyman is not Dana White.
Not only that,
Nor is he. I'm sorry.
If it ain't Tank, it's Al. They got nothing to do with this. But just to say something really quickly, the reason why people like Al is because he did the opposite. What Zuffa is doing is the old tactics of making sure basically that the fighters have no independence, they have no autonomy. Reason why people like Al and why fighters loved Al is because he's the polar opposite. They had all control. They were literally independent contractors, and they had free will, and they still made money. That's why we liked it. So why are you bringing up the person who's the polar opposite? That's silly.
They don't understand you because once you sign with them, you're giving up everything. Your likeness, your image, your name. It's like being signed to, well, a record company. You can't record nowhere else. You got a 360 deal. Everything you do, Zuffa gets a piece of, except Zuffa decides what you can do that they'll take a piece of, if it even works that way for them.
I'm sorry.
I think fighters are who go over there will at some point will find themselves going to court and fighting against. I almost believe that this has all the makings of all kinds of work related lawsuits, because since you are an employer, and you're the employee, where's the fairness that's going to come from what you're able to do? Are you getting raises? What's the performance fees? How is this going to? there's lawsuits I can see coming out of this. But more important, I don't know any fighter already who've established themselves where they can make some money outside of how they are right now. They can sign with a Apple or do insurance commercials or things of that nature. Who's going to give up that auxiliary revenue that they're making outside of boxing to go over to a company that's saying everything that you are, we own for the duration of your contract, unless they're not paying attention and don't see and understand what they're doing. I can't see that. I can't see the fighters even who claim to be businessmen now, who claim that they know what they're doing, who fights once a year, will go over there to give up everything that they probably have established. Doesn't make sense to me. And like I said, I can see lawsuits starting to happen once they sign and they realize they made a mistake.
And let me say this, y'all be sure to punch that like and subscribe button if you haven't already. Be sure to help support the channel, $ Cash App. $ 2 cents boxing for the Cash App. And let me know and drop it below your 2 cents in the super chat. Very, very interesting conversation, because I also want to swing through this, because now I'm wondering how things are going to be shook up with the Saudi Arabians in the war, and them talking about they're pulling out of their investments in a bunch of different places. Like, I'm wondering how that's going to shake up things now. But we got Rich, Boxing Hacker, and then Paid in Full. I'm going to let y'all get y'all 2 cents off. What you got for the show? Go ahead, Rich.
Oh no, I'm just listening. I really I don't know the business side with that Dana White shit, man. But I think we just gotta see where shit go after a few months, man. I think everybody just up in the uproar about what they doing right now, what they doing. You know what I'm saying? We just gotta see. And then I just seen some stuff Abdullah Mason signed over to them, so it might be good. You hear me?
All right, it's on you, Boxing Hacker.
2 cents. What's up? What's up?
Boxing Hacker, if my numbers start dropping, I'm gonna kick your ass off of here.
Hey,
Go
man.
ahead.
There's the only people that hate the truth, Hey, this whole thing about Zuffa, right? At the end of the day, I always say, like, it's always good to have competition when you have organizations, right? Because it ends up bringing money into the fighter's pocket. Whether people say they like Zuffa or they're afraid of Zuffa or whatever, at the end of the day, like, having competition will make even the sanction bodies try to straighten up, because they know they'll lose fighters to Zuffa.
Nah, I'm playing about the Abdullah Mason. My bad. I'm playing about the Abdullah Mason.
So
I'm playing
and
about
also,
that.
like, it's really not that like, it's the difference between what we have now and Zuffa is literally like when the difference between being like an independent contractor versus a W-2 employee. Zuffa, for some fighters that makes sense for them. So for some fighters, they might want to take their chances with what they have currently, But Zuffa is giving a lot of incentive to go over there. So I do see like a large portion of fighters actually going to mess with Zuffa, because Zuffa is offering a lot, in the long run currently. I personally don't know how it's gonna affect, how Saudi's gonna do with the war. I mean, currently they're sort of like our allies, right? Because Iran just attacked them. So but I don't know, like the war just started. We don't know how it's gonna affect, but if things go as planned, I think Zuffa being there is actually like a good thing for fighters, like I say, even if you don't like the fact it's like a different organization, it puts pressure on the current organization to do better, and it gives, like I say, it gives incentives to help fighters. Like, it gives like health insurance, it gives it gives them certain guarantees that you might not have as a fighter, just being like, on your own, being like an IC, and then you have like a middleman, like a manager or something, Okay. And as far as your title, I saw that title that you have. Did Devin hate duck boots?
Hold on, we ain't talked about that yet. You see the video up there. Paid in Full. What you got for the show?
What up? I just wanted to kind of comment on some of the stuff that Mr. Greg was saying. He was making some valid points. Only issue is they can't take them to court, and even if they take them to court, they get to choose the lawyer. I mean, they get to choose the people.
Arbitrator.
Yeah. So they pretty much, all their rights are pretty much gone.
It's no option for recourse, right? It's like nothing they could do. It's like and this is my question, right? Is that not illegal to put in a contract?
No.
Can I put in a contract that you have no option for recourse?
I don't think that should be I don't think that should be a part that's fucked up because what if you don't agree with some of the stuff that's in your well, that's why you got it. I don't know, bro. I think that's just a fucked up scenario for them fighters to be in because it's like you gotta read the contracts, and even if you have a lawyer to come, you can't even have a lawyer look over the contract or nothing like that. I think that's what
Nah, that's
you said.
illegal. That's
No,
illegal.
you can agree.
Not legal.
I'm
A
sorry,
company can always get signed
you
for
can
They have
agree
to let you let a lawyer look over it. That is illegal.
Yeah.
Oh,
You
yeah.
can agree to go to arbitration first. You can put that in the contract.
Facts.
However, you can, let's just say you have a lawyer or a manager who does the negotiations and looking over the contract, and he misrepresents with your contract that you foolishly signed without reading yourself. But it does happen. You might find yourself then suing your manager and maybe Zuffa itself because you signed something without understanding what you had signed. That can still happen regardless of how well laid out it is. But you do, I mean, even when I've worked with different companies that I have agreed to go to arbitration if we have a disagreement with the commission structures and things of that nature before I choose to go to my lawyer to sue them directly. That happens all the time, particularly when it's a boxing and sports are usually our performance contracts. Yeah, you throw in the morality clauses and things of that nature, but for the most part, it's about performance. So you will agree to do that before y'all end up in court. So that can be put in a contract, but it would be foolish, I think, for your manager to just decide, okay, we're going to give up all the other sources of revenue that we can generate outside of boxing to give it up in exchange for maybe getting a guaranteed money every month to get health insurance, maybe retirement, things of that nature. Do we get 401k? Do we get a piece of the action? Are we able to buy stock into this company? So those are questions that I think good managers just in the conversation
They're not getting those stock options.
should ask. You know, I'm saying you're supposed to ask those kind of things, even if you told no, you're not getting that. I'm gonna look at what my guy is doing over here now versus what's over here. And it sounds like to me, because I don't know all the particulars, it doesn't sound like, particularly if you are already an established star of some sort, to go over there to give up a lot of that. I mean, can I get movie roles if I want to go into the movies?
Let me get these cash
get a
apps.
piece of that.
Yeah.
Let me get these cash apps. Shout out to David Lynch with the $5 in the cash app. Says, hey, 2 Cent, did you hear MVP is on ESPN? Yes, and I also heard they got to deal with Sky Sports over in the UK. So shout out to David Lynch for the $5 in the super chat. I got one more. Hold on. Shout out to Mr. Greg with the $5 in the super chat. Hold on, y'all. What's going on with my mouse? He says, here's my fee for such a good boxing conversation, sis. Shout out, Mr. Greg.
I'll be that. 2 Cent.
But you know, Mr. Greg, suing for something that you didn't understand, it's really hard.
Hold
Like,
on, I got one more.
Yeah.
Shout out to JL1990 with the $4.99 in the super chat. He says Dana White equals Don King. He can't even pay UFC fighters correct. So how he gonna pay boxers? Shout out to JL1990. And also, not to mention this pay disparity that he's created between his boxing league and his UFC league. I feel like it's also creating problems for him because think about it, they lying, right? Y'all, we all say, man, he's not giving Conor being 15 million, but now you're causing discourse between your UFC fighters because it's like, how the hell you giving Conor being 15 million? He's not even the best fighter in his division.
I don't believe the 15 million, but I will say, like, it's just you can imagine. I mean, again, the only way to tell the future normally is like the past. And if you just look at Dana White's situation, I mean, again, he has to pay $375 million to settle 2 class action antitrust lawsuits covering 1,000 former and current fighters from 2010 to 2017. Okay, so we're talking about that, and then there's other lawsuits pending, but he already had to pay this, so he undercut 1,000 fighters. Like, I don't know what, I don't understand like this debate. Like, oh, we have to see. He's had to pay 1,000 people. It's crazy. So we'll see. Apparently, people don't believe fat means greasy. So it is what it is.
So
I need it's 70 people in the
lost-
building. I need 5 more likes. 71 people in the building. I need 6 more likes, y'all. If you haven't punched that like button, punch it, please.
To
I mean,
answer
you have lawsuits in current
Dr. Hacker's question, Hacker, you can misrepresent a contract and find yourself in being sued.
Yeah, but it's very hard to win a case like that.
That always happens, and sometimes people win. It may take a few years.
Like, you have to read it. You should read and understand something before you sign.
Boxing Hacker, let people finish talking.
You just
Come on,
can't
man.
dismiss it. A young guy sometimes, and I'm not talking about older guys who should know a little bit better because they've been around, but a lot of young guys and women put their faith and trust in their business people, and their business people will sometimes either make their own mistake or misrepresents because there's something in it for them that the person that they represent don't even know about. This happens all the time. So yes, regardless of what you shouldn't do, it does happen, and it does wind up in court.
But the only way you win that is you can invalidate the contract, like prove like maybe through coercion or something, that
which means you go to court.
Right, but you have to prove. You have to find a loophole to invalidate that contract. That's what I'm saying. It's hard. It's not like something that just. If that was the case, anybody would just do that.
It's always
a
lot of people do. It's always hard, but it still ends up in court.
It's
That's
possible.
what I'm saying. A lot of this stuff is going to, in my opinion, going to wind up in court in some way, shape, or form if it goes to fruition in the way that they're trying to take over boxing, as you said. There's going to be some chaos. There's going to be some fighting. There's going to be a whole bunch of under the table things happening, and there's going to be a whole bunch of court cases for one reason or another. There are going to be clauses that are going to get challenged in the court of these contracts that they signed, because circumstances change. The world economy changes. We already are facing things that is changing within the world because of what's going on in the Middle East. That's going to have a domino effect on everything that we do. People just don't see it yet. What I do for a living, what's happening right now is having an effect already. I sell gas and electricity contracts. Where does it come from? It comes from oil. Where's the oil basically coming from? Over there where the fighting has started. So there's domino effects that happens in certain businesses that we don't even know that are going to be affected, including international sports.
No doubt. The war currently is going to affect everything. You know.
Yes.
I mean, it's probably going to turn into a world war in a little bit. But as far as the whole, like, I'm just saying that it's not. It's, of course you can sue for whatever you want, but the likelihood of you becoming successful off that lawsuit is hard, because nobody's supposed to read your contracts. You can't just like. You have to actually prove like there was something there that
we're not arguing the success of it. You can sue for it is the basic point. We're not arguing if you're gonna win or lose or none of that. We're just saying you're gonna do it.
You know. But I mean, like I say, even still, I think like even the current boxing situation today, there's thousands of lawsuits happening every day in boxing. You know, there's a bunch of lawsuits always happening. We just saw one with Oscar and Ortiz. You know, there's always lawsuits happening. But at the end of the day, when you have
not antitrust lawsuits,
right? They haven't had antitrust lawsuits.
When you have competition,
this isn't speculative. He had to pay out $375 million because this is not. Oh, I'm just being sued. No.
Yeah, but in regular boxing, there's lawsuits. They had lawsuits when
who has an antitrust lawsuit?
They had lawsuits ever since in boxing.
Did you name the person with an antitrust lawsuit and lost?
You said what?
Who had an antitrust lawsuit, a class action antitrust lawsuit?
I'm not aware.
Because it didn't happen.
Right, but that's not my point. Hold on.
I'm responding.
That's not my point.
Hold on. Let me say this. Because this is what you're doing. You keep it's a false equivalence. Y'all are always trying to to compare something service to something that's much deeper than what we're talking about.
What do you mean?
Do people
Right, you
have
can't
lawsuits
compare,
in
it never
boxing?
happened.
Of course they have lawsuits in boxing. It's a
Yeah.
contract heavy business. Of
Yeah.
course there's going to be lawsuits there. But
Yeah.
we're talking about getting sued on a deeper level, something as far as like an antitrust lawsuit, which is kind of what's been going on with Dana White because of the way that he's been handling paying them and the money and the deals and the da and all of this other stuff.
Right.
So
So there are lawsuits like that as well.
But but it's silly
in
to
general, there are
hold on,
lawsuits where
everybody
I'm
has
still talking,
lawsuits.
y'all. Hold on. I understand what you're saying, Boxing Hacker, and you're not wrong. However, neither are we.
yeah.
You should be concerned with Dana White running an organization in boxing with the way things have gone, with what's going on with him in UFC. And also, I'm starting to see people are starting to pull back their support for his Muhammad Ali Revival Act. People are starting to pull back their support for that now. I don't know if the checks ain't clearing no more because of the war. Like, I don't know exactly what's going on, but people starting to change their mind with that. And I'm like, damn, I'm sitting back like, I'm
Oh, yeah, I
hearing
saw
people
that
say,
too.
hey, I didn't
Ain't
need,
wrong
I'm
with
hearing
either.
people say, hey, this wasn't even I think one of the commissioners or somebody was like, hey, we didn't approve this. This wasn't done correctly. And then I'm seeing the USA Boxing coming out saying, hey, we withdrawing. We ain't with that shit no more. So it's people starting to Boxing Hacker. Do you know how to wait your turn to talk?
My bad.
And so people are starting to kind of pull back that support for that. And I'm kind of looking at around at the landscape, like, why is that? Right. Remember, everybody was for it. Everybody, even though all of that felt manufactured and forced, but they made you seem like everybody was all forward and this and that. And now it's looking like people starting to change their mind. So I think this is gonna be interesting how this all gonna play out and exactly what's gonna come out of this. Because it's all been a lot of propaganda. It's all been a lot of I'm saying one thing and doing another thing, and people don't even want to acknowledge that because they've already started Johnson bouncing, so now they can't hop off. They got to keep bouncing. So I'm just gonna see, like, they got to keep the bounce alive. They got to keep the bounce alive. Nobody can admit that Turkey been lying to y'all the whole time. He's done everything he said that y'all didn't like, which was create a new belt in another side of the street. He out here fabricating contracts and all kind of stuff that's going on. And
You
everybody
said it would happen. I don't know how many.
It's not a new. So there's a different organization. So that's the only belt for the organization.
Okay, let's go. Let's switch
It's not a
gears
new
here.
belt added to the current organization, so it's different.
It's not different. Let's switch gears here and
Please.
get into this Devin Haney boot situation. Let's see what Devin has to say about the situation.
They asked us. They said, "Would you? Are you guys open to doing a Boots fight?" I said, 100%. At 147, Boots' team came back with they want to do it at 152. I want to do 152. I never even fought at 147 yet. I said, no. If you come down to 147, we can do the fight.
Okay, so you were willing to fight Boots, but at 147.
Yeah, no, you could ask Mike Coppinger, you could ask Turkey Al-Sheikh, you could ask Ish, you could ask any of them. Right. I said, yeah, let's do it. 147. We can make the fight happen, but I'm not gonna go to 152 for fucking Boots. Yeah. At the end of the day, you know, Boots is a good fighter, but who is he?
Right.
You know, he's not a
Canelo, so you're not going.
What's y'all 2 cents about that, Mr. Greg? What you think about that?
I'm laughing at it, but that last statement, who is he? Who are you? Who are you? Because Boots is already at 154. When you were asked, would you fight Boots at 154, you put a condition on it right away. If he comes down to 147, basically, Boots is already making a concession to shave off two pounds at 150 to come to 152. So he's making a concession. But what I'm hearing from Devin is that's not enough for him to feel comfortable with fighting him. So the question to me should have been answered. Boots is I would have acknowledged Boots at 154. I'm at 147. At 147, I won't fight him at his weight. I'll fight him at my weight. That would have been a more honest answer to me. That you go ahead and concede that I'm a 147 fighter. That's where I'm going to fight. Anybody wants to fight me right now, including Boots, I'll fight you at 147. That's all that had to be said. But all this other stuff of who is he and making it sound like you're doing him a favor in some way, shape, or form, and then going to demean him by saying who is he, where he ain't never been knocked down numerous times with a left hook and couldn't get out the way. He's not being questioned about whether you really won against Lomo. Nobody's questioning any of Boots' wins. You're the one who are being questioned, but you're acting as though none of this exists. Now, when you stop talking about fighting people and start fighting people and winning in a big way to put yourself in a position where you could talk like that, I'll go along with that. But you're not in the position to do that. And if you're not going to be honest about what you're doing as a fighter right now, based on what you actually have done, as opposed to how your ego is, then you need to be quieter. That's my feeling about it.
All right. And then I wanna make a point too that Devin is the one that turned the fight down. Boots didn't say, no, I didn't fight you. He said, let's do it at 52. And Devin is the one that was like, nah. So he's the one that turned the fight down. So even to try to be like, oh, Boots duck, like, how could you say that? Juke, what you got?
I just want to say, this is something we've seen time and time again. So we know that people make, try to make fights behind the scenes. So that's how fights are made, right? And that's fine. So you don't have to come to the public and tell, like, let's say he wanted to fight at one weight, you want another. You don't have to bring it to the public, but when you do, it does make it seem like you're trying to make it seem like they were trying to avoid you. And that's what I don't like about this. And I agree, like, everyone knew even before he fought Stanionis that he was like, okay, I'm not going to be at this weight too much longer. People even say he's big. Even though he was the IBF title and had that 10-pound rehydration clause, we knew that he would only sacrifice that weight cut if it meant adding another belt at 147. So if you didn't have a belt at 147, he was not going to entertain it. He was going up to 154. He made that declaration many times over. So to wait this long and then say, oh, I wanted it because I wanted a belt. Yeah, but if you wanted a 147 belt, you could did that directly after the first Ryan fight. You didn't have to do the thing with Ramirez. You could have went straight there. You had the same promoter. You had the same network. It'd been easy to make. I'm sure DAZN would have made it with no problem. That's silly. And I agree. At that point, if Boots says, no, we can do it at 152, right? I feel like you should take that because at this time, at least Boots has a little bit more leverage. He's the person on doing carrying cards. You just lost to Ryan Garcia at a lower division, so you really don't have the leverage to be arguing with me about anything. So you take it. If you didn't want it at 152, fine. You don't want it at 152, but to come to the public and make it like Boots was wrong after he said, and Devin knew that is a reason why he said it then, and then the audacity to say, and who is Boots? Evidently, he's somebody because you're talking about this is your second time talking about him. Meanwhile, Boots ain't mentioned Devin. I have never heard Boots utter Devin's name. Actually, I'm lying. That's the third time I've heard Devin mention Boots. He threw a shot at Boots one time when they were talking about like who has good jabs, and I can't remember who it was. I think it was Up and Smoke people. And like, yeah, Boots. He like, yeah, but who did he fight? Like he's always throwing jabs at Boots, and Boots ain't did nothing to this kid. But that's what Devin does. That's what Devin and his father do. They just can't stand for anyone to get any shine, if it ain't them. And they need to figure that out. But real off topic, just because I wanted to talk, I meant to mention this to you, 2 Cent. That remember you said that USA Boxing rescinded their letter?
Yeah.
Girl, apparently it's some weirdness with that because I don't know if you read the letter they sent. They said that original letter was not the opinion of the board and they hadn't even voted on it. And that Mike McAfee and Tyson Lee sent that letter without the rest of the U.S. board's approval.
Yep, I had read that a while ago. That they was having an
it's
issue
some
with
weird
that.
stuff going on. Maybe Turkey kind of had them on the side, but they're writing and say this wasn't us. We supposed to vote as a unit, and they just kind of did some sneak stuff. So it's a lot of weird stuff. But anyway, either way, ain't nobody think Boots duck no dang on Devin. Devin needs to sit down somewhere.
And this is what I said about this time. I said, okay, they've been playing the whole they ducking me game. But at this point, it's like anybody with any brain is like, come on, Devin. Like, why would Boots be afraid to fight? You know what I'm saying? Like, people like Devin, you shouldn't even be thinking about fighting Boots. Like, go focus on something else before you get your career ended.
I mean,
how you going?
I'm fine with the fight, but if you want the fight, go get the fight. Just get it. Like, don't do this mess with the media. I don't like that. So
no, he don't want the fight.
But this plays into what I said earlier. I think I said it on Jab Show that since he lost, and he did lose to Ryan, Devin has been cautious and has gotten no better in his last two fights. So this fits right into how he's talking, where he doesn't want to take the risk to fight Boots at 154.
No.
All of this plays in the same way that he's been fighting his last two to fight since that loss. Very cautious. He hasn't taken any real risk. He hasn't stepped up at all to show that he's better. And now, because of this conversation, he's also talking the same way, but he's being arrogant about it. Being, it's ego. I get it, that part. But you're not prepared to take that step. So that conversation should never have. He should have avoided that conversation, or at least answered it honorably by saying, I want to stay and fight guys at 147. I'm not going to fight at 154 and not take any shots. Because all that does is cause some more controversy. It gets some more criticism, which he deserves. And it doesn't move the needle forward for him.
Okay, I'm gonna let Boxing Hacker go, and then I kind of want to get into this conversation about the Rolly Devin Haney fight that's potentially possibly going to be up next. I'm not really sure if I believe the hype, but we'll see. We got Boxing Hacker, then we're going to let Band Up go.
What's up, 2 Cent? Hey, so the Boots dug Devin 147? Hell yes, he did. I don't know what people were talking about. The champion at 147 at the time, when Devin was querying for a fight, was literally Boots Ennis and then Brian Norman. Those were the number 1, number 2 champions. People were saying, "Oh, but Boots say he was moving up." Boots has been saying he was moving up since the first Karen fight. Let's not act like he wasn't. Even earlier that same year, he was trying to fight Brian Norman, while still saying he was moving up to 154. But he was talking about fighting Brian Norman at 147. People ignore these parts. At the end of the day, like, he was offered a fight. Did he turn it down? Yeah, he turned down a fight. He said, "Okay, 152." Devin Haney, first off. You're the number 1 champion at 147. For us to even fight for a title at 152, we have to get special permission. Why would I fight you? I've never even fought at 147 yet. Why can't I fight the number 1 champion at 147 at 147? So to say that, no, he didn't. He did. I mean, it's technically speaking, he turned down the fight.
No, technically speaking,
or you can say he
Devin
counter
turned
offered.
down the fight.
You
Devin
say
turned
counter
down the
offer,
fight.
but it's funny to me, right? Because guess what? I'll put it like this, right? What's the name? Devin Haney was saying he was gonna move up from 135, right? He was saying he was gonna move up from 135 after the Lomachenko fight. There are people up here today that say Devin ducked Shakur, right? For the same reason, right? So why can't we say that about Boots? Devin been saying he wanted to move to 140. Boots been saying he wanted to move to 154 since the first, not even the second Karen fight, the first Karen fight. That was when he started talking about, he's thinking about moving up to 154. But people were saying, "Oh, Devin knew that. That's why he called him out." He's still the number 1 champion.
Band Up, what you got?
The first champion in that division.
Band Up, what you got?
I think Boxing Hacker is 100% psych the fuck out of here. Anyways, hell nah, man. I ain't hearing none of that shit, dog. We got 2 eyes. We ain't gonna have no lying eyes about this shit. I'm late as hell. I don't know what the hell been going on, Nickel Slick. I gotta re-hit that bell icon or something because it ain't been telling me when you live. How the hell I'm 2 hours late?
That's
so
great.
I'm gonna touch on that next topic with Deroli and stuff. Swing back around for me.
Okay. So I mean, that's pretty much settles it. It's just like at this point, with an opponent such as Boots, nobody's gonna believe that Boots dug Devin Haney except for Boxing Hacker. Apparently.
Well, I had a question. Why would people think that Boots would be an A-side over Devin Haney? I thought that was crazy too.
Another thing to say, that's a good point.
That sounds wild to me. Devin Haney has more accolades. He's been at bigger events, but somehow people think that Boots has more bargaining power than Devin.
He's been in what bigger events?
The biggest event that Boots had was at Atlantic City when he fought Stanionis. Remember, right?
What does that have to do with anything?
Devin Haney has fought. He's fought internationally. He's fought.
That doesn't do with
multiple times. He's headlined pay-per-view multiple times. What are we talking about? He's been he's obviously been the bigger event.
That's not the criteria, but anyway, what you was about to say is what's so funny about it. It's just like at the end of the day, if anyone did a counter, it was Boots, right? Because and then what's crazy that Haney was like, you can ask this person.
Mike Coppinger.
He literally asked the people that like Mike Coppinger been getting his butt handed to him.
Roasted.
He literally said, "Ask all the people who are loyal to me." Like, that's like saying, "Ask my mama. My mama tell you I wasn't there. I got an alibi." Like that's like saying it, and that's what makes it so silly. Like, boy, nobody care. If anything, Boots said 152, and Boots wasn't saying he was going to consistently go up for years. He said it only, he didn't say it previously. He was saying he wanted to be undisputed at 147, and then when it started getting to, when he started, right before he unified with Stanionis is when he started saying he would go up. But he was not saying it previously. And that makes sense because, you know, everybody was saying he got to move up. He got to move up, right?
He made a pit stop at 144. If he really wanted to fight Boots, he would have went up there and challenged him. Why would he?
Right, because 144 is technically 144 is welterweight. Anything above 140 is welterweight. So at the end of the day, you made a pit stop to buy time. And that's what you did because everybody suddenly want to go to 147 the second Boots leave. At the end of the day, when he said 152, you could have did it because apparently, despite you trash and tank for catch weights, apparently Ramirez is worthy of a catch weight, but Boots is not. Apparently, you can put lightweights on your list and expect them to come up 12 pounds to fight you, but when it's time to go up 6 or 7 pounds to fight Boots, it's a problem. It's hypocritical. So anybody trying to hear that, that's why I'm like we don't even got to respond to something. No one believes it.
Hold on, Rich, let her finish.
Hold on.
It's silliness. I don't even think. I feel like some things, and I think you were right because you told me this too, saying we don't have to entertain everything and respond to everything because some stuff is just silly. At the end of the day, Devin has done this. I was going to fight him. I was going to send a contract. He's been doing it for years, and those are the people he typically doesn't fight. So whatever, he know how to make that. He want that fight. He could have told Eddie it been made. End of story.
Hey, so this is what I want to say, right? This is what I want to say. Can y'all hear me? Can y'all hear me good?
Go ahead, Rich.
Hey, this is what I want to say, man. I'm not gonna argue with Boxing Hacker because I already know why he pushing this agenda. but at the same time, Teofimo tried to go up to 147, fight Boots, and Boots didn't want to fight. And Boots already had an agenda basically that he was gonna get the belts, man. So even if Devin Haney would have wanted to fight him at 147, I don't even think Boots would have took the fight. And it ain't because he ducking on that and stuff. He already told us what he gonna do.
Because Boots said that, right? And that's kind of
he already told us what he was gonna do. He said he wants the belts. That's the only reason why. Then if you look at YSM, he said it's so hard for him to make the weight. You know what I'm saying? He said he's only sticking around for real to get the belts. He said that shit was so hard, like he told Richard Hitchinson. He said he know how that feel, man. He said basically he know how that feel, man. Not on when you fucked up making weight. You know what I'm saying? So
right, he made it very known.
I don't see Boots as no duck or none of that shit for no stuff like that. You know what I'm saying? But I know why Boss Hacker doing that. I don't know why y'all, you know.
Oh, we're not entertaining him. I responded back to the two-cent.
No, we just not responding to him. Nobody for no. We already had this.
Really? Have you noticed that?
Shout out.
Nobody cares.
Shout out to D1 with the $2.
Go, Boss Hacker. My bad.
Shout out to D1 with the $2 in the Cash App. He says, "What up, ladies?" Shout out D1.
What up? I don't really got much. I just coming up here for the conversation.
What's up, Paige?
What up, Mr. Greg?
What's up, buddy?
So we was about to hop into this. I think it's a great discussion. I love bringing it up because I've been talking about it for months. I've been talking about Rolly versus Devin for months, even before whatever. And everybody was on here arguing with me, telling me how Rolly trash and he lost to the old man and he got gifted. Y'all been telling me this for months, but now coming the back around, it's seeming like the fight might be actually coming to fruition. And my question to the panel, to two centers in the chat, to anybody listening to the replay, is the boxing public and the Devin Haney fans making the same mistake that they made with Ryan Garcia, thinking that Rolly is absolutely not going to be able to do anything with Devin the Dream turned into a Nightmare Haney?
Yeah, they're making the same mistake. And they're doing it because they're doing it out of emotion. Instead of watching the fighters and how they perform, watching their mentality and how they deal with a fighter, they like somebody, and that's all that matters. They don't look at the mistakes each fighter makes. They don't look at the fighters when he makes improvements. They don't look at what he's doing per round in a ring and in the fight itself, in my opinion. I think, and I already said this, I think because Rolly continues to get better for whatever he's doing better. I think it's a lifestyle. I think he's training better. He got better trainers. He's also being taught because there's a teaching aspect, and he's learning how to do small things that gets him further and further into a fight where he gets in the win category. He did that with Ryan. And I said the same thing with Devin. Since Devin lost to Ryan, he's been more cautious. He's had fights that have been easy, but he's still been cautious with them. That makes the difference in how I see those two fights shaping up. I believe if the fight happens, Rolly has. I'm almost close to Rolly being 50%. I'm not quite there yet, but I will give him that benefit of the doubt because of how I've seen him perform, and I've seen how Devin's been performing. So if that fight happens, I believe Devin's going to be more cautious because Rolly does have power. Rolly is cautious, and Rolly is getting better. Devin hasn't shown he's gotten any better ever since he's come out. That's the problem I have with him and I'll just throw in Shakur. I haven't seen them continue to elevate.
Hold on, Mr. Greg. My bad, not to cut you off, but I need you to expound on that. You said you feel like Rolly hasn't gotten any better ever since he's came out. What do you mean by that?
No, I said I've seen Rolly getting better. I didn't say I haven't seen him. I said Rolly has consistently been. We've been talking about that. That's one of the conversations that we had about Rolly.
Yeah,
he's better.
He's very and he's a very awkward fighter. Like that's what I'm saying. Like if you, I don't know what it was about. I think he just always had Ryan's number, bro. When it came to that fight, so I kind of felt like Rolly was gonna beat Ryan, but I think with Devin again, I don't think Devin is the same fighter that he was before. I really don't think he is. Like
I agree.
I feel like that
he's
really
not
did
the
a
same
number
fighter
because
he's not
he
the
used to
same
be
fighter.
so.
People don't want to admit it.
Yeah, he used to be so confident in the way that he went in the ring, bro. Now it's to the point where he, like, I never really used to see Devin do that jab and grab shit. I really never used to see him do that. And I actually gave him more credit for actually taking
Nah,
more
he
risks.
always jabbed and grabbed.
I haven't seen it as much as I do now. Like I really never really paid attention to him like that, but he do that shit a lot more now in these last two fights. Like I don't think he's the same fighter that he used to be. He's way too cautious when he fights, and it's the same thing of the jabbing and grabbing shit, bro. I
And
can
I
only
don't care what Haney fans is saying. He fades the back half of the fight, and somebody is going to catch wind of that. They're going to take Devin into deep waters, and they're going to drown his ass because y'all keep talking about he cruising because he get a knockdown. Now he cruised the rest of the fight. Devin's not cruising. Devin fades the back half of the fight. I see it. I see it.
And that caution.
That brother got a lot of stamina too, son. I don't see that at all.
That
guy has a lot of stamina.
You watch.
How you don't see it at all when you telling me he's not fading, he's cruising. So you do see it. But instead of y'all calling it fading, y'all calling it cruising.
I don't think he's cruising. Yeah, he sticks to his game plan.
He's only landing 70 punches. He's definitely cruising at some point in the fight.
He's because he's comfortably winning, right? I think Devin's one of Devin's best attributes is his wind. Like he fights at a consistent rate. Yeah. I think he has a lot of wins. Like I think him and Benavidez are underestimated for like their conditioning. Like they both seem like they can go for rounds and rounds, you know.
Bro, he fades in the back. How is he lands 70 punches of fights?
Yeah, but he also sticks to his game plan. I hear people saying, "Oh, these seems conscious of this."
Bro,
Devin probably lost like 2 rounds, like in his last 2
Boxing
fights.
Hacker, let's not talk about the stats because you like to do that.
That shows how good the person is doing.
You like to refer to the stats, and I understand what you're saying, right? We look at the stats, his numbers look great. Yeah. But I'm talking about when I watch him and see the fight, and I see him letting off the gas, quote unquote, coasting the back half of the fight.
Yeah, I don't see that.
And somebody's going to take him into the deep waters,
and they're going to drown.
It's going to be trouble.
They're going to drown.
Because he's not the same. Like the first 3-4 rounds, Devin, he's cool. But as like 5th, 6th round, like as that fight goes on and on, to me, I feel like he starts to fade. I'm like, what's up with this?
I'll tell you something too, Sen. Now, look at somebody like Lomachenko, right? Lomachenko has a lot of oxygen. Well, I mean,
It was the back half of the fight that Loma started getting to him.
Hold on. When it comes to when you saw Devin and Loma fight, it was Devin who took control of the last half of the fight. Remember that. And for you to have so much oxygen that you surpass somebody like Lomachenko, who his boxing strategy is partially based on his conditioning, it's crazy. Like his work rate and his oxygen is a lot for somebody like
What work rate? What work rate?
What Lomachenko's work rate is crazy. He's always throwing punches in angles too at that, and he's always moving. That's a lot for boxing. That's a lot. That takes a lot of stamina. It's not an easy thing. You know.
So anyway,
and you look at somebody like Devin. Devin was the one who out, and it wasn't like Devin did like Bivol and Pretoria where he took a break in between. Devin fought consistently at Lomachenko's pace from round 1 to round 12, and he was the one that lasted the longest. You know, so I think one of Devin Haney's biggest attributes, like I always say, like if I see Devin and Shakur, I think Shakur it might be a little bit more technically sound. I think Devin is better athletic. His athleticism is his better attribute.
Devin's not that athletic.
Okay, for boxing he is. But as far as this whole like Rolly Romero fight, I favor Devin. It's not to say Rolly's bad. You know, Rolly's good. I mean, Rolly started boxing.
Now Rolly good,
right? He's good. Mm-hmm. He's good for where he got to, right? Mm-hmm. But I always say there's a different level when you have people that have been boxing all their life. You know, like we have like these people, these young boys like Devin and Tank Shakur. Even if you've ever been in a boxing gym, look for those kids that have been boxing all their life. It's a little bit different.
They still get their ass then one thing you have to keep in mind boxing a couple years ago, so it don't make that big difference.
Yeah,
but go ahead.
And one thing you have to keep in mind is that they sparred before. You know, they did. I think that the doghouse sparring, so they already know each other well. You know, I don't think Devin Haney. I don't think Rolly.
So you saying Rolly and Devin know each other well?
Yeah, they know each other. Yeah, they sparred.
Uh-huh.
I don't see Rolly's style being somebody like Devin. I think I saw it for Ryan. I don't think Ryan was off. I think Ryan's style versus Rolly was just a bad style match. I agree with Pay. It was a very bad style match for Ryan. Because one thing about Ryan, if you look at him carefully, he hates looking ugly in fights. So anybody who can make a fight ugly, like really, really ugly, that's like opposite of his style. He likes to like look fat, flashy, look good. But if you start like making it real gritty, he doesn't like that at all.
How is Devin gonna handle a gritty fight?
Yeah, but Devin's style is more a little bit more grittier than Ryan. Like Devin's been in different.
There's nothing gritty about Devin's boxing style.
Yeah, at all.
I know you can always say 2 cents, but I'm telling you, you'll see.
At all, bro. Like niggas get a knockdown and niggas start to go crazy. Now
he's gritty, babe.
Man, bro, for real.
Hey, now he's gritty, babe.
Hey, you told me he was gonna die in that fight. Remember, Pay?
Like y'all bogus as hell, bro. But this the thing though, bro. Like y'all, this nigga get a knockdown, all of a sudden this nigga become a killer overnight. Like y'all gotta stop that shit, bro.
He knows, baby. He's always been
that nigga's a good boxer. That's it. He is a good boxer.
He was been a killer, man. You know that.
Like y'all talking about this nigga like he going for kills and shit, man. Get out of here with that shit, bro.
Hey, you told me he was gonna die. Pay told me he was gonna die at the Brian Norman fight.
I don't even fight nobody his side.
I didn't say that shit, bro. Don't get up here lying on me, bro. I picked Brian Norman to win, bro. I did not say he was gonna die in the ring, bro. Stop lying, bro.
He said he was gonna. That was the end of Haney. He said he was Devin, man.
I said I picked Brian Norman. I came up here and I ate my crow. I said I got the fight wrong. On 2 cents channel.
Me and Pay was going at him. Pay was like, 2 cents, Norman gonna get on. Like, hell nah.
I never once said that nigga was gonna die. What the fuck wrong with you? I said, how can you tripping?
Oh man, you told me I was gonna be crying and everything, man.
He always goes something.
This nigga gonna get up here and lie.
That's the new rule. We let boxing hackers say we got to say it. Move on with the conversation.
I was gonna be in tears, man.
Absolutely, he's got to just let him get his stuff off.
I don't see the fight. I don't know if that fight finna happen, y'all.
Yeah,
because it's like, are they really finna go with the QBC? He's not getting better, and that's another thing, Mr. Greg. Let me say this: that people won't acknowledge, just like they won't acknowledge Rolly's getting better. They also don't acknowledge when the fighter is declining. It's like
definitely
wherever that fighter was when they was first introduced to that fighter, that's where they leave the fighter stuck at in their mind, right? Because in my opinion, like if you ask me, Shakur Stevenson has peaked already. Shakur Stevenson is not getting any better. When you watch Devin Haney fight, Devin Haney is not getting any better. Like Devin Haney is not better than he was before the Ryan Garcia fight.
Yeah, at all.
So Tusa, you don't think Shakur like did a good job standing his ground with Zepeda?
No.
I thought he
No. I think he did. I mean, listen, it's Zepeda, first of all, right? And I felt like I'm glad before the Shakur Johnson bouncers get up here, Johnson bouncing and crying.
I'm not going Johnson bounce.
Shakur had a great win. Congratulations to him, right? But when I watched that fight, I didn't see all these levels that Shakur got, right? He didn't look as fast and as athletic as I thought he was, right? All this whole like image I had was kind of like broken down in that fight with Zepeda.
Yeah, I think he was trying to be more like I think he was trying to be more offensive. He was still defensive, and I think he just showed a mixture, a different level of it by kind of balancing the two. But I know what you're saying. But I thought he did good in that fight. I really did. It was an improvement to me because, like, I just think he needed to showcase that, considering what happened in the Santos fight. Although I think Santos is actually technically better than Zepeda. That's just my opinion based on what I've seen. But yeah, I get what you're saying. But when it comes to Rolly and Devin, I'm sorry. Like I gotta stay on my. I'm staying. I gotta stay on my square with this one. As far as I'm concerned, it's a cherry pick. I don't care. It's a cherry pick, and it's not because I don't like Rolly. Y'all know I'm team Rolly. Like I really do like Rolly. I think he's hilarious. I think he's a good fighter. I know people say he improved. I think he's added a few wrinkles, but I actually think that Rolly always had that skill. They just tore him down. So certain people couldn't get credit because if you go back and look at some of his earlier fights, he's one of them fighters who rises to the occasion depending on who the opponent is. He one of those people. If not, he just go in there acting all crazy and does that, all that his because remember he was jiu-jitsu or whatever other style of fighting he used to do. I think that I really think that he always had a good jab to me. I think his jab was good. In that Tank fight, I saw that jab. That jab was on point. And I think people didn't acknowledge it, right? And they were like, "Oh, Tank was losing," but he had a really, really good jab. He gets excited sometimes and gets countered, but I think he's cleaned that up. He kept that phone up. He does do some good things, but at the end of the day, Devin is Devin, and Devin's a really good fighter. He's more technical. He got more experience, and he's gonna be the bigger fighter. And Rolly has been knocked out twice by smaller people. So the way I see it is if it's Devin's fight to lose. I'm sorry. I'm giving Rolly credit no matter what, because the way they trash Rolly, I don't care. Devin better not get caught. As far as I'm concerned, it's a lose-lose for Devin, in my opinion. Because if you win, okay, it's a cherry pick fight. And you bet not lose. He cannot lose to no Rolly. He can't get knocked down by Rolly. He cannot. That's why I say it's such a risk. He might as well just fight Ryan, because if any mishap were to happen, it's going to be crazy.
I think Rolly gonna give him a very, very tough fight.
I do too.
Listen to me, 2 Cent. I'm gonna tell you this right now. Devin, if he fights Rolly, he better stop Rolly within 5. And I'm not coming up off that. He better, because Rolly has been stopped by Pitbull. The person they say is a trash fighter, Tank fighter when he come back out. Okay, so he's Pitbull's leftover and he's Tank's leftovers. You cannot be going to no. You better pack Rolly up quick, and because not only has Rolly been knocked out twice, he's been softened a little bit. You're much bigger than him, and you're much bigger than the people who knocked him out. So no, he can't go in there. Oh no, you better win every second of every minute, and you better stop him. That's how I see it. And if you don't, then I'm looking at you strange.
He got to be willing. I'm sorry. He got to be willing to then fight somebody who has power.
Yeah.
And the last 2 fights, he hasn't even been willing to fight somebody who doesn't have a lot of power. So, in my opinion, if this fight does take place, I keep using this fact that Rolly continues to improve. Some of it also is maturity. Devin hasn't shown those things that we should already know about because of what his status is and how a lot of his fans in the boxing community feel about him as a fighter itself. He hasn't shown in the last 2 fights. So if what you say is true, Drew, that he got to wrap that up in 5 rounds, it means he has to not be cautious. He has to be able to go and face the power.
He got
that
every
Rolly
physical
has.
advantage over Rolly. He taller, he
He
longer.
got every
better.
physical advantage in every fight. He
But
had
he
every
has
physical
to be
advantage
willing
over
to use
Norman.
it.
I know, but the difference here is Rolly's trash. Remember, I'm sorry. When you fight people who are trash, you supposed to treat them as such and get them up out of there. I'm not trying to hear this because you know what? We put this burden on everybody else. We're not about to take it off of him. No. When Shakur don't get a stoppage or a knockdown, we crucify him. If Tank goes more than 8 rounds without a knockdown, everybody's saying he lost. I'm sick of this.
I get
And
it.
let me say this too. Let me say this too, because a lot of people saying, well, Rolly gonna have to get a knockdown, or I see Devin winning on the scorecards 9-3. I see an avenue where Rolly could win on the scorecards. For 2 cents, how you see where Rolly could win on the scorecards? A lot of people thought that the only way Rolly was gonna beat Ryan Garcia was by knocking him out. Did he beat Ryan Garcia on the scorecards? Yes, he did. How did he do that? He made Ryan Garcia put his hands in his pocket. Because what y'all not understanding is that Devin is going to have to open up, especially if he quote unquote gonna be trying to stop Rolly, and he's gonna have to get countered. He's gonna have to risk getting caught.
Well, he got the superior defense, so he should be able to handle it. And to your point, though, 2 Cent, that's why I say he need to get Rolly up out of there. Because one thing about Rolly that people probably don't pay attention to, he's only lost by knockout. Every time he goes to 12, he's won.
Spreech, say it again.
Rolly has only lost by knockout. He's never
but how
lost
he
on the cards.
winning on the cards when he trashed?
So Devin, go in there and knock him out. Don't be playing. Knock him out. And
Man,
just be
Devin
done.
ain't do no damn knockout. That nigga ain't
Devin
got no
doing
knockout
that.
in 10 years.
Shout out to
Dondrick
Dondrick now.
Oh, hey, Dondrick.
$5
I
in
don't
the super
think he
chat.
needs a
say,
knockout. He could beat him up.
Hold on. He say stand up for the real Sugar Rolly Romero. Shout out Dondrick now.
I actually hope Rolly wins this fight too.
Cool.
I don't.
I do.
But that is true though. Like, look at his record. He's lost only by knockout.
What up, Rebuttal Entertainment? We got Rebuttal Entertainment in the building, y'all. If y'all haven't subbed to Rebuttal Entertainment, y'all go over there and sub. We have a good time over there at the Rebuttal Entertainment. But listen, that's a possibility, and that's a good point that Juke just made. I swear, please let Vegas have him plus 400. Please, Vegas, please.
Yep.
Like y'all did Ryan Garcia. Please.
Yep.
Because I didn't know that, Juke. So he's never lost on the scorecards, even though
I don't
he trashed.
think so. Let me verify. I can't remember Rolly losing by decision.
Hey, forget the plus
positive.
400. We might as well bet that right now.
Bet what?
That Rolly gonna lose.
He's never lost by knockout. He's only lost by knockout. He's lost 2 times.
I hear Paige keep screaming. Yeah, we might as well put that bet in right now.
No, you didn't hear me say, bro, what the fuck is wrong with you, bro?
Ignore Rich. You gotta ignore Rich like you do happen.
But to be fair,
what's wrong with that nigga, bro?
He messing with
Talk about pay, bro. What the fuck? You want to bet me so bad, bro?
What
the fuck?
So just to let y'all know, also Rolly only got 19 fights, y'all. He don't have a lot of fights. Oh yeah, I'm sorry, Devin. No, Devin, if you fight Rolly, you better pack him up out of there. I'm not trying to see that. He only got 19 fights. He's only lost to Tank and Pitbull by stoppage.
Mm-hmm.
So do you think the experience will play a part?
It should play a part. He only got 19 fights.
I think Rolly got the better resume, to be honest.
When you fight scared, that don't matter. And I just feel Devin is scared. And he hasn't gotten better.
Outside of Lomachenko, I don't know, bro. I think
Rolly has won by decision 4 times. The other 13 are KOs.
Oh, see?
But still, because he's always dangerous, right? That's what I'm saying. Just get him up out of there. Don't leave nobody like that around. You definitely supposed to just get them out of there. Don't leave nobody that got crazy dumb strength just around lingering.
I can't bet on no Devin knockout, bro. That'd be, man.
He better. If it goes to
No.
decision, I'm sorry. I'm gonna start calling Devin overrated. I'm sorry.
But
Because
that'd be a good thing to do.
he better
Nah,
he
nah, but
got to get up out of there. Or just go ahead and fight Ryan then. Don't even do it then.
nah,
Because
but all jokes
you're not
aside, though,
getting
all jokes. Okay,
you're
I
not getting
all
credit either
jokes.
way.
My bad, man. All jokes aside, though, man, I want to see how Devin handle Rody Power. That's what I want to
Mm-hmm.
see, though. I just want to see how he handled it. I want to see if he has to make adjustments. Will he be able to do that on his own? You know what I'm saying? Instead of continue fighting the same way. You know what I'm saying? So
And
that's all I
nobody's
want to
saying
see.
Norman. Where was Norman Powell in that fight? I ain't see Norman Powell. Did y'all see Norman with some power in that fight?
Nope.
No.
It's hard. You can't really have no power if you really can't have no good punching placement,
He
punching
was punching Devin
timing, and
though. He
all that
acting
stuff.
like Devin wasn't getting hit. Devin was getting hit in the back part of the fight.
The
Yeah,
difference is Devin is bigger and he can absorb punches. He can absorb way more. You gotta remember, Devin's gonna rehydrate. So I think that these smaller guys who come in who may have had power, like that should be a factor. It could be. I don't know. Well, it wasn't with Ryan, but they're about the same size. So maybe that was a factor. But I think Devin rolled a lot of shots too. Like he didn't. I don't know if he hit Devin flush, but to me, Devin just looked bigger to me, like as a bigger guy in that fight. And I don't know. Maybe Jensen Saki had been knocked out before too. I think so. I
yeah,
don't know.
Jensen Saki was trash.
Yeah,
yeah.
because the guy that Antoine just fight knocked Jensen Saki out before.
He didn't even have his hands up. He just was there to be knocked out.
Shit, neither did Brian Norman. That shit pissed me off, bro. That nigga
I
Hey,
told
hey,
you,
look.
Paige. I
good
told
there,
you.
Hey, I understand that you might
Neither
say
did
Devin look
Devin
big.
Haney.
I understand that, and you saying that Devin looked bigger than Brian Norman, but Brian Norman been fighting at that weight class longer. He been actually
Yeah,
making that weight. He actually
They
been
got about.
he been.
Yeah, he
No, I'm saying
has.
I'm just saying that he's been doing that for his like damn near his whole career. So he's more
No, that's
familiar
not
with it.
true. Brian was at 140 for a good minute.
shit.
How
Devin
long
been
was he at
fighting above
147?
147.
Yeah, the difference is okay. This is the thing. Yes, Brian has been fighting at that weight longer because Brian is not shrinking down 30 to 40 pounds and then coming in the ring 20, 30 pounds bigger than everybody. That's why Brian has been, and even at 147, he got put down by Boca Chica. Been hurt from other fighters because he's normally comparable in size to his opponents or
Yeah.
smaller. Devin has never been smaller. I don't care what division he goes to. That tells you something. And the one time he was the same size as somebody, he had some difficulties. I'm not saying that that's the only reason why, but he's been fighting people. When people fight out of the division longer, it's because they're probably not that big and they really can make that division. When people keep going up, it's because they were always bigger than the division they left in the first place.
I think Ryan, to be honest, bro, I don't care, bro. I think Ryan beat Devin anytime they fight from now on. Like all bullshit aside, I don't think Devin wins that fight. Not in no 12-round fight.
That's a fight I want to talk about. I think that's something I think to me the Devin versus Ryan rematch. Like I think they both can do things different, and I think that's like such a more intriguing fight. The Rolly fight, all I gotta say is you bet not lose to no Rolly, and you bet not let that go no 12 rounds. I don't want to hear it. That's why I want to see it because it's a lose-lose for Devin.
I'm telling you now, it's going 12. He might get get a stoppage.
Hey,
he can get a stoppage.
I heard you guys speak on.
I think Devin can stop Rolly.
He can get a stoppage.
I think Devin can stop. I think he can. Devin got some pop. I think if he'd have pressed, like had he pressed Regis, I think he could have got it.
Bro, y'all, man, y'all giving y'all money to Vegas to do that.
It's just not in them.
You guys, I remember the other day you guys were talking about familiarity and stuff like that with your opponents and stuff. And the first time I ever heard about, you know what I mean, really familiarity between these guys, AM Sports Media, Greg had told me that these guys had already faced each other 3 times in the amateurs or whatever, or however that went. So even when they fought that one time professionally, they're still familiar with each other. It's just about what's really going to pop out at the end of the day, and can you make that adjustment if you've already fought this dude 4 different times?
Mickey Bay might
whether
Mickey
we've seen
Bay,
it. No,
he talking about. I think Mickey Bay being in the camp could give Devin a slight edge in that fight, but I just don't think he beat Ryan. I just don't think he can beat him. He can beat him.
if he's done it already, he's confident that he can do it. Is what I'm saying.
Yeah,
Even
he
though
could definitely
in
do
the
it.
amateurs,
And the fact that a nigga was fighting in spurts, Bro, that says a lot. A nigga.
Now that's gonna be the problem
That's
too, because I do
crazy.
think Ryan was fighting in spurts. He really was. I mean, his gas tank was terrible. Whatever PED he took, he need to get a
It
better
was
version.
trash. He need to not use
That
that
was
shit
terrible.
no
I mean, the
more.
PED
He was
doesn't
That's the
increase your
worst.
stamina,
regulated.
though. It's
Y'all
not
know
like a
what's crazy?
stamina
Listen,
PED.
Y'all know I'm a Ryan fan. I've been watching Ryan his whole career. That's the worst I ever seen him look.
He was
Yeah.
like,
I thought he looked terrible in tank fight, to be honest with you.
No, hell no.
Yeah,
Yeah, I
he
think
was
but anyway,
bad.
he
y'all.
was
So yeah,
he
I
was
feel like
very
he
much
took so
drained in the tank
many.
fight.
Did you see him look
He
up at the
looked like
clock?
He took
Did
he
so
you
was
see
many.
him
very
look up
drained
at
in the
the
tank
clock?
fight,
I
Did
remember
you
my
see
and then
him
he
look
was
up at the
rushing.
clock?
I
Hold
remember
on,
my
Meg.
brother called
Meg.
me and was like, "Man, listen." He was like, "Devin can come back." He said, "I'm telling you this. He said Ryan tired. Ryan tired. Why won't he pick up the pace?" And I'm like, I know. Like Ryan would literally just go a half of a half of rounds, like half of round 3, half of round 4, not throwing shots because he would be able to throw a flurry and then he would be tired out. I had never seen Ryan like that before. And I think that kind of was a little bit of Devin saving grace because he was able to come back in those rounds because Ryan wasn't punching as much. But he would need 2 or 3 rounds to re-energize and go back and really start throwing punches like that. And so I'm like,
I,
and Devin
I
just
don't
was
see Ryan winning the rematch at all, to be honest with you. I
hold on,
think,
boxing happen.
yeah.
And what people keep saying is, which is I feel like people not it's a little disingenuous.
Well, Devin won all the rounds that he ain't getting knocked down. I think that's like somebody got a crazy echo. Somebody got a mute. I think that's crazy. People say that. And secondly, there was knockdowns that didn't get counted. So it's like y'all overlooking those. He
oh
didn't
yeah,
just
that's
get
true.
knocked down
There
those
was at
3
least 2 more
times.
knockdowns that should have been
He got dropped like 7 times,
yeah,
but
it
they
was,
all
it was
didn't
bad.
get counted. So y'all got to stop. See, y'all gonna make the same mistake with Ryan in the rematch that y'all made in the first fight, and y'all gonna make the same mistake with Rolly that y'all made with Ryan. And I hope Vegas make that same mistake.
Do y'all think Devin has the killer instinct?
No,
I
he
mean, if
doesn't.
all things are considered, right? Let's say they're both equal. I don't see Ryan winning the rematch. You know, I just can't because Devin knows how to beat Ryan. You know, everybody always talks about what happened in the amateurs
How does Devin know how to beat Ryan?
because like people always talk about what happened in the amateurs. They were 3-3, but what
They
really
had on
happened was
headgear.
wait, yeah, but Ryan won the first 3, right, in
How
the
does
beginning.
Devin know how to beat Ryan?
He's beaten him multiple times. Ryan even talked about it, and he's beaten him. And he beat him in sparring too. I think Devin knows how to beat Ryan, and
Man, we talk
Devin's
about previous
a little bit
boxing.
of a smarter,
Okay,
and
could you
Devin's a
break the
smarter
fight down
fighter.
for us?
So if he know how to beat Ryan, how come he didn't do that in the first fight? Why would he
Well,
have a bad
well,
game plan and he know how to beat him?
let's not forget the first fight wasn't on even playing field, right? Secondly, he did get hurt in the first fight as well. You know, like you have to realize if you get
So
hurt, you
why
get
he
hurt.
can't
You
get
know,
hurt in the second fight?
I didn't say he can't get hurt, but I just don't see Devin Ryan winning. Like I said, if all things are even, like they both went through the same thing, they both weighed in evenly. I don't think Ryan's winning that fight. You know, I honestly don't think so. I think Ryan's losing that fight. I think people are gonna be very surprised at the difference between the two. You know.
I don't
You know, he
see
might
it.
not
Yeah,
knock
people
out
gonna be
Ryan, but I
very
think he knows
surprised
how
because
to
a
outbox
focused
him.
Ryan is a dangerous Ryan.
Ryan's the same Ryan. I don't know. People saying like people act like people keep saying, "Oh, he looks so great against Barrios." Barrios wasn't doing nothing in the ring. That was the reality of the situation.
So I got
And it
So
wasn't
why
that
you
Ryan
think
was
Barrios?
taking away. Oh look, Ryan took away Barrios' jab or something. No, Barrios just wasn't doing
He took
anything.
away
He
Barrios.
did take it
Exactly.
away.
He
Man,
took it away.
Barrios looked like he was sick in that ring, man. He looked
Why
like
you
something
think he
wrong with
wasn't
brother.
throwing punches? Because he kept getting countered. Ryan was
Probably
way
because he
too
had the
fast for
flu.
Barrios.
Probably because
Oh
that man had the
Ryan was
shit,
flu. I
way
bro!
don't
fast.
Don't
know.
go give
Y'all
him
see,
the
hold
CG,
on, time
bro.
out.
Yeah.
Y'all do this, bro. Nothing can never be like a simple explanation. It always
No,
gotta
he
be.
didn't look good. I don't
Why
understand
do
why
y'all
people
do
think
this?
Ryan.
What happened?
I don't know. Tusa, you went on mute. I can't hear you, Tusa.
We can't
I'm
hear
not
you,
saying
Tusa.
nothing.
Oh.
Oh yeah,
Boxing
yeah.
was talking.
Barrios just didn't look good. I don't understand the whole concept. Like he didn't. I watched that whole card. Like I felt like all the other fights were better on the card than the main
Boxing
event.
hacker, where did you get that he was sick from?
Barrios looked. Oh, he
Maybe.
looks sick to me. I don't know,
Oh.
but Barrios just didn't look good. Like I don't know. Like it wasn't. He didn't look like. He looked like he wasn't even trying to win the fight at one point. Like it was just there. Sort of like how he looked when he fought Manny Pacquiao. I felt the same way when he fought
Hold on, y'all.
Pacquiao.
Mr. Cash App. Shout out to Ramon Seafood for the $5 in the Cash App. He says, great show. Shout out, Ramon.
like the same thing he did with the Manny Pacquiao fight. Like I felt like he didn't do nothing. You know, like I felt like he looked good when he fought Tank. I felt like I never thought Barrios was like technically sound like that, but I felt like he looked like he was like hardly like really trying when he fought Tank. I feel like his last two fights he just didn't look good. Like I don't know what's going on with him. You know, I think that's why Ryan looked so good because he had like a sitting duck almost. You know.
Kind of like how T.O. was for Shakur.
No, but Tio kept trying though. No, but the difference is Tio kept trying. Like you can lose badly, but people know that you're trying hard to win that fight. Tio was trying all sorts of shit in that damn ring. He was
Yeah,
switching
no, the fuck
stances.
he
He was doing all,
He was doing. That's how
yes, he
T.O.
was. He was switching stances. He was doing all sorts of stuff in that damn ring.
Yeah, he was getting his
Yeah,
ass tagged. That's
yeah.
what he was
Like and Barrios got whipped by Tank. Right, Tank was beating the brakes off Barrios when he got hurt. Right, but Barrios looked like he was actively trying to win that fight, you know. But I didn't see that vigor in him when he fought Pacquiao or Ryan. And I think that's why both of them look so good. Like Pacquiao looked terrible when he fought Barrios, but Barrios wasn't doing anything. So I don't know. Ryan looked good, but it wasn't like I think it was more along the lines because Barrios wasn't doing nothing.
Barrios looked just as good as T.O. did.
So and I'm actually about to rewatch that fight, but just because I like to go back and review it. I rewatched it. Like Barrios was throwing some stuff. I think that me personally, yes, Barrios has slowed down a tad bit. I will say that he has slowed down a tad. But I do think that Barrios was making some efforts. I think that it was the speed. Like he just the speed was just different.
Mm-hmm. He was too
and
fast.
like by the time he get ready to do something, Ryan did 3-4 things. And I think that was kind of off-putting. But there were some rounds where like I saw Barrios trying to go to the body. You know, he tried to do some things. But when it comes
to press him.
Huh?
He tried to press Ryan.
No, he did. And it was a time for and that's why I said Ryan does the same. Well, a lot of his fights kind of go the same way, depending, right? He always gonna come out like a raging bull. He's always gonna come out fast and hot, right? And then he gently slows down and kind of gets into it. And then sometimes he'll fight in a circle like we saw him do. He did that with Tank. He'll kind of do a little stuff because I think at one point in the fight, towards like the mid end, Barrios was pressing and Ryan was on the back foot and Ryan was just really countering and Barrios was throwing. It's just he was getting countered and then he landed a few good shots on Ryan, but Ryan took it. But I think he did have to be more cautious because Ryan got some heat in them gloves. He just do. So you can't just, be throwing all willy-nilly until like, and Ryan's gas tank was back, right? Ryan normally has had a good gas tank from what I've seen before. And I know people keep saying, oh, like with Tank, he was drained, and with Devin, he wasn't. I was just looking at, and I don't always go by CompuBox, but I was just looking at it, comparing this really quickly. If you look at the average punches per round, like on average, that Ryan threw versus Tank versus Devin is night and day. He had way more volume against Tank than he did against Devin. It's just that he was clocking Devin and hitting Devin. Mm-hmm. So that's when it mattered more. But for example, if you look at let me see Devin versus Garcia. So you look at Garcia, round one, he threw 30 punches. But if you look at Devin, the first two rounds, he threw he threw a lot in that very first round. He come in hot and then would go. In some rounds, he only threw 13 shots. He never threw anything in less than 13 in the Tank fight, unless for the last round when he got stopped. That's it. So his volume, so people are like, oh, he was so drained. I don't know how, if he's throwing more punches, he's more active. Again, he was more active against Tank. It's just that he wasn't effective.
Let me get this. Shout out to No More Sleepwalking with the $2 in the Cash App.
Okay.
He says, Hacker just makes shit up as he goes. SMH. Shout out No More Sleepwalking.
Hey, because sometimes we don't look at a fighter can, when you in the ring, sometimes there's things we can't see. Sometimes the fighter that you're fighting is making you do stuff you don't want to do, or you're reluctant to do something because the few times he might have hit you really hurt you. But we don't necessarily see it because we're not being hit, of course. But if you ever been hit, you understand what I'm saying. Sometimes, even if you throw a lot of punches and maybe your punches are landing, may not have the effect that you wish they were having on your opponent. His punches may be having a better effect on you, makes you reluctant to do some of the things that you think, while you're watching, why isn't he doing anything? It's probably because he's reluctant and the guy he's fighting is making him be reluctant. So we have to look at the psychological aspects of it.
Somebody got a mute.
And if you're a guy who, like I said about Devin, is reluctant, he could also have been that way because he don't want to feel the pain that he has felt. A guy like Rolly has punching power, just like Ryan did. Yeah, Devin kept getting up, but it hurts to get up every time, and you don't want to have to necessarily experience that. And he was experiencing that multiple times. Those punches that you take and that pain that you feel, they don't just go away in the next fight. You still have memories of that, particularly if the guy is throwing the same kind of punch. And maybe you even felt a little bit of that same kind of power. I don't think that Devin is going to do well in terms of knocking Rolly out or knocking him down. He could very well outbox him. I could see that happening. I could see him holding Rolly a lot and winning.
I think Rolly's stronger though, Mr. Greg. So that's why I think that don't even work.
So
but I think we're going to see a Ramirez. I'm gonna let Too Rich go, but I think we're going to see a Ramirez type of performance. And so my thing will be, how is Rolly going to cut the ring off if that's how he decides to fight? That's my thing. If Rolly can, because I see him trying to fight like Ramirez, but if Rolly, and I think Rolly's explosive enough and quick enough to cut the ring off and catch him with some shit, like I think he can do it. Too Rich,
First
what you
time he
got?
knocks Devin down, that's going to change how Devin fights. Or the first time he hurts him with a punch.
He better not land. I'm gonna say he better not get hit. He better not.
I love it because when Devin outboxes Rolly all 12 rounds, people are gonna be like, we all knew he wasn't good.
12 rounds, Rolly's a bum. Like D said, no, you got to get him up out of there.
I mean, we said Boots a bum too, so he could. So what's that guy?
Whatever. We talking about Ryan and Rolly and Devin right now.
We said Boots wasn't that good neither. Don't act like
Rolly has been stopped 2 times by smaller people. Devin has the height, reach. The man is much bigger. There's no way. You better pack Rolly up. And if you don't, I'm looking at you.
No, Devin's not a knockout puncher. He's not. That's not a style fighter.
Okay, you don't gotta be a
Hold
knockout.
on, let me let Too Rich go. Too Rich, what you got?
Too Rich.
I'm gonna say this. I think it's easier just to say you don't like the guy and you like the guys you like than to come up with fake narratives or to justify why you don't like them. I think it's just easy.
Which narratives are fake, Too Rich?
Let me just say that most people have the line drawn in the sand. You either like Devin Haney and like Shakur, or you like Ryan, you like the Pit Bulls, you like the Rollers, and you don't like Devin Haney and Shakur. And all the opinions just back up one side of the other or the other. So I'm just gonna say that first. Now, as far as the Ryan Garcia fight versus Devin, let me say it's on the board. That's a bad style matchup for Devin. I would say that. I said that before the first fight. But the problem I have with the fight down here people talk about, if you really know boxing, I think everybody knows what the worst weight amount of weight to lose for a fight. And anybody that knows boxing will tell you it's the last 3 pounds, right? So when they asked Ryan, why didn't he lose weight? I just couldn't do it. I wouldn't have had nothing left. So my thought is this: had Ryan lost those last 3 pounds, he would have been drained. He wouldn't have had the same power. And that's coming out of his mouth. But it's easier to believe Ryan said, well, he didn't pop dirty, he didn't do nothing. But when Ryan say, I was just drained in the Tank fight, don't nobody want to believe it. When Ryan say, Devin hit me harder than Tank did, nobody wants to believe it. So everybody cherry pick according to what their belief already is. They cherry pick what support what they already believe. At the end of the day, we saw Devin Haney go fight at that time the boogeyman of 147 when people were saying he's not even going to take the fight.
He was not no boogeyman,
He takes
bro.
the fight. He wins the fight. Shakur fights T.O., a guy that Tank said, remember when Tank said T.O. is the only one that's fighting somebody. In some kind of way now, y'all say T.O. was never nobody. You see what I mean? You got it.
Who said that?
So what I'm asking is, if T.O. is nobody, who is somebody in boxing? Well, I think we need to get that clear. Who is somebody in boxing? So they fight these guys, and when it happens, nobody can't say after the fight because they make them look silly that these guys were never nobody. So who is the somebodies in boxing? Who are they?
Too Rich, you're gonna go ask whoever said T.O. was a nobody because nobody up here said that. So whoever told
I
you
mean, you
that
said
T.O. was a
T.O. was
nobody,
nothing.
you
You said
can
T.O. was
go ask
nothing.
him.
He was
When did I
nothing.
say T.O. was nothing? When did I say that?
You just said it a while ago.
No, I
Hey,
didn't.
hey,
I never
hey,
said that.
hey, can I say something real quick? I wanted to
Hold on,
agree
hold
with.
on, hold on. And what? I know I gotta ask Too Rich a question. Which fake narratives was talked about up here today? Too Rich.
What I'm saying is, if you listen to the boxing world, right, Devin
No,
versus
I'm
Norman was a big
asking
fight.
you which fake
Okay, I'm
narratives
saying
did you hear?
Devin versus Norman was a big fight. Shakur versus Tio was a big fight, and y'all diminish those fights and try to say Shakur hit his peak. Devin ain't getting no better, but then try to give us Rolly's getting better. You know what I'm saying?
Because those are my
Pitbull was some
opinions.
kind
That's
of
not a
great
hold
fight.
on. Let me stop you because that's not a fake narrative. That's my opinion.
Well,
Hey,
fake narrative opinion, they all the same to me. You know what I mean?
No, it ain't all the same. See, that's why you be having a problem because it ain't all the
Definitions
same.
matter.
hey,
Yeah,
can
it
I
ain't
say
all the
something
Yeah,
to
same.
I
Greg
mean,
real
yeah,
quick?
a person have an opinion about anything. I mean, it don't
Hey,
really mean it's grounded
Okay.
in nothing. It's just an opinion.
Too
Okay.
Rich. Hey,
Okay.
Too Rich, I respect that. I respect everything that you said, right? But I want to say something to Greg, man. Like, I feel like we do have a problem with doing shit like that when somebody makes someone look silly. Because I sat back and watched damn near 40, 50 people on these channels that I be going on keep saying that the only way T.O. is going to T.O. Shakur was going to beat T.O. by staying on his back foot because that's the way T.O. That's the way that people beat T.O. is by staying on their back foot. I done heard a lot of people they use that as to why Shakur was going to beat him, but Shakur did something totally different from what he did. You get what I'm saying? Same thing. I heard the same thing with Cepeda. Yeah, Shakur gonna run around the ring. That's how he gonna beat him. He gonna fight him like this. But he did something way different. So only thing I disagree with you, Mr. Gray, when you say Shakur didn't show anything that he did better. You know what I'm saying? He did everything that people said. He did everything that people said he was gonna do to win, which he could have did. Which he could have did what they said he was gonna do and still won. But instead, he did everything that
I don't know what you
Which
talking
I
about. Sound like you saying a tongue twister or something, bro. I don't know what you talking about.
Man,
what you
there
mean?
goes the neighborhood, man. We was having
Nah,
a
I'm
conversation.
saying
And
y'all
now
think
it's
y'all.
all this emotional stuff. We
No, I'm not. No. I'm chilling. I'm just saying.
Oh my
I don't. I don't watch all y'all up here. Not all of y'all, but most of y'all up
We
here
ain't
say the
even
only
do
way
no.
that he's going, the way he's gonna beat T.O. is staying on his back foot. I don't heard
Everybody
people.
knew Shakur Stevenson could outbox T.O. What are you talking about?
No,
What
I'm
I
saying,
said,
Not everybody. That's not fair to that.
He was a
but I'm.
huge favorite. What are
I
you
kind
talking
of
But,
know
but,
what
I'm,
you
but
said.
no. But I'm saying the way that he beat him is not the way that y'all thought he was gonna beat him.
So
Yes,
what
it
does that
is.
mean? He
Okay.
boxed him when
So the
he
way
used
that
his
he beat
jab.
Cepeda, the way that he beat Cepeda, that's the way that you thought he was gonna beat him by
I
stepping
said
to
that
him.
he can go. I said that he can make the pay the miss from the pocket. I said he's a great. Yes, I did. Yes, I did. And no one's who said that. Who? Please name names.
Nah, cause
Name
I
specific
know I'm saying
names.
what
Who
He
I'm
said
said
saying,
me.
who said
what
that
I'm
T.O. was not that Shakur was
Oh,
not
not
going to
Tio.
outbox
Oh, he
T.O.
said Mr. Greg. Go ahead, Mr.
No,
Greg.
I
Well,
said, no, I told Mr. Greg, I'm saying that what I seen Shakur do a lot of stuff that people said that he wasn't going to do
Yeah.
to win the fight. So when you say that he didn't get no better or he didn't show no type of nothing that they better, that's hard for me to believe because according to people, you would do like a study. According to a lot of people would say that the only way Shakur was gonna beat Cepeda if he moved around the ring, and the only way on some Tom and Jerry shit, or the only way that he would have beat Tio was fighting off his back foot because they said that's what Tio had problems with. You get what I'm saying?
what
But
I
he did
said,
everything.
Yeah,
He
but
did everything
what I
totally
said,
different.
Rich, was that he did not.
but who's more skilled than Shakur
He did
though?
not do
Oh
that
my God,
well.
Shakur wasn't even a topic. How did this happen, man?
Wait, but who's more skilled than Shakur? Like when you talk about
No,
getting
no,
better,
no, no,
Shakur's
no, no.
like at the top level.
I'm saying that because I haven't been talking. I haven't talked like in damn near hour. But I remember Mr. Greg
Yeah, like
said
What-
something. They said that
and I'm
people
trying to
haven't
explain it to you,
reached
Rich.
their peak. You know what I'm
Rich,
saying? They already. Yeah, go ahead.
what I was saying is I don't think he did that well, and he didn't either because he said he was not going to do that again. So when the fighter himself says he's not going to fight that way again, it tells me he did not feel he did well. And in my opinion, he won the fight. Yes, of course. But he didn't stay in the pocket because that was one of the first times that I've seen him really get touched a little bit where it shook him. He felt the same way, which is why he said he's not going to fight that way again. So that's what I mean by saying well, first of all, he didn't do it well. And that's what I mean by he didn't improve, because even though he tried to step outside himself and show some different dimensions, that was a good thing. He wasn't really that effective with doing it because he's had to go back to what he does better. And so when I say somebody is stepping outside themselves, somebody getting better, they showing a whole different dimension of how they fight, and they do it well, and they win from doing that. That's not what he
like
did.
Rolly.
But
That's what Rolly is displaying to y'all that y'all won't acknowledge.
yeah, but to respond to that, when he's saying he wouldn't fight that way again, that's not his normal style of fight. He could beat Zepeda in an easier fashion. Doesn't mean he didn't fight well. He actually fought pretty well in that fight. I felt like Zepeda lost almost all the rounds.
Then why did he say he won't do it again?
Yeah, because it's not so he could win easier. Like he
That's not what he said, though.
No, he didn't say he fought.
He said
he didn't say he didn't fight bad. No, he didn't say he wasn't say he fought bad. He said he wouldn't fight in that particular style. Because normally he doesn't fight like that.
Hey, Greg, he just said on his job, whatever that guy named Rogan is, he just said on his show, he just basically said that he took punches and on gap punch. He said he just basically did it for the fans. He said as far as getting hit, he said he would not do that again. He said he's seen too many fighters that he done talked to that slow when they talk and all that stuff. And he said that's just pointless of me taking punches just to
for no reason.
Fans.
Yeah, like Abdullah Mason. Like you look at Abdullah Mason's last fight.
No punches to the end like that.
Like Abdullah Mason, I thought he fought. Abdullah Mason, right? If you look at how he fought, like it's not that he fought bad, but like the style of fight was a terrible idea. You know, like you're taking punches and you're going back and forth when you don't have to. You know, boxing is just too dangerous sport for you to do that. So if you can win an easier fashion, it's always better to win an easier fashion than to take the hard route.
Have you seen James Toney fight before?
Yes.
Yeah.
Let me say
You
this.
see James Toney talk, Greg? Hey, Greg, you seen James Toney talk recently?
I've seen him, but what I'm trying to say is James Toney at his peak could stand in front of you and make you miss, roll with punches, come under punches. That's what I'm saying. If you're going to do that, you have to be able to fight like James Toney. When James Toney got further into his career and lost a lot of his discipline, yeah, he was getting hit a whole lot more, but that's because he wasn't staying prepared. But at his height, James Toney could make you look bad right in front of you. So if you're going to fight that style, like Lacour was saying, stand in the pocket, you're going to have to be able to make your opponent miss and make him pay. That's not what he did. He got hit.
But Lacour is Dave Thorne are two different people.
Hold on. Let me say
Dave Thorne
something
fights
right
in the
quick.
Philly shell.
Hey, let me say this. When we saw Zepeda, I clipped it up and I made a short of the Zepeda and Shakur fight. And I counted how many combinations that Shakur landed on Zepeda, right? Because of Zepeda's style, right? Okay, now he goes into a fight with Tio, which is a much more celebrated fight, a much more experienced fighter, right? And what did you hear? You heard Shakur say after the fight, we saw on tape that Tio was going to be open for the jab. So he walked T.O. down, stood right in front of him, and picked him off with the jab. An elite fighter going to have
He walked him down and jabbed him.
His team is going to have a game plan. You see what I mean? So you saw him fight two different ways. You saw him fight in combinations with the Zepeda and with T.O. He just simply worked the jab because that's what they saw on film. And y'all gotta understand, it's a coaching aspect to these fights. It's a game planning aspect to a great fight. It ain't really just go out there and rock a soccer robot. And what you're looking at is the evolution of boxing. Now they're switch hitting. That's an evolution. Now you realize that just standing there ducking side to side is not the best defense. To control distance now is the best defense. So
what are you talking about, too?
I agree, bro. No, I agree 100%. It's way better.
What is going on? Because
what is the evolution?
You see what I mean? He's able to avoid it with his defense.
But what is the evolution, though, Rich?
He didn't wrong. He didn't do nothing. He stood right there.
Hold on.
I can't even hear.
Somebody got a mute. We can't hear you no more, too, Rich. You sounding muffled like you got your phone inside your mouth.
But yeah, I agree with you, Rich, though. Like, it's better to control distance
Hold
than be
on,
doing like
let Too Rich
flipping.
finish. Say something Too
Oh,
Rich.
go
Let me
ahead,
see if
Chris.
I can understand you.
Can you hear me?
Okay, that's better. That's better. Go ahead, finish up.
All I'm saying is, with Shakur, we're watching. If you got a young fighter
Nah,
coming
bro, you
up,
like
what
Skynet
kind of
right now.
defense are you going to teach him? What kind of defense are you going to teach a young fighter coming up? I would think you're going to teach him the best defense possible. Right now, it's the control of distance. That's the best defense.
That's the best defense to who? Depends
I'm
on who you
Everybody.
ask.
confused.
That ain't necessarily gonna be the best defense for
I am
everybody.
cracking up, y'all.
No, but
I am
what Rich is
fucking
saying is true,
confused.
though, right? Being able to step in and out of
Hold
range is
on. Let
really
me say this. Because I think that's another issue y'all have, right? Controlling, you could say controlling distance is the best defense, but it's the best defense for who? You cannot say one thing is universal across the board for every fighter. It don't work like that. If I'm an
Exactly.
inside fighter, controlling distance ain't the best defense for me because I fight
that,
on the
that
inside. Like that don't even make sense.
And that's
no,
why I
but
said the
When you're not
evolution.
defense
But
going
like, what
wise,
do
to
you mean by
Stevenson
the
either,
it's
the
better
fight
evolution?
not going to be hard
it's better
without that
to control
Shakur Stevenson.
defense to be doing all slipping, you know. So if you think about the mechanics of controlling distance is only like one step or two steps. It's done in inches, you know. Versus it having to slip and get back in position. It's way better
But everybody don't
defensively
fight
to
Shakur
be able.
defensive style though, bro. Like that's the
Yeah, but
part I'm trying to. I'm confused about. Y'all
that's why
talking about the
that's what
evolution
makes
and
his
shit.
style so
That's why
good.
Shakur is
That's what
better.
makes his
That's why
style. Yeah,
Shakur is
that's what makes
better.
it so good.
That's true. That's
Being
why
able to, yeah,
that worked for him.
that's like a
That
lot of
worked
the
for
fight
him,
right there. Like it's not
bro.
like you being able to step out of position, but getting back in position and never stepping out too far is really a talent, you know. And people neglect it a little
Oh
bit.
my fucking god, bro.
Yeah, they say, oh, people are slipping, and you know, ducking is good
I'm about
is
to
good
get. I'm off.
defensively as well. But
All right, I'll
as
holler at
far
you.
as
I'm confused.
efficiency, positioning is better. As far as efficiency, because it takes less stamina to do it.
All I know, y'all, is we were having a good conversation, and then they
No, I was saying though, that's all it is.
all I know is we were having a good conversation, just talking about a particular matchup, and then they were upset that we brought that I don't know. 2 Cents said something about Shakur because you can't have an opinion, and it was narratives, and then it was all this stuff. We don't like people and all this, and now we talking about slipping distance. We get it. Shakur is great. I agree, he's great. We ain't gotta keep going on this because I'm here cracking
Yeah.
up. Y'all have been talking just to
No,
talk.
I mean it's
This
interesting
is
because Mr. Greg
hilarious.
mentioned that Shakur didn't get better. I'm like, but Shakur's like one of the best. Like I don't know, man. Like if he
Y'all
gets
know how
better,
y'all
like how much? Like
sound. This is
who
hilarious.
currently like technically who's more technically sound right now than Shakur Stevenson? You know, maybe like Usyk, maybe somebody like
That
Usyk.
I don't like that technically, fundamentally sound things. Last person I got labeled with that stopped fighting for 3 years, man.
What are you talking about?
What?
You talking about like
Johnson
Floyd?
bouncing? You Johnson
No,
bouncing?
I ain't say.
I'm lost. I ain't got a conversation about no more.
You talking
Y'all.
about Floyd? Who you talking about?
Hey,
Oh,
who the
no.
last
know
person? Hey, you know boxing. You
And
box
Bud
hacker.
wasn't
Your
even
name is
that
boxing
technically
hacker.
sound though. Bud wasn't that technically sound.
Bud was pretty,
I'm not
but
saying that
what made
wasn't his
Bud?
label. I just know
No, but
his
you know
opponent
what's
was
crazy about Bud?
labeled Tim Duncan fundamentally sound, and he
But
never
Tristan,
fought for 3 years.
you know what's crazy about Bud Crawford? He was a boxer puncher with master
I'm just
boxer
talking
skills.
shit.
That was crazy. You know, like imagine being like he's like a master
No, that's
boxer, but
like
he's a boxer
Tank.
puncher.
He's a master
No,
boxer, but he's a boxer
not the
puncher.
level of
Yes,
Bud
that is
Crawford.
exactly right. That is exactly like Tank.
So
Tank
what?
Yeah,
is
yeah,
I don't know what
taking
boxing
box.
hacker be
Yeah,
talking about.
I agree with that. Taking box.
He's
I
a
don't think he's
master
on the level of
boxer.
Crawford.
Yes, he can.
Right.
He's just as
That's
skilled,
what
if not
The
more than
reason why,
Tank
I'm
tells you
just
himself.
as
Tank be
skilled, if not more than Shakur Stevenson. He's a way more complete fighter than all of them.
Who's more
He's the most
I don't
complete
know
skilled than
fighter.
Shakur?
about that.
Two
There's
Cents,
no
stop it.
more of a
Stop it.
complete
Bud
fighter
are
than
Stop.
more
him. He's a
have
more
more
complete fighter.
Two Cents,
He's
come
a more
on.
complete
I
fighter
Y'all
than
can do that
Devin and
flashy thing.
Shakur. How
Bring
could
that
you?
down.
Hold on,
Hey,
time out,
All right.
time
hold on,
out.
hacker. Hold up, hacker.
Tank Davis is a more complete fighter than Devin and Shakur. You
I
I don't
agree.
cannot
know about
argue that.
Shakur though. I don't know
I,
about the
Big
Shakur.
He has,
cap,
he has more. He
big
has
cap,
more a
big
variety of
cap.
I think Shakur.
Big cap.
Well, I think Shakur's a smarter fighter than Tank Davis. Like, I think if Shakur was fighting somebody like a Lamont Roach, it wouldn't be
I would
close.
say
Like, I
a
think
smarter fighter.
I don't. Okay,
because
so look.
That has
I don't
nothing
think.
to
I
do
don't
with
look.
smart.
yeah,
The
you look.
styles make fights. Boxing hacker.
Hey, look.
Right.
Hey, hold on.
I
I think
Shakur beats
I
him.
don't think Shakur
I
I
takes
think
mean,
him.
that's
Shakur
fine. You
beats him
can, I mean,
easily.
these are all opinions. I think at the end of the day, just really just say this real quick. At the end of the day, I mean, I think, for example, I think Shakur is a great fighter. When it comes to who's smarter, I don't know. It really depends because I have to say, what have I seen you? Who have I seen you fight, and what styles have I seen you fight? Right? Okay, are you a smart fighter when you're fighting this particular style? Yes. Well, how about this particular style? If I've seen one guy fight a variation of styles and know how to change it up on that variation of styles, then yes. If I've seen the other guy fight the same styles over and over, then I can probably say he's very smart because I'm not seeing him challenged in any particular way because he hasn't fought a different style, right? So when it comes to people like Bud and Tank, I love boxer punchers. Like that's something I like. Anyway, he's a boxer puncher. I like boxer punchers. I like pure boxers and everybody, but I will say that Tank and Bud have a little bit more wrinkles. They can do more. When I say they have more variation, they can literally fight in different ways. But when it comes to all of them, I have seen Tank fight in in a lot of different ways. I've seen him on the back foot boxing. I've seen him be a stalker and brawler. I've seen him, want to be a counter puncher. I've seen him do a little bit of everything. I've even seen him kind of switch stances, right? I've seen that. Same thing with Boots, right? So that's what I mean by that. Now, a smarter fighter, I don't know. I've seen Tank fight a little bit more, a larger variation of different styles. I haven't seen Shakur do that yet, nor Devin do that yet. And the other big thing, when we say stuff about IQ and all that, I think sometimes what we're thinking is IQ could be like we talk about distance control. Well, a lot of that has to do with size, which is why these guys are shrinking down. If you always have a reach advantage in almost every fight, then it's hard for me to gauge if that's IQ or not. For example, Tank has to take, I don't think Tank has a lower IQ. He has to take more risks because he doesn't have this gigantic size advantage that he can leverage against people, whereas Shakur and Devin normally do, and Bud normally does. Bud has never fought anyone with comparable reach to his. Never. It's never happened, right? So I don't know. I would have to see that. So it's easy for me to say, oh, Tank don't have a low IQ because he has to take certain risks, but he has to do that. He doesn't have the luxury of being bigger than everybody and staying on the outside and just jabbing. That's something he's not going to do. So that has forced him to add some wrinkles to his game where Shakur has it. And I think that's part of what that hurt Devin. He didn't have to add that wrinkle to his games. When he got in there with Ryan, he was not used to fighting someone as long as he is. So when he's used to shooting that jab, he's not used to getting countered because they can't reach him. But now he is getting countered because he doesn't have that advantage anymore. Or it's a smaller advantage. So it's a lot of different variables. So I can't say who is smarter because I have to see you challenged in that way. And I'm sorry, I haven't seen Shakur and Devin challenged in that way yet.
And
Hey, well,
not
let
to
me say,
mention Tank is a
real quick.
that Tank is a
Can I respond to
knockout
Drew real quick?
artist. Hold on, let me talk. Hold on, I'm gonna let you
let
talk.
me go on that.
And so I don't think what people understand is setting up a knockout is the highest form of IQ in boxing. I don't know why people overlook that.
Oh, I
Setting
agree.
traps is a high form of IQ in boxing. Tank does all of that on top of always, for the most part, being the smaller fighter. Devin does not have a high IQ in boxing. He doesn't make adjustments. When it's time for Devin to make adjustments, you see it in the fight. He started getting taxed and waxed like he did during the Loma fight. He didn't know what to do. He over there in the corner with his daddy, like, he figured this out, Pops. He don't know what to do. His daddy ain't know what to do either. So I'm just telling you, a form of high IQ is being able to make adjustments in a ring, whether your corner is telling you or not. What you got banned up, and then it's on. I think that was Too Rich that wanted to go.
To respond to you guys, kind of a little bit go with you guys with that. From a smarts perspective, I look at it as on the defensive and the offensive, and what you do, what your skill set is normally. So, like we were saying with the Bud and Tank, how they fight various different ways. Tank, like we said on Dean's platform earlier, you know what I mean? Tank put people to sleep, but how he does it, he had a 10-year run of straight TKOs or stoppages. So the his smarts for me comes in, like you said, it is very smart to set up a knockout like Tank does, but at the same time, it's very smart to get these guys out of there when you have them hurt. Even the fights that we say that we push back on him on with the exception of Madrimov, the Mean Machines, the Porters, the Calvalas, the what's it called, the Gamboas, he still came back and fought and finished them in there. So that's the smarts. And the defensive smart game is what can you do when you're in trouble and having to get up out of there, which is why 2 cents when you were talking about the when you were questioning Shakur and Dev, the Dev thing, Shakur and Tank thing, I think Shakur can get himself out of there when he gets into trouble as much faster than Tank can if he gets into that. That's why I probably give him the slight edge, but I give Tank the edge too with on the offensive side where, like you said, it takes IQ to set up these knockouts, and Shakur doesn't do that. You know what I mean? But the Shakur got them. I don't know. I gotta watch a little. I gotta probably go back and watch a little bit more to see. I have to look at their feet. I gotta look at their feet and see what goes between that. Far as what they got when they got on that, but like I said, that's where I feel like the smarts come into game. I feel like if you can get your opponents out of there, TKO or knockout is very good. And as far as the smarts game of it.
And that's the reason why boxing's so fucked
Hold on,
up.
let me go
Wait,
right quick.
A2,
It's on too,
for,
Rich.
for 30 seconds. I'll just say that's the reason why boxing's so fucked up, because Lamont Roach ain't even supposed to be. I'm glad Lamont Roach's father said something about William Cepeda. We don't even know about that, but I feel like Shakur's supposed to be chasing that fight, or if Shakur can't get that fight, then Tank get that fight, so we can start seeing who's who. All these people, all these unnecessary fights it's just unnecessary, man.
How can you say Roach versus Zepeda is an unnecessary fight?
I'm
who are
saying it's
you?
an unnecessary fight because he still got Pitbull on that same card that he probably need to have a rematch with. If he still would have Tank, he would still have Tank that he need to have a rematch with. If anything, or if anything, I would like to see Shakur chasing them type of guys like Lamont Roaches and Murray Talons and all them. But he up there, he talking about chasing Ryan Garcia or whatever. So that's what I'm saying. That's why boxing's so fucked up, because if we could see how Shakur fight against Lamont Roach, or see how Tank fight against Lamont Roach, then we could sit back and like judge off of certain stuff. But right now we just judging off of who we think is better, who we think have a better. Nah, that ain't nothing ain't gonna slide like that. People gonna always have their own opinions.
Well, I don't have a problem with the Zepeda Roach fight. I don't have a problem.
I like the
with that.
Zepeda fight.
I
Even if they both were to fight,
I have a problem with it because I feel like Lamont Roach need to be getting his rematches against Pitbull or Tank, or William Cepeda need to be fighting Pitbull. William Cepeda need to be fighting Pitbull. I like to see 2,000 punches thrown in a fucking fight, 3,000. Yeah, that's what I want to see. I'd rather see that.
I mean, I think that just because we get to
big
Zepeda
problem.
fight, it doesn't mean we can't get the other fights. If you look at the Golden Era boxing, everybody claims they want.
Can I
The
go?
rematches didn't always happen immediately. Like that's not how.
Let me go. Let me let Too Rich go. Go ahead, Too Rich.
Hey, I'm gonna say this before Devin Haney last two fights. Tank Davis was considered to have one of the lowest punch volume in boxing, right? So he doesn't get off a lot of punches, right? Before the Roach fight, I was on Najee channel, and when he asked me about Shakur and a Tank fight at that time, this was before the Roach fight, I said all Shakur has to do is go stand in the middle of the ring and dare Tank to outbox him. Now, Shakur didn't get the fight. Roach got the fight. But what did Roach do? He stood in the ring and made Tank try to outbox him. And we saw deficiency in Tank's boxing game, which is why he couldn't land the power that
We
he
saw
needed to land.
deficiencies.
Yes, we saw deficiency in his power game. Remember, Pitbull dropped Roach. Tank couldn't do it because Tank didn't know how to set it up against a guy who's going to stand there and just say, okay, come on, outbox me. Box me to a knockout. And we saw that Tank could not do that, right? So all I'm saying is, once you fall in love with
What
your
do you
power
be talking
sometimes,
about?
once you fall in love with your power, you could give up some of your boxing skill. We saw Mike Tyson do that. Once guys start
So he
falling in the
wasn't
first
out
round
boxing
and
Roach
second
the
round,
first 5
he
rounds,
lost
and then he decided to go
Then
fight
why
him on the
everybody gotta
inside
cut me
too,
off
Rich.
when I'm talking?
Nah,
Because this is my show. This is my show. This is
Listen to
my show. I'm
everybody.
asking
When
you
I
a
talk, y'all
question.
want to cut me off, so y'all go ahead.
I'm asking you a question, Too Rich. So he wasn't out boxing him the first 5 rounds, so he decided to go fight with him on the inside.
No, Tank was not outboxing him. No, he was not outboxing. You know why? He couldn't get over Lamont Roach's front foot. The same thing with Shakur. I kept saying Shakur, all he do is stick his front foot out there. As soon as you step past that front foot, light his ass up. And that's what Roach did. He just counted. Roach just didn't get up a lot of punches himself. If Roach would have got up 20 more punches and 20 more jabs, he wins the fight easily.
But guess what
Yeah, I
Shakur not
agree.
doing? Guess what Shakur not doing? Fighting Tank on the
What's
inside
that?
like that.
Yes, he will.
You
That's the
know
only
what's so
way to
No,
funny?
he's
fight him.
not.
That's the only way
No,
to
he's
fight him.
not.
Make him outbox you. Let's see if he can box.
He's not
Let's
fighting
see
Tank
if
on
he
the
can box.
inside like that.
Well,
He's
the thing
not.
about Roach standing there and Tank not being able to get over the front foot, and Tank throwing less volume and all that, right? It's so funny that people talk about Tank having this low volume, but then they'll praise Devin on the other hand when like Devin has average been throwing 70 punches. In the fight against Roach, Tank threw 270, about 270 now, about 3 times as much what Devin been throwing lately, right? Anyway, but he landed at a higher percentage, and especially with power punches. So to say that he wasn't out boxing when his stat wise he was right, is kind of silly. And he was he was doing really well, especially in the beginning rounds. He was just really just winning, just basically just getting in and out, getting in and out. Now what he did do was he just kind of got a little redundant, and that's a mistake that Tank made. He got redundant. He kind of got lackadaisical in there, and he didn't throw any. What he normally does, he didn't throw any feints. He didn't throw any
You saw
feints.
him
He
thinking.
didn't. Again, he didn't throw any feints, and he just kind of started going in a little in the high guard and trading, right? And that is something that Lamont Roach is really good at. So, and I think it still wasn't what, like you know, when they were kind of going, going shot for shot, you know, right? But the difference is that Tank was doing the fight was much easier when he was forcing Lamont to box because he did, right? He was winning it much easier, and I think he just kind of pressed the issue and just a little lackadaisical. And so, but it was still a good fight, and I do think Roach had his good rounds, but Roach rounds came later, which is normally the opposite of how Tank round fights normally go. Tank was clearly to me outboxing better in the beginning of the fight, but I know he was saying, "Oh, he don't really throw a lot of punches." Not necessarily, but he actually threw more in this fight than normal. So actually, that's not it. So that, I get what you're saying. Like all Shakur has to do is sit in the middle, and maybe that they can do different things, but Tank, not only did he throw more shots than like what Devin throws regularly now, he landed at a higher percentage than Roach, especially with the power shots, right? So I don't want to. And that's what Roach doing exactly what you said he should be doing to keep Tank from coming over the front foot because he literally did. That's why he had a higher connect the power shot. So I'm not sure what fight you saw, but hey, you know everybody got a different interpretation.
You know, but you know what this reminds me of? It sort of reminds me of like Floyd and Pacquiao, the first fight, right? Where Pacquiao, you know, he was this guy who was super fast. He knew how to throw weird ass punches from weird ass angles. That was Pacquiao's whole thing. He'd be any angle Pacquiao was, he could throw punches from that angle, you know. And people always thought that, and also the people that Pacquiao and Floyd fought, Pacquiao always beat them even worse than Floyd did, you know. And people always thought that there was no way Floyd could beat Pacquiao, you know. Like Pacquiao just looked like he was this guy they say the boxer puncher. He had all the talent that Floyd just didn't have, right? But knowing Floyd was just a smarter fighter. I think that's really the different thing between Shakur and Tank. Not to say Tank can't box. Tank boxed beautifully. He's a great boxer. Not a lot of people can beat somebody like Tank, you know. But I just think that Shakur, they're on a similar level. I think Shakur is just a little bit higher. You know, I think Shakur
That's a
understands boxing.
terrible comparison, but okay.
Yeah, I mean that's your opinion, but like Shakur is just a little bit more like he knows boxing a little bit more. I mean, you gotta know Shakur's been boxing since he was young, just like Tank. But Shakur fought on the international stage, like even the amateur, he was like a very high level. And you see that now, like not a lot of people are gonna do T.O. like Shakur did T.O. Like, let's be real. People want to act like T.O. was nobody. T.O. was really good. Shakur just did him because he was just a little bit that much better, you know? I think a lot of times we just don't see it because, like, people look at like the flashy fighters, like, oh, this person is like really fast or this and that, or he hits really hard. But those small differences mean a lot when it comes to those fights, you know? I think Shakur is just a little bit more, like, he knows boxing a little bit more than Tank does.
The only people that thought Pacquiao was going to win was Pacquiao fans, and I think we all knew what was going to happen in that Pacquiao fight because
Exactly. I don't even know
Pacquiao
what
had.
he's
That's why I
talking
think it's so
about.
crazy to say that. I don't know if y'all
That's
remember.
not true.
Pacquiao literally lost to every boxer he fought. He every time anybody had any type of boxing skill set, he lost. I think Pacquiao probably lost of the 8 divisions he fought in. He's gotten knocked out at least about 6 of them. That's not so. No, he really has. He really has. He's gotten knocked out quite a few times. And I love Pacquiao.
Let me stop you, Drew, because according to Boxing Hacker, Pacquiao is not an 8 division champion.
I mean, and okay, I said that the divisions he fought in, fine. I'm not about to argue that point today because I'm not arguing with Boxing Hacker. I'm just saying that there was like, people thought Pacquiao fans thought he's gonna win. No, I knew Pacquiao won. When you saw the Marquez fight, everybody knew he was not beating no Floyd. We can pick either one of those 4 fights. He wasn't beating Floyd because Marquez had a good jab. He couldn't figure out Marquez's jab. He was not beating Floyd Mayweather. We knew it. And I love Pacquiao. Like everyone knew.
When you saw him fight Cotto, then you changed your mind. When you saw him fight,
I knew Floyd was beating that man since the beginning of time. We knew it was a bad style matchup for Manny. Always was.
Yeah,
I'm still like talent, sheer talent.
Hey,
No, when it comes to sheer talent, you look at Pacquiao. Yeah, all of those attributes.
Anyway, y'all. So yeah, I think that's a. I think.
Let me say something right quick.
Hold on. Let me ask Tracy a question. Tracy, how long you been watching boxing? Because he said I don't see nothing special in Tank but power. And whoever just said that Ryan Garcia said Devin hit harder than Tank, like that sounds egregious to me.
I mean, that's what he said. It might be egregious to you, but that's what he said. Yeah. He said Devin hit him harder. He didn't say hit hard. He said Devin hit him harder than Tank did. He said in the Tank fight, he was just dehydrated. Dehydrated. But listen to this right quick, right? The average boxer lands 52.3 punches per round. So who are the lowest volume punches? Number one, I'm reading it offline. Number 1 is Tank Davis at 31.2. Number 2 is Ryan Garcia at 34.3. Number 3 is Shakur Stevenson. It don't say how many. And number 4 is Devin Haney. So that is interesting that the guys at the top have the lower punch volume.
But those are knockout artists. Shakur Stevenson is not a knockout artist.
Okay, so you're reading this from what site?
I'm just reading it from Google.
Oh, okay.
Based on CompuBox data. Elite fighters, so they're ranked the elite fighters. So maybe they're not including everybody, but the elite fighters.
Because I'm on CompuBox website right now, and they haven't included Tank because he hasn't fought in a year. So I'm looking at a lot of their stats right now. So I'm not sure.
I'm just looking at Google. I ain't going deep. I ain't using.
I know. I know. So I'm going to the primary source. I'm not going through he say, she say. I'm going to the primary source.
Google.
I know CompuBox. I know, but Google can scrape anything. I'm going to CompuBox. I'm on their website.
Okay, I got it. Y'all going a little too deep for me. I'm just mentioning. That's what they say. How about everybody knows that Tank don't give up a lot of punches? It's not me saying it. You know, the whole boxing world say that, right? The whole boxing world say that.
That's fine.
Tank don't knock the guy out, the fight will be close. If he doesn't knock the guy out,
that's not true.
Fight will be close.
That's not true, though.
That's not true.
People think Pitbull won just because Tank don't throw a lot of punches.
Okay, so you went from saying Google. You went from saying Google, and then when I pull up the actual CompuBox, you want to dismiss that. Now you're saying what the people say. Bro, okay.
What you want me to put it in the chat?
Hold on, y'all. I'm gonna let FaZe go. Let me let FaZe go. Hold on.
Everybody say Google CompuBox. Baby, which one you want to go?
Let FaZe go up in here.
Hold on. Let me let FaZe go. Go ahead,
let FaZe go, man.
Too rich. Go ahead, FaZe.
I'm a real guy that likes Tank, man. But the Devin Devo hate, you got to make me start telling the truth about what happened with Lamont Roach and Tank Davis. Lamont Roach completely neutralized Tank. Tank didn't know what to do with this guy in the pocket.
He completely neutralized Tank?
He completely neutralized him.
What does that mean? What did he neutralize?
He stopped Tank from doing the best thing that Tank does in landing that kill shot. He was able to box him to not be able to get that shot off. And that's
that don't even make sense what you're saying, bro.
The same thing that
Tank got to knock out every single opponent.
The same thing that Tyson Fury did to Deontay Wilder is the same thing by neutralizing that right hand. Is the same thing Lamont Roach did to Tank.
He didn't neutralize his right hand. He got dropped.
He neutralized their right hand to an extent in the second fight. The truth is, Lamar Roach really stopped Tank from doing what he wanted to do, what he thought he was going to do, and he boxed him. And that's why it was a draw, because Lamar Roach just took him out of his game. That's not the same Tank we see. Tank was froze. He really didn't know what to do.
He didn't know what to do.
He didn't know what to do.
Did you watch the fight, Phase? Did you watch the fight, or you just repeating stuff you heard?
Lamar Roach put him in a stalemate.
Okay.
Yeah.
Wow.
Okay.
Yeah.
But hey, remember 2 Cent. Just remember, Devin. Oh, no, sorry. Tank has low volume, right? And that's fine because you don't have. There's no rule to say you have to have high volume, right? And he has terrible low volume, and he gets put in stalemates and don't know what to do, even if he throws over 200, almost 300 punches in a fight. But Devin can throw 70 punches in a fight. He's a master boxer. Just remember that. And I'm just going to let that go from there. That's perfectly, I'm talking to 2 Cent. I'm talking to 2 Cent. That's perfectly logical.
Hell no.
And that's perfectly logical. So when he's throwing 70 punches,
Lamar Roach will never
that's
outbox
somebody say Phase in the days.
Okay, so at the end of the day, I think that the Lamar Roach and Tank fight was a great fight. I think Lamar did his thing. I think there was a lot of things that Tank did wrong. I don't think there's anything that he did that looked very troubling.
Who up here?
I think Tank was kind of just a little lackadaisical in that fight, and I feel like he just was kind of. I don't know. He was
and that still was a good fight, but this the thing though, still was a good technical fight.
It was a really good fight. I rewatch it all the time because I just enjoyed the fight.
What Faye talking about?
I don't know either, but they're gonna say something, child. They don't know.
Devin Haney?
These are people who just started watching boxing yesterday.
That'll be a good fight.
I'm not arguing.
Lamar Roach can outbox Devin Haney?
That'll be a good fight.
Hell no. He can't outbox no Devin Haney.
Why not?
He can't outbox no damn Devin Haney.
How do you know that?
He can outbox with Devin. Come on, man. But Lamar good though.
He can outbox with Devin. You know that.
You know.
Man, I done heard a goddamn enough. I done heard a goddamn enough of this goddamn Devin Haney dick ride, man.
Do the Devin Haney.
Jesus
Do the
Christ.
Devin Haney.
Damn, bro. You
like a motherfucker. Hey, this nigga pole dancing for Devin. Yeah, he waiting for Devin to throw them dollar bills on him. Boy.
Man, you got
I
to
swear to God, bouncing his ass the whole time, bro. I heard the dumbest shit I've ever heard in my life. He said Lamar Roach.
I got Dondrick and I got Blue Hustle Man. Go ahead, Dondrick.
This nigga said, because you got low output that you can't box. Do you motherfuckers know what precision is?
They don't even know the scoring criteria.
What? And first of all, you got to look at the punch output per round. You can't just look at CompuBox. Numbers don't tell you everything. CompuBox is somebody pressing a goddamn button. They miss shots every time, bro. Y'all just I hate these number games. Watch the fight because you can see in every fight. The first 3 rounds, Tank is usually okay. I'm buying my time. Okay, that's what you're doing. From the 4th on, they're not winning. So it's like y'all make this shit up. Devin throws 70 punches and he's the greatest boxer I've ever seen. Get that shit the fuck out of here. I don't want to sit out of it, man. I'm tired of that shit, man.
This is the dumbest. Like it's such a.
It doesn't make sense. Like when you logically think about it, it don't make sense. And then when you point it out, they start crying about you hating. It's like nobody hating. It just don't make no sense logically.
I literally will read a definition, read a fact, and they're like, the narrative. How's it a narrative? It's a definition. At the end of the day, you like who you like. That's fine, but you can't complain about low volume and then say that Devin is great by throwing 70 punches in an entire fight. And I don't understand that. And again, and the scoring criteria is not about throw a whole bunch of punches. It's about clean and effective punching and making those punches count. And so that's why, and I don't really trust CompuBox like that either. But if that's since they want to bring it up, that's why I brought it up. But if you look at CompuBox, they're not even including Tank's numbers. And guess who's in the rankings for the lowest punches thrown in a fight or per round? Guess who's on there?
Debo Devin Haney, the one that puts
Devin's on there. Devin's on there right now. They're not even
Willie will be on there, but
Devin's on there. So that's what I'm saying. It's a silly argument.
I mean,
him and Roach, it was a good fight. There's ways that maybe both of them can improve, but especially I know Tank can improve. It is what it is.
Lamar Roach beats him.
All right, hold on. Let me let Blue Hustle Man go. What's up, Blue Hustle Man?
What's good, everybody on the chat and the panel? Man, this is crazy. It's diabolical. The pole
Hey, hold
dancing
on.
is
Let me
to the
get 15 more.
extreme.
Hold on. Let me get 15 more likes to get to 100. If y'all enjoying the show, if you enjoy the show, get the likes up. Support the channel by hitting the Cash App at $2 boxing or let me know and dropping it below your 2 cents in the super chat. But let me get 15 more likes. If y'all enjoyed the show, get the likes up. Get me to 100 before we hop off at this live today. I'm gonna let Blue Hustle Man go, and then we're gonna go around and let everybody get their final 2 cents off. What you got, Blue Hustle Man?
Oh, first of all, I want to say please get them 15 likes up in here, man. You know, it was fun listening to what was going on. I got a couple good laughs, man. So please get them likes up. Well deserved, well deserved. Um, I mean, you got people that like their favorite fighter, and you can't dismiss them. They stand out. So it's just like you got to work with them, just like you got to work with everybody else. You work with somebody that you don't like. You just gotta do it. You gotta accept it. All you can do is say, just shake your head. But Devin, I think that if the fight was to happen with Devin and Lamont, I wouldn't have a problem with that fight. I think it'd be a good fight, but I just don't see where that fight even happened. I don't see I don't see Lamont
That
Roach
was a
going at
hypothetical.
147 though.
That was a
Oh, okay, that's what it's
hypothetical.
all about. Okay, I didn't know. Yeah. But if I guess if that fight did happen, I think it'd be a good intrigue fight.
Devin
I
stopping
do.
Lamar Roach.
You think Devin and
He's
Lamar
not
Roach would be a
stopping.
good fight?
Yeah, I do, and he's not stopping. Devin's not
Randall
stopping
said,
Lamar
hold on,
Roach.
Randall 700.
Huh?
Hold on. Somebody said I missed a super chat. Shout out Randall 700 with the $2 in the super chat, just showing support for the channel. Shout out Randall. All right, what else you
Yeah.
got, Blue?
Oh, um. No, I was just gonna say that's pretty much it. I came in at the end, so I don't really know the talking point, so I can't really, just talk
You
about
missed the
it. But
show.
it's
You
all
got to
good
turn that
though.
notification bell on, Blue Hustle Man. Listen, if y'all don't
Yeah.
already, turn y'all notification bells on. Follow me on X at 2cents20. I'm trying to get my following up, trying to get to 1,000. I'm at 100 right now. If y'all haven't already, go follow me on X. I'll be on there posting stuff, talking my noise. Jay Henderson say I'm tired of dead fighting little guys. Well, he gonna pick the wrong little guy one day. I hope it's Rolly
Hmm.
Romero. Let's go around, let everybody get their final 2 cents off. We're gonna start with you, Too Rich. What's your final 2 cents? What you got for the show?
Um, I would just say this, man. I think it get misconstrued that I'm some kind of Tank hater, but I'm really not.
No,
I
it's not
actually was
misconstrued.
okay. I actually was a big Tank fan, but what I believe is this: you can't. I can't have a dude front. I can only have his back. If the man don't want to fight, if he don't want to say like he want to fight these top guys, what you want me to do? I don't get in front of him and say what he will do, what he won't do. That's just not what I do. If he said tomorrow, if he woke up and tweeted tomorrow and jumped out his body and said, I want Shakur, I got his back. Let's get it on. But at the end of the day, I think Tank is a great fighter. I agree with you. I think he's more similar. He don't got quite the volume, but similar to Crawford, where they pick their shot. I understand he's collecting data. He's collecting data in the early round. He's looking for the kill shot, but that works on certain type of fighters. You see what I'm saying? I'm more so like, can he do that against a Shakur? You see what I'm saying? Can he do that against a Devin? Or at this point, can he do it against a Mason? So I think a level of opponent matters in the style that you fight. When he fought Frank Martin from round one, he came out high guard. You knew he was hunting. He was hunting from round one. When he came out against Lamar Roach, we saw no high guard. We saw him thinking. And it's an old saying in the streets, you think long, you think wrong. And that's all I got.
All right. I don't know what Too Rich is talking about, but he came out boxing Lamar Roach. I don't know what Too Rich be talking about, y'all. Next we got Band Up. What's your final 2 cents? What you got for the show?
And my final 2 cents for the chat for everybody is, man, It's the Bud Crawford here. So I'm just playing. I'm just playing. Don't be hitting me with that bouncy shit. I got you. But we're going to see. We're going to see how these fights play out, man. It's been too damn long. It's getting what 6, 7, 8 months for all this. I just look. It's crazy. It seemed like just last fucking a couple weeks ago, but it's been already 8 months since Jerome Booth and this fought Lima. That's fucking crazy. And all these other fights that happen around that damn time too. So we just need to see what's up, man. I hope we get the actual best fights. And if we can't get the best fights, go for some legacy. You know what I mean? Go for some legacy. If you ain't going for the damn belts, you ain't going for the dope damn belts. Go for the legacy. Vice versa, one or the other, man. Don't take no cheap routes. That's what I got.
All right. Shout out to Band Up. Rich, what's your final 2 cents? What you got for the show? Rich, you there? Boxing Hacker, what's your final 2 cents? What you got for the show?
2 cents. All right, so I'm gonna say this right. Like, I'm not. First off, Tank can box. The brother he doesn't have high punch output, but he's also very accurate and he scores when he throws a shot. He doesn't waste a lot of shots either. So, shouts out to Tank. Like he has like really good precision. I think what Tank's best attributes is really his reaction time and his precision, right? Because he knows how to set up shots based on his precision and reaction time. And he beats a lot of people. Like I said, he beats not many people are gonna be able to walk up and just beat a Tank. Let's just be honest about it. But when you're talking about the upper echelon, I do see Shakur still being the better one. I just think Tank is probably has a little more physical attribute. I think Shakur's reaction time plus his knowledge of the ring is just a little bit better. And Shakur's gonna know what to do. And plus, you have to look at the fact that Shakur also has a reach advantage on Tank. And Tank's not just gonna throw his high guard and just try to walk him down like did Frank Martin, because those are two different levels right there.
Everybody Tank fight got the reach advantage.
Yeah, but you have somebody with the skill advantage and the reach advantage is a little bit crazy.
How do you know he has the skill advantage?
You'll see. 2 cents. That's all I'm gonna say right there.
Wrap it up, nigga. We got to go wrap it up, nigga. As
far as the Devin Haney situation conversation we had earlier. First off, Devin Haney is the A side to Boots, and Boots did turn down the 147 fight. I feel like that shouldn't be a question. Is a duck?
I just want to say you're the only person that believed that.
Kick him 2 cents.
Hold on, Dodger. You're the only person that believed that. Boxing.
You're right,
Technically, he's a duck. Hey, hold up. Technically, he's a duck. Is what it is. Like he was offered a fight. He was a champion of the division. And he turned it down.
Devin's the one that ducked it.
No. Boots was offered a fight. Because they were looking for a fight for Devin. So he was offered a 147 fight, right? Boots said no, let's go 152. But he's the 147 champion. Why would I go to a division where I can't fight you for the titles? Or we have to make concessions to 2 different sanction bodies, So and technically speaking, that's a duck. I don't know how to say. It's not to say that Boots was scared of Devin or whatever, but if we're being technical, that's what happened. You know how Hanos gets down, As far as the Rolly Romero fight, I think like I said, Rolly's a good fighter. I'm not going to jump Rolly. I always thought Rolly was good. I don't think he's at the level of the upper echelon, like the Tanks and the Devins and the Shakurs. I think what happened with Ryan it was a bad style matchup. I think Ryan is just a guy who likes to be flashy. And, Ryan's a pretty boy, So, like, if you make things ugly for Ryan and it's working, it's going to be hard for him to get out. He doesn't look like someone who gets gritty with people, He wants to shut up the perfect shot. And people, they're fighters just like that. Like, they're fighters who always look good when they throw their shots. They're always fast. But if you start getting, like, dirty with them, it gets hard. Sort of like this guy who was supposed to fight Boots, the Speedy Ellis, right? When he fought Villa. Speedy was more technically sound. Villa would just make things nasty. And Speedy wasn't able to keep up because Speedy just like being fast in the ring, So I think that's going to be the difference between Rolly and Devin. I think Rolly's good for where he's at, but Devin just knows the game a little bit more. He's just a little bit more experienced than Rolly, And he's a better boxer. Now, does Rolly have a chance to win? Of course, Rolly has power, but I don't see it happening,
Mm-hmm.
And with that, I'm out. Salute to the panel and chat. Everybody have a good night.
All right. Dondre, what you got? What is your final 2 cents?
First of all, stop letting Boxing Hack on this goddamn panel, man. He be ruining my night, man. Every time I hear Robert's name, I be mad. I'm tired of hearing Robert, first of all. And the second of all, it's all right to believe Tank can win, Shakur can win, It's not okay to think that Devin can beat Boots. Okay, that's fucking blasphemy. I'm tired of hearing this shit. It's not gonna happen. Please just let it go. I want y'all to have a good night. I hope y'all all be blessed. And please stop boxing hacker on this panel. Please.
Mr. Greg, what's your final 2 cents? What you got for the show?
Hey, I'm going to be somewhat of a cynic for the moment. I don't believe we're going to ever see the very best of any of these guys. Not because it's not there, it's because they don't fight enough. They haven't been challenged enough. We don't see them fight enough guys with different styles to show what they really have, and just to say that they are complete fighters, the best we've seen, et cetera, et cetera. But this is what we got. We got guys who fight once a year for the most part, or once every 18 months. So we have to go on what we see. And for anybody to believe Devin could have beat Boots at 147 or 154, haven't been watching how they fight, haven't been looking at videos, haven't been looking at how they react when they're hurt or where something's not working. Excuse me. Devin and Rolly, I told you, because I see Rolly improving. Even though he's lost before, he's still improving. And I don't see it with Devin, and I certainly haven't seen it with Shakur. He fought a style that he hadn't fought before. He still won, but he wasn't that good at it. Because if he was that good at it, there'd been one more wrinkle in his game that he showed he's good at, slipping punches in the pocket. He didn't show that. So that's why you can say there's no improvement. Overall, this has been a great panel. I'm glad I got a chance to go in and chop it up. And for the most part, all of us could hear each other talk and wasn't too much chaos. Because sometimes it gets crazy. I'm glad you're back. I thought you were sick at one point. So I'm very glad that you're not sick and everything is good for you. But I enjoyed myself. Hopefully I'll be a little busy in the next couple of weeks, but I'll try to come on and catch something from time to time. But I did enjoy myself. Thank you for letting me come on. It's good to hear all of you. So I'm gonna say good night and see y'all next time. Will you be on, by the way, excuse me, will you be on Sunday?
Yes, I'll be on Sunday.
Okay, hopefully I'll get a chance for that. If not, I'll see you soon next time I can get on. All right, good night.
All right. Shout out Mr. Greg. You can always catch them replays, Mr. Greg.
Right, yeah. I like to be on there so I can chat with you too, though. But I will catch the replays. Okay.
All right. Shout out Mr. Greg.
Good night.
FaZe, what's your final 2 cents? What you got for the show?
Hey, 2 cents. Oh man, I think we're entering the Devin Haney era. I feel like Devin Haney has the opportunity to be the greatest fighter of this generation. I feel like, as a 3-time
he doesn't have
champion,
that opportunity.
Probably heading to 54. I think this is, we're entering the Devin Haney era. Rolly Romero will be the first victim of Devin Haney entering his prime. I'm calling that a 9th round stoppage. I think we all should be excited for that fight. You got a puncher and a boxer, ultimate clash. I think Rolly will go down in round 9. And, you got to do the Devin Haney. And this will be a great fight. And, thank you guys for always, being there, giving your opinions. It's the Devin Haney era. And, that's that. 2 cents, check your cash app. I'm gone.
Peace out, peace out, peace out. Let me see. He say check the cash out. Let me see. Man, ain't nothing in my cash out, bro. I'm gonna check the cash out. It ain't nothing in there, FaZe. Blue Hustle, man. What's your final 2 cents? What you got for the show?
That's diabolical, that man. Ain't that the second time he done did that? It's diabolical. He said, check the cash out. Maybe he just didn't send it yet. I don't know.
Oh, there we go. There we go. Hold on. Shout out to FaZe with the $10 in the cash app. I ain't gonna say your government. Let me see if he left me a message.
It took a little second to go through. That's what's up. Shout out to FaZe. But it's.
He says, "Do the Devin Haney." Shout out to FaZe. Hold on. Go ahead, Blue.
Yeah, okay. Now, well, what I was gonna say is that the Lamont Roach fight was a payday. I think that'd be a good fight. It's a good. It's. I think it'd be a good fight. You know what I mean? I got Lamont Roach winning that fight. If Tank was to ever fight Shakur, you know, I got Shakur winning that fight. I think he's going to frustrate him, and I think he's just going to frustrate him. So it's going to be a win by unanimous decision. I think he can. I think he can actually frustrate him so much to where he can basically just have him just looking like an amateur in there. But you never know. I can't wait to see the fight, even if it is a close fight. I just want to see the best fight the best, and that's all that matters. So if it happens, it happens. If it doesn't, then you know it is what it is. It just wasn't meant to be. But Devin Haney versus Rolly, I think that that fight would be a good fight. You know, Devin Haney does have a little bit more experience, so I would lean towards him. But getting a knockout, I don't see that at all for Rolly. I know people are trying to say that Rolly does have a little, you know, he has a suspect 10, but I don't know, I don't see that. But it is a high possibility Rolly could knock out Devin though, because he does have power in both hands, and you know, may the best man win. I really don't have a dog in the fight, but if Rolly was to pull it off, that's what's up. Yeah, that's what's up. So that's all I got, and thanks for having it live, and on to the next one.
All right. Shout out Blue Hustle, man. Listen, if Devin Haney beat Rolly Romero, if Rolly Romero beat Devin Haney, oh, it's gonna have the boxing world on fire. I remember that night Ryan Garcia beat Devin, but the boys was sick. Oh, everybody was so sick. They sound like they were about to cry. Jupe, what's your final 2 cents? What you got for the show?
Nothing much. I just great conversation as always. 2 Cent, thanks for having us. Shout out to you. I think when it comes to like the whole boots thing, that's just such a that's just such a non-conversation. It's so silly.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Nobody believes that. That's why it's like y'all gotta stop.
Right. It's just, but one thing I will say about, and that's what's crazy. Like we got to talk today for the most part without mentioning fan bases. And then that particular fan base comes with the BS every time towards the end. And it's crazy because like, if I remember from the initial time we first heard about the whole Boots Devin thing was when Boots initially brought it. Devin initially brought it to us. And I remember him saying that Turkey and the Zone brought it to him as 152. And he said he would only fight at 157. So he said that they brought it as 152. So according to Devin's initial version of
he switched it up.
He's trying to switch it up, but the initial thing he said was that they brought him as 152 as a catch weight because they knew Boots was moving up. And so now they're trying to change it. So if anyone ducked anyone, it would be Devin ducking Boots. So that's what's so silly. It was just better off to just not mention it and leave it all alone. But that's not what folks do. They just gotta trash someone. And I think that's kind of messed up because like Boots is very humble. He don't really get at people like that. He ain't never said nothing, you know, he never trashed Devin, never said anything negative about anybody. So I don't understand what it is. But it's kind of, they always do, right? I mean, he's the next person. It was Tank, Shakur.
Whoever they could attach, and I realize Shakur do this too, whoever they can attach their names to that's hot or being talked about at the moment. That's what they like to do, right? If somebody hot or just had a fight, now Shakur calling them out, now he want to fight them. Or if somebody's the hottest at name of the division, here come Bill and Devin, got to make it seem like they ducked them somehow. Like they always do that.
And to me, it's one thing to attach your name to a person. What's bothering me is you attach your name by trying to down someone else's name. They did it to Gary. Gary was at 126. They did it to Gary. Like he was 2 divisions below. Like if there's not a fighter that they haven't tried to drag name in mud, it's like why? And so I don't understand why people are like, oh, they're so great. You don't have to do all that. If you him, you don't have to do all that. You don't. And so that's what it's so we didn't have to have the conversation, but of course we had that particular same fan base that can't operate in boxing without box rec. They or if you take all this off the internet, like they wouldn't have survived in the 90s because you can't. They can't even. When we were asking them how would this happen, they can't even like talk to you about how. They can't really like, okay, drop the fight. How do you think what happened? Who will do what? You know, they don't know the difference between they don't even know between a cross and a hook. They don't watch boxing enough to have these conversations until they. So what do they do? Come on here, it's y'all don't like this and narratives. They made the conversation emotional when we was in our deep boxing bag, and that's the thing that frustrates me about these conversations, because they never make the conversation fun. They just dumb down the conversation each and every time. No disrespect, but like, we tired of that. Like this little silly stuff. There's some kid stuff. We need like a junior section of boxing Twitter where they can go and have their conversations, because this ain't it. When it comes to Tank versus Shakur, y'all know I'm a fan of both. I've said for I don't know how long that fight's 50-50. I wouldn't be mad no matter. I mean, I would be happy for the winner, sad for the loser. But in the day, it can't look bad because they both really great fighters, right? No matter what. I don't think that fight's happening. And I've told y'all guys repeatedly, especially with Shakur just doubling down on the whole, well, and he disrespect me, and I'm the guy that anytime the B-side starts talking like that, it ain't happening. Everybody ain't Earl. He not getting away all his leverage and overpaying. I don't see it happening. We know Tank ain't doing it, so that's over with, right? If you don't have the same, if you were humble to get this to pay to fight, you were humble when it was Valdez, and now suddenly you got this big talk. When it come down to Tank, I ain't trying to hear it. Plus, you signed a 5-fight deal that told me right then and there that you were fine not fighting him for a multiple number of years. So I think, and I'm not saying I think Shakur ducking. I think he's trying to drag it out. Maybe wait till Tank get a little older. Maybe he's trying to look for an advantage. I don't know. I don't care at this point. It's a good fight that I will never get to see probably, and I'm gonna have to accept that. That's why, like us talking about it, I see both people can win. Tank is a good fighter. Shakur is a good fighter. I feel like people downplay Tank because of the power. And that's something I've seen throughout boxing for decades. If you got power, people downplay what you're doing round by round if it's not contributing to a knockdown, right? And that's why we keep seeing people like, and it's so funny, right? People are mad about the potential of him coming back and rematching Pitbull, right? But then today, they tried to use the Pitbull fight against him to try to say he has a skills deficit, right? Well, a lot of people thought he lost because he wasn't doing this, right? But then if he rematches Pitbull to show, oh yeah, I can win even better, oh, it's a terrible fight. But then want us to talk about Devin versus Rolly and how that's a good fight. Like, the bar for Tank is like beyond the moon.
It's no bar. They just make up shit. Like, he just whatever you do, they gonna go against it.
Like, he don't have to do anything. He ain't got to knock nobody out. He can fight people leftovers all day. He don't have to do anything. So how can you be a great if the bar for you is so low? You're literally saying Tank rematching a guy that y'all today use to try to discredit Tank. Rematching him is a problem. But Devin fighting a guy that got knocked out by the guy that Tank might be rematching is a problem. Like, you're literally advocating for Devin to fight Pitbull's leftovers and want us to give it credit. I'm sorry. No. Again, if Devin does fight Rolly, I tell him he'd stop it at a knife. Tank stopped him in the 6th, and Pitbull did so in the 8th. You're bigger, and this man has been knocked out twice. There's no reason he should be around that long. He better knock that man out, or he is overrated, and he needs to come off everybody's pound for pound list. Everybody's. I'm sorry. He has such a low bar to attain. And then every time we talk about him, people he's 20, 30 pounds bigger than. But if you mention Boots, they just like, oh, he ducked him so he can not have to deal with it. And it's just.
But do you see how they don't even acknowledge how, like, when we talk about what was I gonna say? The punches landed, like how they kept saying how Tank don't throw punches and this and that, but then we bring up Devin's value of punches, like it's like they just gloss over it. They don't never acknowledge the niggas.
Oh, they never do. Right. Like, Tank
70 punches a fight is a masterclass.
Right.
The lowest number of fights ever. Like, how is that but Tank, who is a knockout artist, so if he is not throwing a lot of punches, that's more understandable. It makes more sense.
Right, because his punches are more impactful. Like, and that's what you score. You don't score the attempts. You don't score even the most amount landed. It's clean and effective punching. And if I'm hurting you or deterring you or knocking you down, my punches are clearly more effective, right? So at the end of the day, they literally talked about how Tank don't throw enough punches. He don't throw enough punches. I heard that his whole career, and now that Devin's throwing 70 punches, a whole 12-round fight. a 12-round fight, and then telling us that Tank got outboxed despite the fact that he landed a higher percentage of the power shots. It's crazy. Think about that for a second, right? And so, and then you're looking at who he's fighting. Tank is fighting. And the reason why Tank's resume is a part of why is aging well also because he's fighting prime guys or younger than him. The people that Devin fighting is close about to retire to a fight or two after him. That's the difference. He's fighting people like Ramirez. I mean, it's Ramirez. Come on, right? And it just shows you how you have a different bar for this little dude who's 5'3". Meanwhile, Devin got a height advantage, reach advantage, 25 pounds bigger, snacked up, everything. And you telling me, well, he can outbox Rolly to it. No, he cannot. You cannot. You better get that boy up out of there with the quickness. I'm trying to hear that. It isn't because he don't want to get. He got to be cautious. Why? You got defense. Just don't get hit. What do you mean? Tank had to take a risk with Rolly. Why can't you? And you got a size advantage. I'm trying to hear that. I'm tired of it. So at the end of the day, a lot of stuff people had to say is ridiculousness on here. And 1 minute the rules keep changing. Now 70 punches are great. A whole fight if it's Devin, but 200 and something for Tank is absolutely abysmal, and he don't throw no punches. So I don't know. I don't know, but either way, this is a great boxing conversation. And let me know. I'll try to check you out tomorrow. Y'all have a good evening.
All right, shout out Juke, Chef Juke Boy RD in the building. Y'all know when Juke come up, Juke be coming up there like Debo. The music start, then Juke hop on the panel. The little cat emblem pop up, They be like, there go Juke, there go Juke. The people in the chat be like, Juke on the panel. You start seeing all the fire emojis, and then Juke just start cooking y'all, cause y'all be up there with that, you know what I'm saying, with that BS. And then she come up there, she gonna give you the facts, she gonna give you the history, she gonna give you the examples. You feel? She gonna cook y'all. She gonna cook y'all. But great boxing conversation. Shout out to everybody that came over here today. If you're new here, be sure to punch that like and subscribe button. If you're listening to the replay, be sure to hit that heart with the $sign and leave a special thanks below, just letting me know you enjoyed the show. Listen, Tank, Shakur, always going to be a good debate, a good conversation. Rolly, Devin, we got to see what's going to be up with this fight, if it's actually going to happen, if it's just fluff. Is PBC really about to work with Bill Haney? Is Turkey done with Devin? Like, what is really going on? Because I thought, what happened to the 3-fight deal? What happened to the 3-fight deal? 36 mil. And then y'all trying to tell me PBC about to give Devin Haney $7 million? Guaranteed? Nah. That don't even sound believable. That's not even how PBC rock and get down like that. Like, why would they give Devin Haney $7 million? Like, seriously. It's Rolly Romero and Devin Haney. And you think Devin is going to get $7 million? See, so another thing that's getting exposed is these purses that y'all keep lying about. Like, we gotta just stop. At this point, just stop. Like, we know that's not what's happening. Just because now y'all got to keep it up. Now y'all got to lie about some shit that we know is not happening. We know PBC is not about to give Devin Haney $7 million. You see? Like, y'all got to keep lying and keep lying. And it's like, now everybody looking at you sideways because it's like, okay, maybe that stuff you were saying before people could believe it, but nobody's going to believe that PBC is about to give you $7 million to fight Rolly Romero. A trash fight that you about to just walk through and wash him. Like, put a 1 in the chat if that makes sense to y'all. Put a 1 in the chat if that makes sense to y'all. That man don't make no more than probably $3 to $5 million a fight, if that. $3-4 million a fight, if that. All this extra stuff, all this extra sauce y'all trying to put on it, like, it just don't even make any logical sense. So we'll see what's up, man. I mean, I don't know if they're going to keep deflecting or if we actually finna get a Devin Rolly fight. We'll see. I don't know what Shakur Stevenson got going on. And then I didn't even get to touch on Shakur Stevenson. But This man keep crying about 147 pounds and how he not fighting nobody at 147 pounds without a rehydration clause. And I'm like, Shakur, that nobody's asking you to fight at 147 pounds. Just stay at 140. We're fine with you not fighting at 147 pounds, so you ain't got to worry about a rehydration clause. You're the one that put yourself at 147 pounds by acting like you wanted to go to fight Conor Ben. You started that. Nobody is worried about you fighting at 147 pounds. Like, honestly, I want you to stay at 140 and fight there and run through that division. Nobody is pressed for you to fight at 147 pounds. So you don't have to keep saying how you a little guy, and if you fight at 147 pounds, you're gonna have a rehydration clause, because we're not interested in seeing you fight at 147 pounds. We're cool. We cool. We cool with you at 140. We cool with you at 140. You can stay there. The fans ain't gonna be mad. Disgruntled. We not gonna be none of that. We're going to be cool with you staying at 140 pounds. Anybody disagree? Are we cool with Shakur Stevenson saying that 147 pounds? Is everybody in agreement with that? Put a 1 if you agree, put a 2 if you disagree. Put a 1 if you agree and a 2 if you disagree, because I feel like the consensus across the boxing community is that we're all cool with Shakur Stevenson at 140 pounds. We don't need you to go to 147 and harass people about a rehydration clause. We don't need that, Shakur. So you don't need to get on another interview and cry about going 147 pounds and rehydration clauses, because it's already making you look like a hypocrite every time you speak about the rehydration clauses in the first place, because you already put your foot in your mouth. So just let the rehydration clause thing go. Let's just let it go. We can move past it, and people could just forget you ever said it. Your fans can act like you wasn't being a hypocrite and you never said it. Because nobody's asking for you to go to 47. Like, we're cool with you at 40. It's plenty of people for you to fight at 40. Go fight Dalton Smith. Go fight Russell. Go fight Gary. I mean, there's plenty of people for you to fight at 40. So I just wanted to touch on that real quick to let everybody know, like, we cool Shakur with you not going to 47. It's no pressure. Nobody is like, oh, you gotta go there. Like, you started the whole 47 thing, to be honest, so you can end it by just stop talking about it, because nobody is pressing for it. I mean, it's simple. Just stop talking about 47 and start talking about people at 40. Who do you want to fight at 140 pounds, Shakur Stevenson? That's the question that I have. I don't want to hear about who you want to put rehydration clauses on. I want to hear about who you want to fight in your weight division. What names are you interested in? Who are you looking at? I don't want to hear about you a little guy. You telling me one thing and I'm sitting here looking at you. Like, it's crazy. But shout out to everybody for joining me today. And listen, if you don't want your host all in the videos, cussing you out, timing you out the chat, kicking you off the panel, leaving you in the background, come on over to 2 Cents Boxing, where we talk everything boxing and everybody's entitled to their own opinion.